Well, hello everybody. It's a beautiful day at Road Atlanta. Delighted to be joining you for a really excitement for me. This is a race we've never done before, and considering I've been coming to Road Atlanta since 1998 for the first ever Petit Le Mans, I have done short races here, 2:45, but never a 6. Brazelton, Georgia is the closest habitation to Road Atlanta, and Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, with its dozen corners and 2.5 miles of sinuous up and down tarmac through the green and a little bit of red Georgia clear countryside, is a massive challenge to everyone concerned. In the 1970s, Jeremy Shaw tells me a 6-hour race was won here by Elliot Forbes Robinson, our driving standards officer now, our clerk of the course, if you will. He was sharing with Al Holbert that weekend. Isn't that just marvellous that we are reprising that kind of US endurance history? The teams are lined up in the pit lane. The formalities are just coming to an end as the start engines command, I think I've seen, just been given at the front of the grid by the IMSA officials. Jeremy Shaw is with me, John Hindorf, in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Jeremy, bright sunshine, 6 hours, and the added complication for the strategists and for those teams who are interested in it of the Michelin Endurance Cup, which awards points at 3 hours. So literally, strategically, this could be, for some of our race teams, a race of two halves.
Yeah, that's true. That certainly the Michelin Endurance Cup is very, very important to these teams and drivers, and there are some close battles, particularly GTLM, just 1 point separating BMW or the BMW team and the Porsche team. Actually, 2 points separating the manufacturers, but it's super tight in that category. And yeah, it's going to be. There's a lot for the strategists to work on during this 6-hour race.
Shea Adam, our VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock reporter. Not exactly the grid that we saw yesterday evening after qualifying. One or two people making some strategic changes that's moved them, and one of the major contenders at the front of the field with a mechanical issue they've had to deal with. What's the stories there?
We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, in effect 6 cars decide that they would rather start the race on fresh Michelin tires instead of start where they qualified. They include the 40.
I'll tell you what, John, in fact, yes, there have been
25 and 24.
Sorry, Jeremy, keep going, Shea. Sorry, go ahead.
From GTLM, so one of the Porsches and both BMWs, the 18 Era Motorsports LMP2 car, and then the 77 Mazda, getting a brand new engine, and the first time that thing will be run at full throttle max capacity, that'll be lap 1 of the race.
It is. That is a bit of a gamble, Jeremy, but it must have been something that they were very concerned about in that number 77 Multimatic. That's a very well-drilled team. They know that car. They know the engine package. But still, at all, after overnight work on that car, no chance to do a warm-up this morning because we simply don't have a warm-up anymore in IMSA competition.
You're right, and that's really the only significant grid change as a result of changing tyres. The GTLM's, the 3 cars that changed there, they actually stay in the positions in which they qualified. They'll just be able to start on a fresh set of tyres, which certainly will give them an advantage over Corvette Racing, which has been struggling with tyre degradation in any case in recent races. That's going to be interesting. But yeah, that Mazda, it had qualified well yesterday, and that's gone to the back, and that's these days a rare occurrence for Mazda to have a problem. But it was a cracked block that was discovered over the end of the day yesterday, so that's why they had to change the engine on that number 77 car.
And let's talk about qualifying, Jeremy, because it was exceptional. We've been enthusing about the 15-minute qualifying sessions for the decade or so that they've been in position, but yesterday was really one for the ages, with the gaps between the front rows of all the classes and indeed the whole field in GT Le Mans. I mean, a few years ago you would not have been able to measure those because they were that small.
Yeah, ridiculously close yesterday. Just absolutely insane to see the cars so close to match. I think Connor De Filippi was 0.086 off the pole position, and he qualified 5th. 0.86, just ridiculous.
And that's making you very excited and very happy. You were giggling like a schoolboy yesterday during the qualifying, but it's just great to see this kind of close competition.
Yeah, it is. It's fantastic. I was actually at Jerez back in, what was it, 96, when the top 3 cars on the grid, the Formula 1 race, qualified on identical times, somewhat curiously. First time that's ever happened. I think three cars on identical times. But to have those 5 cars within that space yesterday was absolutely gripping. And I can't wait for this race to get going. It's going to be really, really interesting.
Hello to everyone around the world and those of you listening on 98.1 at the track. Nice to have your company at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. The weather is playing ball as well. We're on the second of our formation warm-up laps. Dave Miller is the man behind the PA system, and thanks to him for getting us on the PA and indeed on the FM transmitter there as well. Hello to Mike Roberts, Pat O'Neill and Sebring Steve Hensley, who are Rescue 5 in the cutout down there as well. And when I say hello to them, I'm sort of making those the representatives of all of our corner workers, marshals, rescue, recovery and track services workers, all of those volunteers without whom we simply can't go racing. And I include in that people who are looking at tickets, helping you park the cars, and the race officials as well. And one person from behind the scenes at IMSA that I want to say a special hello to is Big Ron Parker, for whom this is his last IMSA race weekend. He's helped me out a lot down through the years. Ron, whatever you're doing, mate, have a good one. Best wishes. Green flag is in the air, and Castroneves, the spin coming off the final corner. There could be carnage right in the middle of the field here. Paul Sitter gets away, but it's one of the LMP2s that's gone to the wall. The 52 car is the one that got the worst of that, and how everybody missed it. Looks like the 85 Cadillac was involved as well. It's the 18 that's gone to the wall, and I think there was just a little bit of a touch on there. That was cold tyres coming out of turn 12. Such commitment required there, and straight away we've got drama at the start of the 6-hour race here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Well, Era Motorsports will be very disappointed with that. Not of their making. Full course yellow is out, and Dane Cameron, the driver who seldom makes mistakes, well, he has this time. And Era Motorsports with rear suspension damage on the right rear of that number 18 LMP2 car. Also bad news, I'm afraid, for Matthias Leist, making his debut here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for JDC Miller Motorsports. And it was Dane Cameron who looped it coming to the green flag. His teammate Helio Castroneves got a great run away from Felipe Nasser from pole position.
Look, Cameron got squeezed up onto the inside curve there, it looked like, by the number 31 of Felipe Nasser. Nasser should have been a row ahead of him. Because Nasser was on the front row of the grid, and Dane Cameron started in 3rd position. So it's going to be interesting to see when the stewards take a look at that one, what they decide to do. Not sure. Let's have a look and see what happened to number 85 car.
He got tagged by the 18 as the 18 came back across the track. That just tagged the left rear of the 85. It was almost side-by-side contact, but the 18's come off quite badly as well, with right rear damage, left rear suspension damage to the 85 Cadillac. But those two were sort of unwitting participants there as everybody scrambled to find a little bit of room on the front straight as they were accelerating following the green. At the Tyrac.com Grand Prix at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta then gets underway in a dramatic fashion, and that is definitely quite bad suspension damage on the number 85 JDC Cadillac. It's made it back to the pits lane, so well done to Matthias Leist for that. Dwight Merriman is still limping around. He was left facing the wrong direction and had to try and get the car turned around. The safety car is out, and well, this will have thrown a spanner in the works for those two teams, and yet to see if there will be any penalties applied to for the cause of that accident. The Sebastian Bourdais was right in behind it as it all kicked off in front of him, and somehow managed to avoid it in the Mustang sampling. Like it was a decent start from Dane Cameron, Jeremy. Went down the inside into the final corner and found that there was nowhere to go. He took to the curb, and not unsurprisingly, that pitched him into a sideways spin. I've got a feeling that the 85 Cadillac's going to have to go behind the wall here. Looks like a suspension arm, A-arm wishbone is quite badly bent. It's a top wishbone that's quite badly bent on that car. Not the start we wanted, Jeremy, but with 6 hours to go, at least we're not losing too much of the race time. And now everybody will be going back to their calculators and working out what this does to the race. We will have a single file restart when we come back to green, and we'll keep an eye to see if anything comes from race control about that start. Quite often you say, Jeremy, that not much happens at the start and you get away with a little bit more, but the race control will still certainly be looking at that. In other news, Nick Tandy got a cracking start and is actually up amongst the prototypes, up to 8th position overall, as he reacted very quickly in the pole-sitting GT Le Mans car, as both of the cars damaged in the incident are now behind the wall, and Dwight Merriman is having trouble getting that car turned and may need a push back from his team. I think he might have lost a drive shaft as well on that car, the way that car was looking. So behind the Corvette safety car, resplendent in the morning sunshine, or the afternoon sunshine as I should say. Well, not what we wanted, Jeremy.
Yeah, that was disappointing, wasn't it? And you not often you see Dane Cameron pointing in the wrong direction. But a little bit of an assist there, but then he was the one who was forcing the issue at the start, I guess. So I think I doubt there'll be a call from race control on that, other than just be sensible, boys and girls. Which it ended up. I mean, Dane Cameron was incredibly lucky not to be nailed by anybody else.
Yes.
And also astonishing, he's able to continue in the 7th position, ahead of just behind the other contenders in DPI. But really unfortunate for number 85 team. With Matthias Leitner and Stephen Simpson, they were going to do this race, just the two of them. Interesting to see that some of the teams elected to get a third driver, others not. The top two on the field, number 7, number 31 car, they're just running with 2 drivers, and others running with 3.
Lights are out on the Corvette safety car as it is, and Elio Castroneves has to do it again as he goes underneath the Fox Factory Bridge and plunging down to turn number 12. Nice clean restart with Felipe Nasser right there. Then the 55 of Harry Tingnell for Multimatic. Behind Harry, Renger van der Zande in the gloss black Konica Minolta Cadillac. Then the second of the Mazda Motorsports prototypes, Tristan Nunez, who was right in amongst that skirmish early on. In comes the number 6 Dane Cameron, and Shea Adam, our VP Racing Fuel pit reporter, is watching the stop.
4 new Michelin tires for Dane Cameron. They did top him off with a little bit of fuel, but I'd imagine he had some pretty bad flat spots on those ones that came off. And they were his qualifying tires as well, guys. So remember, the Michelins that just came off the car have done quite a bit of work, but still 8 minutes into the endurance race, just about, not when Dane wanted to make his first stop.
That's going to throw all my strategy software out now. We'll have to recalibrate that straight away. Fire up another computer.
It's a smart move to bring him in right away there. You know, tyre wear we talked about earlier on, it is a factor, particularly for the Acuras. They're not the easiest on their tyres. So I actually spoke to Dane just a little while ago, and he was telling me that tyre wear was going to be a bit of a problem. They thought the Cadillacs particularly were looking strong here this weekend, as indeed they were at the end of last year at Motul Petit Le Mans. But good to get that stop out of the way, and Dane Cameron has rejoined, still on the lead lap, crucially.
Yes, crucially. Everybody packed up. We'll give him the opportunity to whiz back around and start picking off the back of the field. In GT Daytona, before all the mayhem, or certainly before the yellows came out, GT Daytona has got Madison Snow at the head of it for Paul Miller Racing, leading the Michelin Endurance Cup, of course, although they have done a couple of other races now this year as well. Ahead of the Lexus of Frankie Montecalvo, so that's 48 from 12 from 16. Jan Halen in the blue Wright Motorsport Porsche, then Shinji Mishimi in the Acura, the number 86 from MSR. The team car, the Heinricha MSR machine behind it for Misha Kochberg, in the top 6 in GT Daytona is made up by the red, white and blue Turner Motorsport Liqui Moly BMW. Nick Tandy leads for Porsche in GT Le Mans, with Tom Milner for Corvette behind him, and then Jesse Krohn for BMW. So the 3 different manufacturers are in the top 3 in what has been a tremendous battle this weekend at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta among the factory GT cars. Just a tenth and a bit of a second covering the whole field, and fractions of a second between the front 3 rows. Remarkable stuff that just had Jeremy Shea and I literally giggling. We could barely call the times changing because it was just so much fun and it was so tight. Castroneves then by a second from Felipe Nasr in second, then Harry Tincknell. That's Acura, Cadillac, Mazda. Cadillac in the shape of Van der Zande in 4th position as they stretch onto the back straight. But the top 6 are line astern, just on 4 seconds between them, and the biggest gap is between Felipe Nasr and Harry Tincknell. Other than that, it's all round about a half, 4, 5, 6, 7 tenths between those DPI cars in early running, with still 5 hours and 50 minutes to go. Jeremy Shaw.
Yeah, and Nick Tandy is just streaking away, isn't he, in GTLM? He's got a gap now of 1.1 seconds. Incredible, fantastic, just running away into the distance by GTLM standards, given how close it was yesterday. But no, in all seriousness, it's fun to see the rest of those cars all nose to tail there. In GTLM, the Madison Snow, who's already got 1 race win under his belt this morning. He won the Lamborghini Super Trofeo event, so it's been a good day already for Madison Snow. He leads, as we can see there, by maybe 10, 12 car lengths over the Lexus, with the Porsche of Jan Halen hanging right in there in the 3rd position.
Let's go to Shea Adam for this VP Racing update from the pit lane.
They're down, but they're not out. The Era Motorsport LMP2 car has gone back to the garage. They are changing, quote, the entire right rear corner. Every component on that car is about to come off and then get refreshed, putting a new one back on. Why are they doing this? Because this race is practice for Dwight Merriman and Kyle Tilley, whose next race takes place in France in a couple weeks' time. Dwight Merriman needs the track time because long stints is something that he's not particularly used to, and with the 6-hour minimum drive time coming up for that bigger race, he needs a lot of time in today's race. When I talked to Kyle Tilley earlier in the week, he talked about the fact that they have an opportunity in this one to get double stints out of the way to practice. So, Era back in the garage, fixing the car, but they need to get it back out on track for a bigger picture.
And that is, of course, the 24 Hours of Le Mans pushed to the 19th and 20th of September. Quite a lot of IMSA interest there, teams and drivers. I think we counted 16 drivers that are here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta this weekend who will be making the trip to the 72nd department of the French Republic in a couple of weeks' time. And of course, you'll be able to follow along on our sister broadcast channel. RS1 will be the home of Haggerty Radio Le Mans for 2020. And the running behind closed doors of the Endurance Classic will be on the air Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the only broadcaster who will bring you every single moment of every single 24-hour session, including the non-televised free practice sessions on Thursday, or session on Thursday, plus the new IPA poll on Friday. Cars on Track, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and all on RS1 Haggerty Radio Le Mans. Hopefully you'll be joining us for that with a lot of IMSA interest over there in France, as always. So, settling down into a bit of a rhythm now, Jeremy, and already the front of the field getting towards, in fact, getting through the back of the GT Daytona field, with the leader just having gone past Ian James there in the short chute between 6 and 7.
Yeah, and even as he put a couple of GTD cars behind him on that last lap, set his fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 10.3 for Elio Castroneves. But the fastest car on the track is Dane Cameron. He's made that pit stop. He's worked his way through all the GTD cars. He's got the fastest lap of the race so far, 1 minute 10.178. Good lap at this stage of the game. Just again recapping the lap record, the race lap record set last year by Felipe Nasser in a Cadillac, 1:08.8. But Dane Cameron taking advantage of those fresh tyres as he moves his way through the slower traffic.
Well, Jeremy Shaw called it as he saw it at the start, and there will be a drive-through for Felipe Nasser. Incident responsibility on Dane Cameron and the spin at the start of the race. So Whelen Engineering, currently just 2/10 away from the lead at the front of the field, will have to come onto pit lane. It's been looked at. The responsibility has been assessed. Now, one of the things we like about IMSA is nobody's saying it was deliberate. Not at all. However, it was an incident, and it's been deemed then that Felipe Nasser was the architect of that and has been given the responsibility. Therefore, he will have to come in along pit lane and drive through. That's going to lose him the current track position, and we talked about that in our Porsche keys to the race. No penalties in track position, very important, but at this stage of the race, possibly giving him less of a problem, and the team less of a problem, Jeremy, with still 5 3/4 hours to make that time back up again.
Yeah, that's a big blow to that team. The team that won here last year, they're super fast, super confident, but that's going to be a big hole out of which they've got to dig themselves now. Talking of digging out of holes, that stop for Dane Cameron. He's just reset fastest lap of the race. He's got past all the GTD cars. Now he's working his way through the GTLMs. He's just gone the fastest lap of all, a 1 minute 9.774. To put that into perspective, last lap round as the race leader, his teammate Elio Castroneves working his way through the traffic, a 1 minute 13.8. So 4 seconds slower on that last lap for Castroneves.
And the number that we need to keep an eye on, Jeremy, is 51 seconds, because that's how far Dane Cameron is behind his teammate who leads the race. Now, they're both working their way through traffic at the moment, and as we often say, as Cameron's gone by Nick Tandy, and the fastest GT Le Mans car last time around was Tonio Garcia in Corvette number 3 in 5th position, we often say, though, that traffic giveth and traffic taketh away in endurance racing. So the issues that the leaders are having will have to be borne by everyone else, as into the pit lane to serve the drive-through penalty for incident responsibility at the start, even before we got to the green flag. The number 31 outside of the front row and deemed to have pinched down onto Dane Cameron as they came through the final corner. Now, the rules are you've got to give a car's width at least to anybody up the inside, and that applies quite clearly, Jeremy. It has been applied at the start of the race, and it would be any other time that cars were fighting for position.
Indeed so, and you've got to leave racing room for your competitors. It's all about respect. That is the thing that is on the mind of our chief steward, Bo Barford, as we see here Antonio Garcia, who set the fastest lap of the race in GTLM, trying to find a way past Connor Di Filippi there, unable to make that pass stick. But this is a good battle. It is for the 4th and 5th positions in GTLM. And now it's having pulled out a second lead in the early stages, Nick Tandy. He's now got the Corvette for Tommy Milner right behind him as well. So it's game on again at the front of the field. Not that it was only a second between them, but now it's much less than that in the battle for the lead in GTLM.
Yeah, the whole field is spread by under 5 seconds in GT Le Mans, despite the fact that they've had to come through traffic. It's only Nick Tandy really who was able to make a bit of a break, and he's been pegged back to a certain extent by Tom Milner in Corvette number 4. That's the grey car with the yellow highlights. The 3 is the yellow car with the grey highlights. Thank you very much to Team RLL and to Corvette Racing Team for having their 2 cars in distinctively different colours. The 2 BMWs, the bright red, white and grey, and the more traditional in some respects, if you've got a long memory like Jeremy and I have, you'll remember the dark coloured BMWs with the M striping on them, and that's the 2 different stripes, or different liveries rather, should I say, there for Team RLL BMW. Down through to the final corner, Tandy then leading from Milner, then Jesse Krohn, 9-11 from 4 from 24 in GT Daytona. The GT3 category, Madison Snow by just half a second from Paul Sitting in Vassar Sullivan driver Frank Montecalvo. Behind that, the charging Jan Halen in the very bright blue, distinctive Wright Motorsports Porsche. Then a bit of a gap back to Shinya Mishimi in 4th for Acura number 86, his teammate Misha Goikberg behind him by a second, and the top 6, Ricky Foley in Turner Motorsport BMW. Richie Foley in 6th position. He's
Robbie Foley.
Robbie Foley. God, I was up too early this morning. Richie, Robbie, Richie Valens, Robbie. Sorry, he's only been winning everything he's been in recently as well. What I was trying to say, I was trying to get to the fact that he's in a bit of air. He's got about a second and a half in front of him and a second and a half behind him. So he at the moment is having a rather quiet run, as much as you can do in GT Daytona. But a nice spread of manufacturers: Lamborghini, Lexus, Porsche, Acura, BMW, Lamborghini, Ferrari in the top 8. So 7 manufacturers in the top 8 positions, with Robbie Foley sitting in 6th. See, I can do it. It's left brain, right brain thing if I'm not thinking about it.
Dane Cameron, by the way, in the meantime, has just set a new fastest lap of the race, won 9.708 this time. Elio Castroneves last lap at 13.6. The gap from 1st to 8th, which is where Cameron is overall, is 45 seconds now. So only just a couple of laps ago, it was over 50, wasn't it, John?
Correct, 51. We mentioned it. Harry Tinknell's got Renger van der Zande for company. They're having a battle for second in DPI, Daytona Prototype International, and on the road. They're fighting through traffic, and a moment or two ago at the top of the hill, a very nasty moment for Harry as he came side by side with the BMW, and the BMW has lost the right hand door mirror on the red BMW. So that then means that Jesse Krohn is going to have a little bit more trouble seeing behind him as the rest of the Daytona Prototype International feed comes through, and that cost Harry Tinknell a wee bit of momentum at turns 2 and 3, allowing Renger van der Zande to close up. Renger didn't need any second invitation, to be honest. Pulls out the slipstream down towards turn 1 just to show the glossy black and Konica Minolta blue nose of that DPI to Harry Tinknell in the Soul Red Crystal. That's again a team that has the Multimatic Mazdas have 2 different colour schemes. The dark red is the 55, the white, blue and red, mostly white, is the 77. Tristan Nunez, and the leader serenely out the front at nearly 5 seconds now.
Yeah. And what's interesting about that, John, is as you said a little while ago, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. The gap last time across the stripe had been 2.3 seconds. This most recent lap, it's 4.7. We've got to use full course caution again.
Full course caution, and I'll tell you as soon as we find out. Tanny's got the flags out. It's for the BMW door mirror with the glass in it, right on the racing line, coming out of 2 and 3 area at the top of the hill. It's maybe half a car's width away from it. one of our intrepid marshals will go out there and pick it up. Good to see you all down the side of the S's there. Just a little bit of side-to-side contact between Tincknell and Jesse Krohn that liberated the mirror, which just missed by Tristan Nunez and by the Corvette of Tom Milner, of the Corvette of Antonio Garcia. It's De Filippi's mirror, excuse me, not Jesse Krohn. He's the red one, the 25. And De Filippi's got past Garcia as well. So it's Tandy Miller, Krohn, De Filippi, Garcia, Vantour. So Porsche, Corvette, BMW, Corvette, Porsche, as they're packing up behind the safety car.
Yeah, we can finally take a breath now. And this is certainly great news for Dane Cameron. He has been the fastest car on the track. He was in the number 31 car, which is directly ahead of him. And, of course, also had that unscheduled pit stop after the contact earlier on. Felipe Nasr, he just set his best lap of the race, 1 minute 9.8, just a lap or two ago. But certainly this is going to bring both of those two cars back onto the tail of the leading contenders for the overall, with Helio Castroneves still out in front. And wasn't it fabulous to sit yesterday to see the enthusiasm of Helio Castroneves on the pole? It was, it's not the first time he's been on pole position in his career, but you'd think it probably was when you saw the way he was dancing around. It was brilliant, wasn't it?
He could not have been more excited about that had he been 19 in his first motor race. And that is the ebullience, the enthusiasm, the emotion and the passion of Helio Castroneves. And he adds that to any series that he is in. It's marvellous. We were talking to Ricky Taylor, his teammate, and at the time, Shea managed to get him online for us, and we could hear him in the background. He was just absolutely, to use a soccer term, he was over the moon. He was on the limiter. Amazing stuff. Whoa, now, interesting then. 25 minutes in, and everyone at the front of the field, pits are open for the prototypes, everybody taking the opportunity to come in. I wonder if Dane Cameron will come in. Yes, he does. Thought he might have taken track position there, but all the leaders are in, and Shea Adam has this VP Racing Fuels pit report.
This is interesting because the fuel window should allow for about 40 to 45 minutes for the prototypes. They were expecting 9 stops over the course of this 6-hour race, but fuel and tires for our leader, Helio Castroneves, as well as fuel and tires for the 55 of Harry Tincknell, and the 77 is doing fuel only by the looks of it for Tristan Nunez. Remember, that car is starting from the back of the field, so they did get to put new tires as well as that new engine in the back of the Mazda. Fuel and tires as well for Renger van de Zande and for João Barbosa, as well as a windshield clean already. Penske's are both back and rolling off the pit lane, as is Felipe Nasr in the red Whelen Engineering Cadillac. And into the pit lane in the background is the 52 PR1 Matheson, the LMP2 car that's still out and running around. And just 2 little updates for you guys really quickly while we're thinking about prototypes. The 85 JDC Miller Motorsport car is back behind the wall. They are fixing every bit of broken suspension component that they can find on the left rear of that car. And Steven Simpson said he's going to bring the Cadillac back out and drive it as if none of the damage ever happened to it, still race as hard as he can. And the other thing that will give both of you guys a little bit of a laugh, Ricky Taylor apologized to me after we got off the call, saying that Helio's enthusiasm was just a little bit out of control and he felt bad that it interfered with our interview. No. I said, Ricky, you're crazy. It made the interview.
No, absolutely agree. Absolutely. That was Ricky being very professional and giving us all the sensible answers to the questions. And in the background, there was, to quote a well-done phrase, or saying a whooping and a hollering going on. And that was Castroneves. The door mirror has been retrieved. And oh my goodness, this from race control. Leader Castroneves hangs his head. He's just been told +2 on the pit lane. It's going to be a drive-through when we go back to green. Over on the pit lane, speed limit for Helio Castroneves, and the face behind the wheel and the exclamation of the hands says it all. He looks up to heaven now. Not sure whether it was on the way in or the way out. There's a pylon there halfway down the hill, which he seemed to get slowed down for. Certainly the gap between himself and Harry Tincknell in second didn't change too much, so it wasn't as if he grabbed any advantage there, Jeremy. Maybe came off the pit lane speed limiter a bit early when he came out of the pit lane, but here we are again. Porsche keys to the race. Pit stops and mistakes in pit stops can be very costly. We'll discuss that in a minute. The GT cars have come down the pit lane, which has been open for them, and Shea Adam has this.
It's easier to tell you who didn't come in. That would be the 11 and the 44 GRT Lamborghinis, one of the Magnus variety, and the 63 Scuderia Corsa Ferrari. Everybody else in the pit lane. Both BMWs, fuel and tires, as Jesse Krohn gets rolling again. It was fuel only for the 48 Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini, fuel and tires for the 3 Corvette. The 4 was gone so quickly I couldn't even see the service that they did there. But once again, Nick Tandy leaves with the lead and followed out by Tommy Milner. Lawrence Vantor jumps up to 3rd, though, so an excellent stop from the 912 crew. And then back in 4th position is Antonio Garcia. Both of the BMWs taking tires, and as a result, both of them dropping down a little bit way through the charts.
So a costly pit lane speeding penalty for Helio Castroneves, whereas that full course caution for the door mirror from Conor De Filippi's car has rather helped Felipe Nasser, who had to do the drive-through for the contact earlier on. That is very unusual, Jeremy, from Acura Team Penske. It's only a small mistake, but a mistake nevertheless. 2 plus 2k in the pit lane doesn't sound a lot, but it's like any speed limit anywhere. It's an absolute.
Yeah, it's not a small mistake; it's a big mistake because you've had a day. What's interesting about it? There's a fairly limited amount of track time with these truncated 2-day race meetings, and not as much practice as they would normally get, particularly for the teams that have 3 drivers, with Acura Team Penske not being one of those, by the way. So they've only had limited number of opportunities to make sure they know exactly where they can brake coming into the pit lane in order to get down to that pit lane speed limit, and or leaving the pits as well. But yeah, it's going to be a costly error for Helio Castroneves. But of course, he's still got a long way to make up that deficit that this drive-through is going to cause. And of course, he won't be able to serve that penalty until we go back to green.
Correct. Now, there will be a slight delay whilst any of the DPIs that are caught behind GT cars are allowed to go through. This is what IMSA call the class split. And diving into the pits in the background is who?
That's 44, John.
Right, okay, thank you, Shea. I couldn't quite see that. So that's John Potter for GRT Magnus. Has he done his drive time now then? Is that why he stayed out a tiny bit longer?
Not even close. The minimum drive time for this race in LMP2 and GTD is 1 hour and 30 minutes. The penalty for coming short of that means that you're basically excluded. So we've now had 30 minutes pass by on the clock. He would have just done about 29 and a half minutes of his time.
However, if he goes another full stint from here, he will have done his time. The bad day for Acura number 7 and Penske is getting worse. They ran a red light at the pit exit. No. So that's going to be a drive-through for the pit lane speeding and a stop plus 60 for the red light offence. Jeremy Shaw, this is not very Penske-like, and it's not very Helio-like either.
No, it's not. I mean, he doesn't have nearly as much sports car racing experience as most of these other contenders, but he has now done 25 starts in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, and that's the problem. You come in at the head of the field to make your pit stop, then when you go out again, you've got to wait for all the other cars to go past the pit exit before the pits are opened for drivers to come back out on the racetrack. There were still other cars, I guess, going past.
Correct.
When he left his pit stall. So a little bit unfortunate, certainly, but, very, very costly.
So that's going to be 2 visits to the pit lane. You can't do them at the same time. They are separate offences and they have separate penalties. So do them in whatever order you want once we go back to green, but it will be a drive-through for the leading number 7 car and then back in again into the pits, into the penalty area as we're going to go back to green, stationary for 60 seconds. They're going to do well to hold on to the lead lap after all of that. He needs to get the hammer down now, Castroneves, and try and build any kind of a gap that he can in the next 3 laps before he has to come back in and serve those penalties. 5.5 hours to go, and we mentioned in the Michelin Countdown to Green, the Porsche keys to the race, that pit stops would be key and no penalties. I did sort of mean no contact and things like that as well. Well, Felipe Nasr has already been down pit lane at the start of the race for the 31 wheel and Cadillac, but he's basically back to where he was because of the full course caution for the door mirror that was knocked off Conor De Filippi's car with side-to-side contact with Harry Tincknell in the 55. But it's a tale of 2 penalties for the leading Acura team, Penske. The number 7 of Helio Castroneves speeding on the first run into pit lane, and then on the way out he's managed to run the red light. So I think we could say in Ron Dennis speak that the whole pit stop for that number 7 car was somewhat suboptimal, and the red light absolutely clear at the end of pit lane, and Helio blazes through it. And then the next car paused for a second, which I think was the number 10 Cadillac. And from on board the number 5, we saw it absolutely clearly. So here's Helio into the pit lane. Which way around is he going to do it? Looks like he's doing the drive through first, although the penalty box, I think, is at pit out. Normally is. So I think this is going to be the drive through. And he, stays out through the RFID readers for the smart chips on the Michelin Pilot Racing Slicks. So presumably next time around he'll come in and stand still for a minute that's going to feel like an hour, Jeremy, for Helio Castroneves. He was distraught when he heard about the speeding penalty. When they tell him about stop plus 60, he's going to be even less happy.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for Helio. Such a shame for the guy. I mean, and that's just, it's unfortunate he was leading a race, because he wouldn't have expected that. I'm sure, he made his pit stop. He wouldn't have been looking probably for a red light, but that's one of the things that you learn the hard way sometimes in sports car racing, particularly on a relatively short racetrack, such here as at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta.
2.5 miles.
Battle for the lead now, I think, isn't it, in GTD with Stijn Schothorst and Jeff Westphal going side by side.
These are the 2 cars that didn't pit. The Scuderia Corsa Ferrari is the red, white and blue, or mostly white with red and blue decals on the side for WeatherTech, and the dark red and black Stijn Schothorst GRT Grasser Racing team takes the lead. And through turn 1 then, with slightly more threatening clouds in the sky, a little bit of darkness in them, a little bit of grey. Here comes Helio back in, and he'll head down towards the penalty box where Richard, the IMSA official, is waiting with a stopwatch, which will be set to a countdown of 60 seconds, which starts now. And Richard making sure that he absolutely showed the driver that he'd started the stopwatch. Stands in front, braver man than me to stand in front of a slightly seething Helio Castroneves. I like what Helio's done though. He pulled into the wall and then nosed the car back out, almost tails in Le Mans echelon style, so that he's ready to go. Helio just gently sitting there, waiting to be told when to leave, and he's going to lose the lead lap here, Jeremy.
Yeah, he is. That's right, exactly right, and that's going to be tough to make up. But we know he's got a fast car, so and he's going to have plenty of opportunities. I'm sure there are going to be some caution periods during the remaining 5 hours and 24 minutes.
Coming together, the Liquid Moly BMW's gone around. Is the damage at the front of that car? Certainly damage on the side, or is that just the dark blue decal? No, it's the decal. So Robbie Foley, he was in close contention, just looking at all the suspension. I think he's tracking straight. Let's see if he dives straight into the pit lane, as Helio Castroneves is back out, by the way. And Robbie Foley continues in the 96 BMW. He was just ahead of the number 12. Oh dear, he gets nailed by the 57 NSX. I thought I saw the AVS, the Vasser Sullivan Lexus involved there, but he was a little further behind. So that, I'm afraid, is going to be Misha Goldberg spending some time in the pit lane as well. That was rather untidy, low percentage lunge, as the responsible adult will say. This is like the last day of term, Jeremy. It's like everybody's forgotten how to race for a moment. It's just unbelievable, the amount of incidents that we've had and talking points. We thought we'd have plenty, being as it's a 6 hour rather than a 2 hour 40-minute race, but we're barely 40 minutes into this race yet, and we've had loads of stuff going on. Yeah,
brilliant, isn't it? Just love it. Fantastic racing. Look at these GTLM cars, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, just out of shot there is Tommy Milner, who's pulled out a couple of seconds actually in number 4 Corvette. He's looking for his second win of the season. But the rest of the GTLM cars absolutely nose to tail. There they go. New best lap for Renger van der Zande at the front of the field, taking full advantage of this clear track ahead of the number 10 car. The Dutchman just had a 1:10.290, his best lap. Again, the fastest lap of the race was set a while ago at Dane Cameron, 9.7. Whoops.
Well, and this is... It's Misha Goldberg again involved in the 57 Acura NSX. And he has got it pointing in the right direction. That was coming through turn 3 at the top of the hill. And now we've got Robbie Foley, who he dunched off a lap or two ago, down at turn 10, right in his mirrors and gaining on him. And Robbie will be saying, hello, this is karma. Definitely. Oh, here is another penalty. This time, another pit lane infraction, and it's Lawrence Vantour for the Porsche GT Team North America running over pit equipment. That will be a drive-through. Oh, my goodness. You know, when we mentioned the Porsche keys to the race, no penalties, I didn't think everybody would be trying to make the point for us so early on. I like this as well from Ian McCarthy, Jeremy. He's tweeted at IMSA Radio. He said, you know, a 6 hour race with just a 3-stop strategy from Penske was very brave. Cramming them all into the first 30 minutes is downright impressive. Yes, I don't think that was planned, Ian, but I like your thinking. 40 minutes now on the clock, and here's how they stand. Renger van der Zande assumed the lead, of course, with those 2 penalties from Elio Castroneves, and he's got half a second over the second of the Acura Team Penske, now the first of the Acura Team Penske DPIs. That's Dane Cameron, who, remember, was facing the wrong way at the start in the middle of the pack. So how things can change in a 40-minute run. Felipe Nasser back up to third after he's already served a penalty. Has anybody not got any stories to tell? Well, Sebastian Bourdais has been trundling around, relatively speaking, in 4th position. He's 5 seconds off the lead and just minding his own business at the moment.
Yeah. That's true. He's just, however, been passed by Felipe Nasser last time around. So number 31 now ahead of the number 5. In fact, Nasser's already pulled out 3 seconds over Bourdais. So maybe that move was in traffic, and he's now got clear run. Nasser, he's pulled away very, very rapidly and closing in on Dane Cameron now for 2nd place. So another replay here. What's going on? Oops,
that was Shinja just... Misha Goldberg just letting go. And both times there's been an Vasser Sullivan car who's had to take to the grass to avoid the spinning Misha Goldberg. It was the 12 the first time around. This time it was the 14. So they've both got the sticker on the side of the cars. I've been grass tracking. Thanks, Misha, on that one. Let's quickly get that decal made up for the next pit stops for them. Battle for 2nd position as the flying Felipe Nasser recovering from that drive-through penalty. But remember, he was helped out in track position a little bit by that safety car. He's now right in behind Dane Cameron as they head through turns 10 and 11 under the Fox Factory Bridge and down to the final corner. Looks like the Cadillac may just have the top speed advantage, but that Acura looks pretty nimble through the twisties, Jeremy.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. And it's going to be interesting to see whether that changes during this race. The Cadillacs coming into this weekend, they've been allowed to take off 15 kilos in weight compared to last time out, which was at Road America for the prototype cars. Of course, the prototypes not at VIR for our most recent round of the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. But and last year the Cadillacs very much the cars to beat here. But you know, there seems to be not a lot to choose between them, between the three different manufacturers, Cadillac, Acura and Mazda. I think at this stage in the game, the Acura certainly set the fast laps, and the question today I think is going to be whether the Acuras can keep their cars consistent as you see this yet another side-by-side battle in GTLM, but whether the Acuras can keep their tyres, keep their pace consistently fast through the entire stint.
Misha Goldberg versus Robbie Foley interview reviewed by Race Control. No further action. I can hear the sounds of eyebrows being raised all around the track, and particularly in the Turner Motorsport pit. It's not our decision to make. It's not a job I would do whatever I was being offered, and we don't second guess the officials. We'll leave that there. That's an interesting decision is all I'm going to say. Van der Zande by a second now from Cameron. Cadillac from Acura, from two Cadillacs, Whelen and Mustang sampling. Former team cars, of course, now run by separate teams. Whelen still Action Express, and the Mustang sampling car now is other way around.
Run by the same. Oh, sorry, yes, the 6 to 5 to 31. Beg your pardon.
Yes.
Carry on.
Come on, Jeremy. It's very rare that I'm right in the first place. Don't knock me confidence even further. Good heavens. Anyway, 31 and 5 next up, and then 8 seconds away from the lead, Tristan Nunez for Mazda. In GT Le Mans, Tom Milner has pulled away by a couple of seconds from Nick Tandy, who's trying to get back to him. And last time around was a couple of tenths quicker in Porsche number 911. The number 3 Corvette is in third position for Antonio Garcia, another 2 seconds further back. He's got a second on Connor De Filippi, the one mirrored Connor De Filippi. No right-hand door mirror on the red number 25. The black number 24, Jesse Krohn, another 6 tenths further back. And then Lawrence Vanthoor, who is coming in for that drive-through. In fact, he's going out from that drive-through now. In GTD, Steen Schotthurst is leading, hasn't made the first stop though. Madison Snow has, and is just 2 seconds further back. He's got by Jeff Westphal, also hasn't stopped yet. So those guys are still on the fuel and the tyres from the start of the race, he says. Yes. They did not stop at the full course caution, which was at lap 18. Is that right, 18? Yeah, end of 17, beginning of 18. So Lawrence Vanthoor now plays catch up after another pit stop snafu rather, that's seen him in for a penalty. We must stop them getting penalties so that we can mention other Porsche keys to the race. I'll remind you that it is a 6-hour race, runs through the early afternoon into the evening. Been very warm at Road Atlanta the last few days, but in terms of the last few days, relatively temperate, 28 Celsius, 31 on the track, but humid at 70% humidity. And the giggle from the Florida native there about the humidity.
If it's not 100% humidity, it can always go higher.
But that is true. If it's ever 100% here, it means it's raining. So that is, or I'm in the shower. So it is going to be tough, particularly for the two driver teams this afternoon into the evening. Watch out in about another couple of hours' time when we might see a bit of tricky strategy for the points for the Michelin Endurance Cup. They're awarded at 3 hours here, as well as at the end of the race. So there might be a little bit of shuffling around to get people ahead for those that are involved in that championship. And when we get a bit closer, we'll remind you who those are, so that if you see a car coming in on what looks to be a slightly short run on their fuel, You can tweet me and remind me when I get overly excited about it, okay? Track position here, important. And working your way through the traffic is always a lot of fun here, but requires a bit of concentration from all parties concerned. And, of course, no penalties. That one I'm just going to have to underline several times and get the highlighter pen out. Those are your Porsche keys to the race. Jeremy Shaw. We've had a little bit of green flag running now. 5 hours 13 on the nosy to go. And at the front of the field, it's still only a second between Van der Zande and Dane Cameron. Cameron holding on to the leader there. And that will be some consolation for Acura Team Penske.
Yeah, certainly. There's not much to choose between those two, and Felipe Nasr, he's hanging on there as well. There was less than a second between each of the three of them previous time around. This time, a little bit of traffic for Nasr causing the fall back just a little bit. In the fourth position, Sebastian Bourdais, he's actually closed in a little bit on that last lap as well, able to get a clear run, but that will change next time around. Bourdais, though, he's edged quite a long way clear now of the two Mazdas, and finally on this last lap, the number 55 car has moved ahead of number 77. So Tristan Nunez has fallen behind Harry Tincknell in the 5th and 6th place. Here are those two Mazdas working their way through the GTD traffic.
So 11 hours of racing in the first 40 minutes of today's event. Leader Renger van der Zande working his way past the Vassar Sullivan Lexus down towards what has been one of the action areas already today, down at turn 10. Right in behind him, Dane Cameron's maybe just smelling a little bit of blood, trying to get some kind of run at the leader, but that's large capacity V8 engine, plenty of grunt out of the corners. Now going past the second of the Vassar cars. That's Frankie Montecalvo in 5th place in GT Daytona. It will be Shinji Machini for Michelin Racing, the next of the GTD runners that have to go through. Felipe Nasr's not that far away, Jeremy, is he, from the leading pair?
He wasn't, but he had to tuck in behind that Vassar Sullivan Lexus GT3 car going through the S's there. That cost him a fair bit of time on this lap. So you can see the gap now has extended quite a bit, and Sebastian Bourdais is now right up with Felipe Nasr. Here is this battle for 3rd and 4th positions. But again, traffic, you talked about at the top of the show in the Michelin Countdown to Green. Traffic is so important here. Patience, that's the big key to having success in this race. Quick note also about the Mazdas. They're slipping back, although as I say that Harry Tincknell goes a green first sector for him, but he's now about 8 seconds behind this battle between the Cadillacs, the number 31 car, and the number 5.
Yeah. Turn 1, 63, WeatherTech Ferrari, still to make its first stop. About how far do we think the GTDs can go? That's 32 laps for Westphal and Shotthurst in respectively the 3rd place Ferrari and the leading Lamborghini. Now, that's coming on to 50, in fact just on 50 minutes, but we've had a couple of full course yellow periods, Jeremy. I think they'd probably be all right for another 10 to 15 minutes. They'll do an hour round here under normal circumstances, the GTDs, or is it a bit fast for that?
Yeah, I think it's probably just around about an hour. I don't know, to be perfectly honest. I haven't done that homework. I've had a chance to do that homework this weekend. It's around about an hour, though, so we can expect pit stops, I think, within the next 5 or 10 minutes. Okay,
I'll keep an eye on that.
For those 3 that did not pit earlier on.
Correct, yes, indeed. Shea Adam has an update for us on the Scuderia Corsa Ferrari.
The Ferrari has about a 100-liter fuel tank, so it should be able to make it with full green running about 50 to 55 minutes. But the big thing with this car, they lost most of FP1 due to a turbo overboost issue. They changed things out in the car, got Jeff Westphal back out there for qualifying, But Cooper McNeil has had 0 laps in the car all weekend. Tony Villander got some laps before the car had its issues, which means that when the car does come in for a pit stop, if they take Jeff out and they put Cooper in, his first laps all weekend will be about an hour into this race.
Wow. Yeah, well, he knows his way around here. He knows that car. Never easy, though, to get straight into the pace and the rhythm of a race weekend. Top 3, make that the top 4 together on the back straight now. That being the Konica Minolta Cadillac, the black number 10, Dane Cameron in the white number 6, Acura Team Penske, Acura DPI, then the red and white Whelen Engineering Cadillac of Felipe Nasser, and then the grey Mustang sampling Cadillac of Sebastian Bourdais. That's your top 4. They are under 4 seconds, 3.5 seconds across the line actually, as they head off to turn 1, and that cloud is still gathering just a little bit. Nothing to worry about at the moment, but it's not the perfect cloudless blue sky that we had earlier this morning here at Road Atlanta, when the silence was wonderfully shattered by V10 Lamborghinis and flat 6 Porsches in 2 of the challenge races. 2 more of those races tomorrow. And of course the Michelin Pilot Challenge, which is another extended race as part of the Michelin Endurance Challenge weekend. 4 hours for Michelin Pilot tomorrow, and again that will be live for you on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. We'll get the band back together along with the 2 challenge races as well, the Porsches and the Lamborghinis, both of which were eminently entertaining today, and it's round 2 for them tomorrow. Those of you at the track will get another early morning call with barking racing engines. What a way to be woken up. I'm really quite envious of you staying trackside, and thank you for those of you who have made the effort to make the weekend of it, or indeed who have come just for the day on what is Labour Day weekend, isn't it, in the US. So a bit of a holiday feel to the weekend proceedings here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta and the TireRack.com Grand Prix. Jeremy.
Yeah, just watching Tristan Nunez. He's drifting back at quite a rate now. He's falling back for Harry Tincknell at least a second and a half or 2 seconds, or maybe even more per lap. So I wonder whether there's another problem with that number 77 car. That is the car that had to change the engine from yesterday, but he was running well in the early stages, but not so now. And Harry Tincknell, having got past Nunez, is beginning to close on the battle ahead of him. He's actually just set his best lap of the race, Harry Tincknell, in the number 55 car. Also, a shout out here to Patrick Kelly, who's leading, well, the only car really in contention now in LMP2, but he's doing a splendid job in the 7th position, still on the lead lap overall. He's just set his own personal best lap in this race, 1 minute 13.3 on a last lap around, and he's leading comfortably for PR1 Masters Motorsports. As I say, there's only 2 cars in that class that even started. The other car, the Era Motorsport entry, has had a problem, but Patrick Kelly, for someone with relatively little experience, is really doing an excellent job in that car at this stage in the race.
He's been doing a great job ever since he got into that car. He's been really impressing me, Jeremy. He really has. Just a quick note on the 77. That's the car that had the engine change, isn't it? So it was the 77 share rather than the 55 that had the engine change of the 2 Multimatic cars?
Yep, it was the white one.
Yeah, thought so. So I wonder if that is what is causing the issue. And 18, the 18 is back out, yes, as we were just seeing. The LMP2 car that had that incident right at the top, with the rebuilt.
A long way back.
Yeah, but again, Shea explaining why they wanted to get out there and get some miles under the wheels. And the other car that was involved in that, the 85 JDC Miller Motorsports Cadillac, in the pits, still in the pits, after, or as that car is being rebuilt. Matthias Lace took the car in. It's going to be Stephen Simpson, we hear, that will bring that car back out. Again, what looked to be relatively minor side-by-side contact, but the amount of camber that the rear wheels have in these cars, even though they are closed wheel cars, both of those cars sustaining damage to the rear suspension on the right rear for the number 18 LMP2, the Aero Motorsport car, and on the left rear for that 85 JDC Miller Motorsports Cadillac. It was top wishbone, clearly see that when the car was in the pit lane after limping back with Matthias Lees getting that car back. So that is going to be a longer fix quite clearly. Coming towards the end of the first racing hour, let's give you a quick rundown of what is going on. We'll start in GTD because it is a little bit different there, with Steen Schotthurst leading for GRT Grasser Racing, and the Lamborghini has not yet though made the first pit stop. Pretty much all of the rest of the field, there's I think 3 cars that haven't made their pit stops, 2 cars that haven't made their pit stops at that point, and the GRT Grasser Racing team is one of them at the safety car. So Madison Snow in second position at the moment for Paul Miller Racing, 7 seconds behind Schotthurst, but has made that pit stop on lap 18. Westphal in third is the other GTD that hasn't made its pit stop as yet, and sits just half a second behind Madison Snow in the second of the Lamborghinis in that Ferrari. Then it's Acura for Maishank Racing, Shinji Mishimi in the 86. Then the 2 Lexus for Im Vassar Sullivan, 12 Monte Calvo, 14 De Quesada. That's your top 6. In GT Le Mans, Corvette and Tom Milner by about a second and a half from Nick Tandy in Porsche. The pole sitting 9-11. Antonio Garcia for Corvette is in third, another 1.3 seconds further back. And then it's Connor De Filippi, who is 2 seconds further back for the first of 2 BMWs, running about a second and a half between those two. Jesse Krohn in the 24 car, the black car, in fifth. And Lawrence Venter, after a drive-through penalty for running over pit equipment during the full course yellow pit stops, 23 seconds further back. At the front of the field, it's Renger van der Zande that leads for Cadillac by nearly 2 seconds. The Acura of Dane Cameron still has Felipe Nasser for company as they go through turn 5 in traffic, and 2 different categories of GT cars as they go for a moment 4 wide, with 3 classes in the picture at the same time. Make that all 4 classes in the picture at the same time, because the LMP2 car that's just rejoined Dwight Merriman was in there as well for Aero Motorsport, so they were all scrambling for track position. So Nasser right with Cameron, then it's Bourdais about another 2 seconds further back for Mustang Sampling Cadillac, then the 2 Mazdas. But as Jeremy said, Harry Tinknell closing a little bit on Bourdais, he's within a second now, and Tristan Nunez just not got the pace at the moment, nearly 2 seconds slower the last time around than his teammate, and has dropped away to 19 seconds back. Then it's the leader in LMP2 in 7th position overall, and then the recovering Elio Castroneves, after not 1 but 2 penalties, drive through for speeding in the pit lane, and a stop and 60-second hold for blowing the red light at the end of the pit lane. He's off the lead lap of DPI, and at the front of the race he sits in 8th position overall, just ahead of all of the GT Le Mans cars. And that's how it stands, with an hour of racing completed and 6 hours still to go at the TireRack.com Grand Prix at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. So that was an action-packed moment or two for the first hour, Jeremy Shaw. Not sure what we take from that, other than clearly we've got a fired up Elio Castroneves, and he'll be fighting his way back. But Renger van der Zande has just put in a decent lap in traffic and stretches his lead to 3.1 seconds. And the Cadillacs, who weren't too happy with the balance of performance they'd been dealt earlier in the week, at the moment showing very well indeed in first, third and fourth.
To be honest, they never are happy with the balance.
Nobody's happy.
Strikes me.
If everybody's complaining, then Simon and Jeff and the rest of the technical team have done that job perfectly. Exactly, and I say that with much respect to those guys. I do, but the Cadillac team seems to make a bigger have of it than most of the other teams. But anyhow, they dominated the Motul Petit Le Mans 1 year ago. This time they're having a bit of a harder battle of it, but they're certainly running very, very well at the moment. All 3 Cadillacs, or there's 3 of the remaining 4 Cadillacs, are right there in the thick of things at the front of the field. So there's still a long way to go. Anything can happen, certainly, but the Renger van der Zande is doing a super job out front there, and this Konica Minolta team,
they kind of specialise in the longer races. They've won the Rolex 24 a couple of times the last couple of years, and they're a team that really relishes in the long distance endurance races. They get the strategies right. They have good pace, good consistent pace, and that's what it takes to win this race, even at 6 hours rather than 10.
Tristan Nunez, we may have found the answer, and it's not mechanical. As such, Shea Adam has been in touch with the team and has this VP Racing update.
Thank you, Olivier Pla, for checking your phone. Yes, it is nothing to do with the new engine. They're very happy with it, watching the data and all that. They didn't take tires on the last pit stop, which is part of the reason that Tristan Nunez is struggling, because every other DPI car that came into the pit lane, they did.
There is a tyre off a moment or two for Ian James in the 23 Heart of Racing team, Aston Martin, but he's back on through the S's. There is a tyre allocation, Shea, for this race weekend.
Correct, which is yesterday and today. Between the two, 14 sets of tires for DPI, LMP2, and GTLM, 9 for GTD, which means that tires really shouldn't be a concern in terms of allotment.
So they must have elected not to take tyres for that track position that we were talking about in the Porsche countdown to green, Jeremy? Porsche Customs, rather?
Yeah, you'd certainly use at least a fresh set in qualifying. They've got through a couple of sets earlier on. I'm sure they're making sure they've got fresh tyres to the end of the race. And here's number 77 car with the tail off. So, yeah, thanks, Olivier.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looked like damage though, Jeremy. I think there's been a coming together there. There was damage on the left rear, and the Corvette's got damage at the back on the left as well. So that may have been something entirely different. And is that a left rear puncture on Corvette number 4? This is drama again for Tom Milner, who was very handily leading the race. It is indeed. The car sitting very low on the left rear and trailing the under tray at the back, and there was damage to the back. I'm certain there was damage to the back of the rear clip on the 77 Mazda as well. Now into the pit lane for Tom Milner. Now this is interesting, Shea, because he's just dropped the carcass off right at the top of the hill, but it's not. It's sort of on the run into the pit lane. Shea, half of the GT Le Mans runners took new tyres before the race.
Not either of the Corvettes, though. So for the Ford Corvette and for Tommy Milner, that left rear has had a lot of abuse in terms of the time that it's been out there. But keep in mind, they did do pit stops. They did come in for the full course caution. As diving into the pits comes the number 10. That's the Koenig Minolta Cadillac. It's Renger van der Zande bringing the car in. But Tommy Milner coming in from the lead. Yes, exactly. He was out there for about 51 minutes on that tire, which is the normal stint length time. So that's not really long enough for us to be worried. He gets out of the car, handing over to Oliver Gavin. They're doing 4 new Michelin and refueling during this opportunity. This might trigger a slew of pit stops, though, because we are getting close to a window. Oliver Jarvis has taken the 77 Mazda back out. That was damaged to the left rear. Well spotted, John. So that car has gone out to continue around, as Renger is out of the 10 as well. That is now being taken over by Ryan Briscoe. These two drivers, it's very simple for them, John. They lead the championship and they lead the Michelin Endurance Cup. So they're going for every single point they can get today.
Yeah, I wonder if they dived in because they were wondering if they were going to get a full course yellow for that issue. And we have indeed got a full course yellow. So that, Jeremy, that's great work from Koenig and Minolta, from Wayne Taylor and from Renger van der Zande. They'll have been watching the pictures. They'll have seen what was happening, and that's given them a quick pit stop there.
Yeah, you're crucial, I think, there for that team. And number 11 car, I think also the GRT Grasser Racing team, I think that maybe was in right before we had this full course caution. So look, the leaders, the overall leaders of DPI, they were due for pit stop any second there. I think the Wayne Taylor guys there, we just talked about it, didn't we, how they called the strategy in these long distance races. Get him in now, get that stop made. He is going to be back in the lead when everybody else has to make their pit stop under the full course caution. Great call by Wayne Taylor Racing and the Koenig and Minolta team.
It is confirmed from race control. Debris at turn, that's debris at turn 10. I would have sort of said that was, is that turn 10 or is that turn 11 at the top of the hill? I'd say that was turn 11, but never mind. It is certainly partially for that tyre. If there's anything else further, the remnants of that tyre. What we still haven't had yet is an explanation about whether that was contact between those two cars that we saw with damage, the number 77 Multimatic DPI and the number 4 Corvette. But there was definitely damage on the rear clip of that car. The IMSA EMR Chevrolet safety truck doing great job. Hello to all of our safety workers who I know are tuned in around the circuit. They listen to Race Control and to 98.1 FM as well around the track, around the world on RS2. That's the home of IMSA Radio, 24/7, 365 IMSA content as part of the Radio Show Limited network of sound and vision channels. Renger van der Zande then out of the number 10, and that car having rejoined for Ryan Briscoe, stayed on the lead lap of course, and now with the full course caution and the reappearance of the Corvette safety car, they will cycle back to the lead. So what have we got? Is this our third full course yellow? Yes.
Including the one at the start, yes it is.
Yes. Yeah, we did get a part of a lap of green, so I think, I think that's fine. I'm calling this 3.
10 yards, yeah, absolutely. No, actually, they didn't throw the yellow until most of the way around that first lap, in actual fact.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep, right, John.
So Dane Cameron leading in DPI for the moment at least, behind the safety car with Felipe Nasser in second and Sebastian Bourdais third. So Acura, Cadillac, Mazda, the 55 of Harry Tinknell, handily closing up. In the classes, Patrick Kelly, of course, leading LMP2. Nick Tandy's back at the front of GT Le Mans, and Madison Snow for Paul Miller Racing.
And the number 52 car, by the way, the Patrick Kelly in that LMP2 leading car, he was lapped just before the full course caution came out. Not this particularly significant, but he is a lap down. And behind him on the racetrack are Oliver Jarvis, who has taken over from Tristan Nunez in number 77 car during that we think unscheduled stop right before. And so that car also is a lap down, as of course is Elio Castroneves in the number 7 car.
Now, the leaders, of course, all stopped on that previous safety car. So they've done a decent run, Jeremy, 32 laps for most of the leading cars. So that's well in the window, even if the Konica Minolta car hadn't stopped. So they will take the pit stop here. Castroneves, will he stay out and try to get his lap back? Might do.
No, because he's going to need a stop in any case. He was lost in, he's pitted with everybody else, so no, he needs a pit stop.
Right, okie dokie. Pits, I think, will be open this time around. Yes, they are. The pass around has been enacted, where the cars not in the lead class that have just been passed by the leader and so are effectively they're disadvantaged. They're allowed to go back round and get back onto the end of the lap, so they don't lose the end of the crocodile, so they don't lose a lap to their own class leader. So let's go to Shea Adam, and we expect all of the prototypes to come in, and indeed that is happening. Shea, go ahead.
They all come down the hill, nicely line astern. I'm sure everybody is hyper aware of that pit lane speed limiter, the sign, and getting their finger on the button a little bit earlier than normal, since penalties have already been given out before cars coming in the pit lane line astern. Dane Cameron in the number 6. We've got the Whelen Engineering car, that's Felipe Nasser this time, because all 3 of their drivers named Felipe. Sebastian Bourdais in the number 5, and Harry Tinknell in the 55. Let's start with the 6, since that one's the first one there. Juan Pablo Montoya getting into this car. Fuel and tires for the number 6 Acura Team Penske. It will be a Philippe driving the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. The question is just which one when it leaves the pit lane. Joao Barbosa is getting into the number 5 Mustang sampling Cadillac. The tire change is done for the 31, just waiting on the fuel for that car now. And also for the 55 Mazda, we did have a driver change for the sister car, the 77. So I would expect it to be Jonathan Bomarito taking over for Harry Tinknell in the red Mazda, but we have to wait. First car back and rolling is Juan Pablo Montoya. Second car is the 31 Cadillac. The third car is the Mazda, and then the 5 Cadillac. So the 5 Cadillac actually lost one position. It's Ryan Hunter-Reay, by the way, in the 55 Mazda, and it is still Nasser behind the wheel of the 31.
And let me just say that the number 10 car, of course, didn't pit because that had just pitted a while ago. Number 7 team also has elected not to make a pit stop now, nor the number 77, of course. Number 77, that had stopped right before the caution period. The number 7 car, however, it was they've elected to stay out to get back on the lead lap, and then probably, I would expect, right before we go back to green, that will be in the pits again to top off with fuel. So it's always a bit of a gamble when you do that, but they should be okay to get back onto the lead lap. And that will bring, I think, all of the prototype cars back onto the same lap.
Yeah, it was worth a shot, wasn't it? Absolutely, Jeremy, as you say it. It'll depend just how quickly we go back to green. This time around, it will be the GTs that come into the pit lane.
It's going to be a busy place.
And there is a problem for Elio in that he is embroiled in the GTs. He's pulled out of line, not because he's going to go past any of them. That wouldn't be allowed. But he doesn't want to be in the way. He wants to get the best run possible when the cars around him pull into the pit lane, because he wants to skedaddle up the road and get round onto the back of the prototype line. So all of the GTs now in, and Shea will take a look at the pit stops. GT Le Mans coming in first.
And there's a lot of them, which is always nice.
All of them.
Got all of them. Not the 4. Oh, yeah, the 4 did come back in. It shouldn't be any long stop for the 4. All right, 48 is in the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini. That's Madison Snow out. And it should be Brian Sellers getting in if their rotation stays true. But hey, the playbook gets thrown out the window as soon as everything goes green. Nick Tandy is out of the 911 Porsche, finally handing over to his French co-driver, which is not anything new, but it is Fred Makovecki, which is new for this year. 25 BMW also in the pit lane. That was Connor De Filippi bringing it in. Hopefully they'll put a new right side door on that car and give Bruno Spengler a better door mirror and possibility to see out the other side. Should be Jordan Taylor in the number 3, slotting back into the 2nd position. And no, it's still Garcia. Oh my goodness. It's John Edwards in the 24 BMW now, and the 912 Porsche was the last one. It's Bamber in that car. Now that's piled up. Bambi behind the wheel. Ollie Gavin taking back out the number 4. No changes there. Fuel and tires for pretty much everybody except the 4, which just did take new tires. It is Brian Sellers, by the way, in the 48 Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini. Shinny Bushini staying aboard for another stint behind the 86 Meyershank Racing Acura. Now that's a car that is looking for championship points this weekend after coming back in and coming in with a tie for one of the Lexuses. Frank Montecalvo, another stint for him in the 12 Lexus. And it's Ryan Hardwick, who, by the way, took over the last time around in the pit stops for the Wright Motorsport Porsche. He's going again, but this time a great stop by those boys and girls puts him up into 4th.
Thank you, Shea, for that VP Racing Fuels pit lane update. That's full course yellow coming at a lovely time then for the GTD cars that didn't make their pit stop. Did they manage to get to that? I think they did, didn't they? Certainly the 2 GTD cars, Cooper McNeil's now in the Scuderia Corsa. They've only made 1 stop, so that should have helped them, but they've seemed to have dropped all the way down, so they mustn't have had a decent time in the pit lane.
Sorry, who? Which car?
63, the WeatherTech.
63, yeah. Oh, no, yeah, everybody pitted then. And the only car that was really off strategy was number 11 car, which came in right before the caution period. Actually went a lap down. He'll now get his lap back when everybody else comes into the pits. But must have been a long stop, I think, for the number 11
yes,
car.
Yes, and it must have been a long stop for the 63 because they came in out, they were in line having not stopped. They were, 3rd or 4th, and they've gone back out 11th.
Well, because they needed a lot more more fuel, of course, than.
Yeah, okay, yes, fair point. Yeah, true enough. They must have been pretty much on fumes, actually.
Yes.
Belt troubles with the number 11, I'm hearing, when they came in for Robbie Highstand, Richard Highstand. I've got me Robbies and me Richards all. Ricky Bobby Highstand Foley. We'll just lump them all together today. Sorry, guys. Briscoe then out front. We'll be going back to green shortly because we are doing the class split. Elio's in the pit lane to get his service, having got back onto the tail end of the lead overall lap. In that DPI category, it's Ryan Briscoe leading from Juan Montoya, from Felipe Nasser and Ryan Hunter-Ray, and Joao Barbosa and Ollie Jarvis on a new set of Michelin tyres. And of course, they're pretty much line astern behind the Corvette safety car. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Well, just to say for non-regulars in this sport, the reason number 7 car is coming in now, it got back on the lead lap because it didn't make a pit stop when everybody else did. It was at the back of the pack. It was able to kind of run around to catch up with the field. Then it's now making its pit stop, and as long as it's a good pit stop, they should be able to get back out on track, still back on the lead lap with everybody else. So back on strategy with everybody else. So good call there by Acura Team Penske.
It's Jeremy Shaw. He is in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre with me, John Hindorf, and our VP Racing Fuels pit lane reporter is Shea Adam. In GT Le Mans, Fred McAfee aboard the 911 that he shares with Nick Tandy. Antonio Garcia has stayed behind the wheel of the number 3 Corvette that he started. He's in second. Then the 2 BMWs, both changed drivers. It's Bruno Spengler in the 25, John Edwards in the 24. Earl Bamber gets his first look at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta as we go back green. And Ollie Gavin is in the Corvette number 4, which has dropped off the lead lap, hasn't it, that car? Yes, it has, after its woes. So waiting to see that car and see if it can make up a little bit of time. Let's have a quick update on Ollie Gavin as we get back to racing and before the leaders get into traffic. Shea Adam is this VP Racing Fuel pit update.
The good news is that it didn't do any damage. That puncture that they had that resulted in the carcass coming off and causing the full course yellow. The other good news, sort of, it wasn't contact induced, so it was just an issue with the tire.
All right. Okay. Well, is that good news? That's the question.
That's why I said it with a question mark.
Yes, yeah, I got that. Very good. So out front then, it is the Ryan Briscoe driven Cadillac, and he's pulled about 0.8 of a second away from Juan Montoya, the man on the move at the moment with clear track. Ahead of him is Ricky Taylor, who's taken over from Elio Castroneves, but he is on the tail end of the lead lap. He's got a wee while to go before he catches up to the back of the field, and he's trying to make the best of that clean track that he's got and the clear air that he's got around him. Corvette number 4, Ollie Gavin, has he just gone past his teammate?
Yes,
yes.
To get back onto the lead lap.
Yes, that's so my point.
The 4 car is not leading the category, but it is now back on the lead lap.
Correct. Exactly the point I was asking. Thank you, Jeremy, for reading my mind. We have worked together for a little while, ladies and gentlemen. Shock horror. 4 hours and 40 minutes still to go. Plenty to happen. And remember, 3 hours, we've got points for the Michelin Endurance Cup. So expect to see some perhaps different strategies for teams for whom that is important. Porsche number 911, McAfee under pressure from BMW, going round the outside. John Edwards gets it done before they get to the braking area at turn 10. That was a heck of a slingshot. Makes me think that perhaps there was a little mistake from Mako coming out of turn 7 and he didn't get the drive he was expecting. Maybe got caught in some of the traffic. Well, that was an exceptionally good move by John Edwards. So it's Corvette, BMW, BMW, Porsche, Porsche, and Corvette. But Ollie Gavin, crucially, a few C8Rs lengths ahead of his teammate now. So if we were to have another full course caution, he would get back on the lead lap. In the pit lane, Dylan McIvern for Turner Motorsport. Now, that I wasn't expecting for the 96 car. No. And he took over from Robbie Fawley on the same pit stop strategy as everyone else at the safety car. And that car is back in. Now, we did see that car taking a pretty hefty thump from the Misha Goldberg-driven Acura, which was looked at. No action taken, no further action required from race control, but that car's back in. Shea Adam will get us an update on that fairly shortly, I'm sure. The Turner guy's very good at passing the information along. 98.1 FM around Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, around the world on RS2, IMSA Radio, and of course on XM Sirius as well. Thank you to Sirius XM for loaning us their airwaves.
What happened to number 911 Porsche? Did we see what happened there?
He's dropping back. He's dropping back. He got absolutely scalped by John Edwards on the back straight last time around. I thought he just made a mistake out of turn 7, but he's lost. He's lost 0.7 of a second, but John Edwards drove by him. I think he made a mistake somewhere coming out of 7, but he's lost a couple of places, hasn't he, since he took that car over?
Yeah, because I think wasn't he still leading after the pit stops? I'm pretty sure he was. I'm pretty sure he was. I think he was leading at the restart, but all of a sudden now he's down to 4th place in GTLM.
It was a change of driver there.
Yeah. True, Mako taking over from Nick Tandy, who of course qualified the car on pole position. There's a good lap for our race leader, only at 10.24 for Brian Briscoe. That's just the fastest lap of that car's race so far, but he certainly isn't pulling away. Here he is going past the number 18 Era Motorsport LMP2 car, not for position of course, but Pablo Montoya running nicely in the 2nd position. The top, 6 cars pretty much nose to tail now in the field. The only car that isn't is number 7, but despite those 2 penalties earlier in the race, the number 7 car is back to the lap Taylor at the end.
It's Jeremy Shaw with me, John Hinoff in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. I reckon, he did come out ahead, Jeremy, under that full course yellow. But he must have lost it almost immediately on the restart. I'm just doing a quick comparison with the Corvette numbers 3 and 4, and he had a slow lap just after the restart, and that's what cost him. So that has been the issue for Makoviecki. Just waiting to see. Dylan McIvern hasn't come out of the pits yet, so that is clearly something more than trivial, I'm afraid, for Turner Motorsport and the M6 GT3. They've had a rich vein of form recently, Jeremy, and that looks like it's coming to an end here.
Yeah, that's certainly a shame for that team. They won very impressively last time out at VIR. That broke yet another record for Bill Oberlin, his 61st victory in big-time American sports car racing. For good measure, he won the Michelin Pilot Challenge race as well for Turner Motorsport with Robbie Foley a couple of weeks ago at VIR.
Yep, swept the weekend, I suppose, you might say.
Yeah.
And in some style, Bill Power still turned up to 11 for Mr. Oberlin. One of the first people I met when I came over to the States in '98. Bill and his dad, we'd been doing that must have been 99 actually, first year of the American Le Mans series. We'd been doing a promotional event in San Francisco, and Bill was part of it, no surprise there, always makes himself available. Bill and his dad, who's a pretty accomplished motorsport photographer, actually. Spent some time with them in a restaurant, having a cup of coffee, and welcomed me into the American motorsport scene. Took a pity on the new British bloke, and gave me some very important pointers, and have been, both of them, been lovely to me ever since. And that's not unique to me, Jeremy. That's just the sort of people the Oberlins are, and Bill in or out of the car, certainly lovely. I wouldn't like to be wheel to wheel with them, if I'm honest, and racing for the win or any position. Racing for 13th wouldn't make a blind bit of difference, but absolute gentlemen, the pair of the Oberlins out of the car. Lovely people.
Yeah.
Leaders working their way through traffic then, with Juan Montoya, Felipe Nasser, who's been in the Cadillac, the Whelen Cadillac, since the beginning of the race, as they work their way through GT Daytona traffic down towards turn 6. Not too far away is Ryan Hunter-Reay in the Multimatic number 55 Mazda, and not too far away from him is Ollie Jarvis. That 77 now returned to health with the new rear end and a new set of Michelin tyres.
Yeah, you're right. As Shay told us, during that last stint, we saw Tristan Nunez falling back in the number 77 car because they elected to keep, I think, another fresh set of fresh tyres for the end of the race in case they needed it. So I think that was a smart move. That car running very well now. Great to see Ryan Hunter-Reay running as well, and Joel Barbosa's hanging on there in number 5 Cadillac as well. Meantime, Ricky Taylor is trying to make up ground. He's, of course, off strategy with everybody else, but last time around he just turned the number 7 car's fastest lap of the race, a 10.0, which is a second and a half quicker than our race leader.
Shay Adam can give us a Turner Motorsport update in this pit report, brought to you by VP Racing Fuels.
It's some kind of brake issue that they're trying to diagnose right now. That's why the car is in the pit lane. But Bill Opperland actually didn't know that there was a problem with the car until Dylan McIvern walked back into the lounge when he was supposed to be in the car driving. So the crew...
Hang on. That means Bill Oberland's not listening to 98.1 at the track or RS2 IMSA radio. I'm going to have a word with him, a stern word.
Yes, well, he's been out of the pit box right now because this isn't his turn to drive. He still has another stint, and given the social distancing regulations, it's safer if the third driver waits back in the truck. So I do give him a little bit of credit for all that.
All right.
But still, the Turner Motorsports guys, they are not happy with the situation, obviously, because they are going for the overall championship. Bill and Robbie come into this race weekend on 5th place on 107 points. They're 8 behind the tied leaders. So this is a serious slap to their championship run.
Hello to Christina Nielsen, who is listening, following along closely at home. She's just tweeted at IMSA Radio, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the first race track she ever raced at in the States, and still she says her favourite place. Miss you, Christina. Hopefully get you back in a car soon. I did see you were having an outing in the Scandinavian Carrera Cup recently. I have to say I didn't see how you got on in that, so let us know. Also wish another one of our favourite drivers the very best in Catherine Legge, who I know will be tuned in somewhere. The rehabilitation from a broken leg sustained in testing at Paul Ricard for an LMP2 drive, including at Le Mans. Hopefully going well for you, Kat. I know you'll be working hard. Best to you and the family, and hope to see both of those ladies back at a track soon. Very competitive drivers, both Christina Nielsen and Catherine Legge. Best to both. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, like Christina, keeping that an eye on that in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. In about 4.5 hours' time, we'll be looking through the comments for Michelin post-race tech. I always mean to mention it a couple of hours before the end, but something always happens. So I've written myself a note this week to mention it early on, and then trying to keep remembering. Michelin post-race tech is the original audience-driven show, pun absolutely intended. Hashtag Michelin PRT for any questions, points arising or observations from what you've seen so far this weekend here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. So hashtag Michelin PRT to @IMSA Radio, and we'll stay on the air on RS2 for half an hour, 40 minutes or so after the checkered flag. Bring you some interviews, hopefully update you on the standings and answer some of your questions too. So Michelin post-race tech, the checkered flag ends the race but only starts the conversation. And don't forget, we've got more racing tomorrow as well. Briscoe slipped out to a 2.5 seconds at the front over Montoya, who's now got a second over Felipe Nasr. Cadillac number 10, Acura DPI number 6, showing the bright red number 2 in the LED panel on the side of the car. Then the red and white Felipe Nasr driven Wheatland Engineering Cadillac carving through the GT Le Mans traffic, which is led by Antonio Garcia, who's now got 4.5 seconds on Bruno Spengler, who's got just 0.7 of a second on his team RLL BMW teammate John Edwards, and in GTD Brian Sellers by nearly 4 seconds now over Shinji Mishimi. So that's Lamborghini from Acura, from Lexus 2 seconds further back, Frank Monte Calvo, and still 4.5 hours to go, Jeremy.
Yeah, indeed, and just the two Mazdas just exchanged position. Ollie Jarvis just got past Ryan Hunter on the last time around. That's going to be interesting to see whether he can make any inroads into the Cadillacs ahead of him. He's got Felipe Nasr about 1.5 seconds ahead of him on the roads, and we can see them here going through turn 1. By the way, just a very quick note, you were talking about getting well soon. Young Braden Eves, open-wheel driver, had a nasty crash at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway road course on Friday. He's driving now, he's last year's USF 2000 champion, moving on to the next rung of the Road to Indy ladder. He broke a couple of vertebrae in his back, but I know he sent me a text earlier on. He's tuned in to listen to us, so get well soon, Braden. Get yourself back at the wheel of a race car. Also, a quick note that the Simon Trummer, who is on a lap on his own now, it's unfortunate the number 52 team didn't keep him out there to try and stay on the lead lap. Well, no, he couldn't, because, well, yes, he could, because he'd just fallen a lap down before the caution period, but they brought him in on schedule with everybody else, so it remains a lap down. But Simon Trummer has turned some very, very quick lap times. A lap, I think, last time around, actually, he turned his fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 11.2. The race leader, by the way, the overall race leader last time around was a 1:11.9. So it shows you well Simon Trummer is doing in that number 52 PR1 Matheson Motorsport LMP2 car.
And Shea Adam can give us an update on another one of our wounded family members from IMSA. Devon Jones had a nasty accident last time out, Shea, and had to go to hospital and sustained actually some broken bones. But the news since VIR is pretty encouraging, according to his Instagram.
Yeah, he had a broken right arm, some broken vertebrae in his back, but he was able to actually walk up the stairs to his apartment in North Carolina a few days after the wreck. We do not yet know when Devon will be back driving the number 82 Bimmerworld BMW in the Michelin Pilot Challenge Series, but we do miss him, and we're glad to know that he is okay. James Clay actually said the other day that the reason they drive BMWs is because the cars are so safe, and the damage sustained to the car versus the damage sustained to the driver's area was minimal. It's quite amazing.
Yeah, and it just goes to prove that whatever class of racing and whatever class of racing cars, the safety is taken very seriously. You might think that a GT4 car is pretty much a entry-level car, but the safety is just the same. Problem for the number 57, Goikberg, is losing the cover at the front of the car. He's been off again, or at least he was stopped in Sector 1 a few moments ago. He's had a really eventful, shall I say, opening to this race, and it is still Goikberg at the wheel. Misha's brought the car into the pit lane. The Acura looking less than the pristine way it was turned out by Michelin Racing. I would suggest he's been across the grass in that car, and therefore the car's been bouncing around a bit. Into the pit lane for the 44, John Potter presumably, Shea, John Potter's done his time now for GRT Magnus Racing in the Lamborghini 44.
He's done for the day. If he doesn't want to get back in the car again, he doesn't have to. An hour and a half time met, actually an hour and 35 minutes for John Potter. So a good job done by him. That's Trent Hinman walking around the left side, the driver's side of the 57 Acura, still putting his gloves on as the defending 2019 GTD champion. He got that championship driving the 86, but he is the endurance driver for the 57. Looks like he's putting his gloves on, though, John, to take that car back to the garage area because it's going to need a little bit more work than just a new hood.
Yeah, the hood is in pieces, and Misha Goldberg's been off again. That's at least the third incident for that car, and there's some damage sustained. There's radiators and all kinds of things towards the front of that car, and whilst that car is moving again, it will be going, I'm absolutely certain, oh, well, there you go, proving me wrong. They've gone out onto the circuit, and I'm very surprised that they've been allowed out in that, because that hood is not all in one piece. And it's effectively now an interference fit where the number is on the front, the 57, was pushed down by hand because it was sticking up, and it's been sort of lodged underneath the windscreen wiper. Now, they may just be having a look to see if that stays there. I didn't even see any tape put on that, Shea, but...
Nope, I didn't either.
It's a bodywork flapping there. The IMSA officials won't be happy with that.
That's a movable aerodynamic device.
How chaparral of them.
That is not acceptable. You can't see the Mobil 1 logo on the front of the car. You can't see any of the SiriusXM sponsorship. I mean, I'm sure that Mike Schenk is not approving of the way that his car looks, but IMSA as a whole will not approve of that car. That will be seeing a black flag here shortly. I'm sure. Shocked that the IMSA officials even allowed it to leave the pit lane as it was. But I'm thinking that maybe they were going around to try and maybe not lose an additional lap to be able to then come in and do some reparations to it.
Yeah, you don't want to be making extra pit stops. They'll have sent that car out because they think it's fine. It achieves nothing if you're not under caution to send it out without the repairs completed.
Yeah, but there's an awful lot of bodywork missing from the left-hand side and over the top of the wheel. The inner wheel arch is still there over the left front wheel, but there's definitely bodywork missing. There was a lot of grass came out the front of that car. I reckon that car has been off. We had a report of an incident at turn 1 involving the 57 car. I reckon he's gone on at turn 1, bounced over the grass, and the shock of bouncing over the grass has dislodged something, or it's dug in a little bit. But the middle part of the front cover on that car was literally pushed back into place by hand and bent into place where the number panel is, and now it's starting to work loose from underneath, just in front of the windscreen. And if that comes off, that is a big piece of carbon fibre. It's a quite intricate design on the front of that NSX. And I wonder, well, we'll leave it to the officials. They'll be keeping an eye on it, as we are. But that is clearly not the best stint of his driving career for Shinja Mishimi. Into the pit lane for the number 10.
Misha Goldberg.
Misha Goldberg, excuse me. Yes, thank you. Into the pit lane for the 4th place DPI. And that
You mean the race leader, John? This is race leader. Number 10.
Yes, by the time he came in, he was 4th place. Yes, it says on the side.
How close it was. Yeah.
That's how close it was. Now, this is interesting. He's only been out there for 23 laps.
I have your answer.
Shea Adam is already on fire with that. And why is Ryan Briscoe back in the pit lane?
Because he's leading the Michelin Endurance Cup points, and they are back timing to the 3-hour mark. So if they pit now and then they pit again in another 40 minutes, they're hoping they can be out front when the 3-hour mark comes, and they can maintain their 5-point lead over the number 5 car.
So that's the dodgy strategy, the strategy that's going to look odd and make us sort of scratch our head for a moment, that we talked about in the keys to the race. Within this event, within this particular race on the track at the moment, there are 4 classes. They're all in their own race, And as far as the championship is concerned, there are 2 championships up for grabs here. Points for the overall championship, which will be awarded, surprisingly enough, at the end of the whole 6-hour contest. But at 3 hours, as well as at 6 hours, there will be interim points awarded for the Michelin Endurance Cup, which is contested on the longer races of the season. So that would be the Rolex 24 at Daytona, the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, which will be at the end of the year, the Motul Petit Le Mans in a few weeks' time, and this, what should have been the still at 6 hours of the Glen, but of course now here as the TireRack.com Grand Prix at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. So that's what's happening. They are now looking to split the race into 2 3-hour events and then go back to looking at the end of the race for the other points in the other championship, and of course the other endurance points. We flagged that up with Porsche Keys to the race, and that's why there was that 23 lap stint for the number 10 of Ryan Briscoe. That will play out come the 24 lap stint, excuse me. That will play out come the 3-hour mark, so let's see where they are. Now that only works, Jeremy, if they're leading at the 3-hour mark because everybody else has just pitted. If they've got that one wrong, or of course if there's an intervention of a safety car, then all bets could be off, and they've done that from a very long way out.
Yeah, they have done it for a long way out, yeah, but you're better to make a strategic call like that early rather than late. They're going to still stay on the lead lap, so nothing ventured, nothing gained there. If there is a full course caution, it will play out to their favour in any case. So I think that this is a really smart call by that number 10 team. They're looking at the big picture. The big picture is not only winning this race, it's also winning the overall championship and the Michelin Endurance Cup. And what could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, and
by the way, our 4th lead change in this race. Number 6 car then back in the lead for the second time. Of course, that was the car that spun not even at the first corner, before the first corner, coming to the green flag at the start of the race. Number 6 car now with Juan Pablo Montoya at the wheel is leading by about 3 seconds on this last lap.
Yeah, and just a quick update on Ricky Taylor, who took the car over from Elio Castroneves after a stint to forget for Elio as well, with 2 trips to pit lane for penalties, and then he did manage to get the lap back, handed over to Ricky. Ricky now just 28 seconds away from the lead. Now remember, it wasn't too long ago we were talking about that car being 51 seconds away. They've worked the safety car, they've got back onto the lead lap, and now are gaining on the lead. Is 27.5 seconds, and that's due to some very, very quick times by Ricky Taylor. A 1:10.3 last time around. That's 1, 2, 3 seconds ahead of some of the cars, faster than some of the cars ahead of it, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's right, John. And even after when we were back to green, remember that car made its pit stop after everybody else. It made it as we were getting ready to go back to green. So the number 7 car came out for the restart well behind the rest of the pack. At that stage, the deficit to the leader was over 32 seconds, or to the next place car ahead of him was over 31 seconds. Now the gap from number 5, which was the car ahead of it then, to number 7 is 18 seconds. So he's almost halved that deficit to the number 5 car of Joao Barbosa.
Yeah. And that's what you've got to do. You've got to work these long races and try to make them work for you. The advantage they had, that all those trials and tribulations, was fairly early on. Blue flags waving as again the leaders are working through lapped GT traffic with one of the Corvettes right in the mix there. And that is the problem for everybody, and 3 wide, and a very close call indeed for Felipe Nasser in second place as he went past a black BMW, who was himself passing the number 14. That's the Michael de Quesada in Vassar Sullivan Lexus. He's been in that car right since the start, so that's a good long stint for him. Still Brian Sellers leading in that category. The Paul Miller Racing team looking for a good points haul today for the Michelin Endurance Cup. for that category in GT Daytona, which they already lead.
Yeah, as a result of winning the first race of the season, they came in to this race with a 3-point edge over number 44 team in the Michelin Endurance Cup. That's been based, of course, on the Rolex 24 at Daytona way back in January.
Yes, another lifetime ago. Another lifetime ago. Watching the lap times for Montoya and Nasser now, what, 3.3 seconds apart.
Gosh. And Ricky Taylor, it was 2 laps ago I told you the gap from number 5 car, number 7 was 18 seconds.
Yeah.
Last time around it was 10, and it's now down to 8.1. Absolutely
It took 6 seconds the last lap out of Joao Barbosa, by the way. That's not me driving that car around there. That's Joao Barbosa, who knows how to pedal. Now, traffic plays a part here, but my goodness, taking 6 seconds, and the fastest DPI car by some well, actually, I say that he wasn't last time around, because Ryan Briscoe was on a new set of tyres, having just got into the Cadillac of Connington Minolta, the Wayne Taylor run car. But he's still taking great chunks of time out of the cars ahead of him, and they both are now, in fact.
Yeah.
So,
but Barbosa's really struggling. I mean, he's falling back now. The deficit to number 55 car was 3.5 seconds and 6.6, now 8.3 just in the last 3 laps.
Yeah, been out there for 27 laps. So not as far as, say, Ollie Jarvis. He's been out there for 32 laps, but they're all coming round to what will be a full stint and a top-up of VP Racing fuel and a new set of Michelin tyres. And of course those guys, and particularly this is where Ryan Briscoe is going to get his track position back, and this is what they're back timing to. Here comes the number 77 of Ollie Jarvis, just mentioned him, completing a 33 lap run in the number 77. He was in just a little bit ahead of the cars around him, are all coming up to 28, 29 laps completed. So the mostly white Idemitsu livery Multimatic Mazda into the pit lane, and Shea's watching this one.
Fuel tires and a drink bottle change for Oliver Jarvis, who stays aboard for a double stint, but they are giving him new Michelin tires, so the lesson has been learned. Tristan Nunez, when he started, did 2 stints on the same set of Michelin tires when he did his pit stop, getting fuel only, and between that and the damage to the rear wing, as it was at the time, that's what caused the drop-off in time. Well, Oliver Jarvis has a perfectly clean new rear wing that he got the last pit stop. He's now got enough fuel to go back out there for another 42, 43-ish minutes. We'll see how long Ollie can stretch out of this tag.
Hello to Gert Van Kamp, who is working again during an IMSA race, excuse me. But good, he says that his internet's solid enough to watch the stream. Gert, thank you for tuning in to IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. More racing for you tomorrow with another couple of the challenge races, Lamborghini Super Trofeo, IMSA GT3 Cup Challenge USA for Porsches as well, and of course the Michelin Pilot Challenge, all tomorrow for you from Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, 98.1 FM around the track and around the world on RS2, IMSA.com and IMSA.tv. If you're in an area, a territory that doesn't have network TV coverage, then you can tune in to the IMSA radio audio with uninterrupted streaming pictures. Know that plenty of you across in Europe are doing that at the moment, where it is, what, 6:30 on a Saturday, maybe been out doing other things with the family, settling in for a quiet evening in, and for the last 4 hours worked quite nicely for those of you in the UK. An hour later in Europe, so what's that, 7:30 nearly? And welcome along if you are just joining us. It's been an action-packed opening couple of hours to the race, with 10 minutes away from the second racing hour being completed. Drama started before the green flag. I'll bring you up to date with that after these pit stops, as the leading 3 cars, Shea Adam, are in the pits.
That caught me up by surprise. We have Juan Pablo Montoya in the number 6. Dane Cameron did a lot of driving at the start of this one, so Juan's turn is not yet over. But Felipe Nasser into the pit lane in the Whelen Engineering number 31. It's Philippe Albuquerque time, so hello and stand back from the fences a little bit, ladies and gents. In the number 55 Mazda, Ryan Hunter-Reay brings that one in. That's the sole red car, fuel and tires for him as well. Harry Tinknell, again, spent a long time behind the wheel of that car, so Ryan not yet allowed to get out of the car. This means that because of the pit stop cycles, Ricky Taylor in the number 7 is now back up to second. That's just worth saying while all these stops are going on. It was a clean stop for the 6th. They're back out and rolling, and behind them goes that number 31 Cadillac, followed.
So good set of green flag pit stops there. Montoya back out again. That car still has the fastest lap of the race on a 109.7. How does that compare, Jeremy, to what we've seen here before at Motul Petit Le Mans? Slightly different time of the year, as we have been seeing during our broadcasts this week. But 109.7, we've had a couple of 109.8s as well from other DPIs. 109.7 in the great scheme of things here.
The race lap record set last year by Felipe Nasser, 108.869. So about a part of a second away from that, but still a long way to go in this race. And it's pretty out there right now and pretty humid as well. So the tyres are certainly taking a bit of a beating.
Yeah, and the temperature's going up as well. Track temperature now 48 Celsius. That is pretty nasty for the Michelin tyres. It's that Spa earlier on this year, last month now for the ELMS, and we did see 51 degrees Celsius there. I know at Spa it's been a crazy year. It's only 28 in the air, but we've had a lot of sunshine on the track all day today, so that's gone up considerably since the start of the race. Here's the balance of the pit stops from DPI at the front of the field. Cheer Adam.
Robert Buster just waiting on fuel at this point. He's already got 4 new Michelins, and man, he's told to go, and immediately he rips out of the pit box. So a good stop by JDC Mustang Sampling.
Yeah, the number 7 car then leads at the moment. Good lap last time, a 10.4 for Ricky Taylor. Of course, that car came in for its pit stop just, it was under caution a couple of laps after the leaders, but I would expect, yes, here he comes right now, is Ricky Taylor onto pit lane, so he will give up the lead on the 82nd lap. So just 1 lap led, 2 laps led there by the number 7 car. Scratch that, just 1 led, because the number 5 car led the previous lap before it too was on pit lane.
That looks fairly standard as well, Shea Adam.
Fuel, tires, maybe a new drinks bottle, maybe a little bit of a wipe of the brow for Ricky Taylor, as he's only halfway done with his hard work so far on this stint. It was a perfect stop by the number 7 crew. Fuel is the last thing that they're waiting on. 28, 29, 30, and go! Perfect by Ricky.
Yeah, and that is the absolute, look up a perfect pit stop in the racing dictionary, and that is it. That could be the illustration. The thing that should define how long you're standing still if you're taking a full tank of fuel is a full tank of fuel, and everything else was done in plenty of time. They knew what they were doing. Everybody had their job, Jeremy, and that's execution. When we talk about executing in the pits, that was it.
Indeed so, and the number 10 car now leads again. Of course, this car is out of sequence with everybody else. The number 10 car came into the pits out of the lead on lap 70. The rest of the round of pit stops was begun on lap 78. So 7 laps later by the number 77 car, and then the other guys were all in a couple of laps after that. So kind of different fuel stint strategies on at the moment amongst the leaders.
Yeah, and that again, part of that has been thrown in because of the hope that some of those teams will be ahead at the 3-hour mark for the Michelin Endurance Cup, and so that has thrown a little bit of a spanner in the works in terms of putting the teams off strategy. Those that are just looking directly to the end of the race do not pass 3 hours, do not collect points for the Michelin Endurance Cup. There are round about 10 laps difference Ryan Briscoe came in early by, well, actually a few less than that. He came in about 6 laps, but he was already slightly different, so that has stretched it out, yeah, to... Go ahead, Jeremy.
Just to say, John, before the round of pit stops, before the number 10 car, as you just said there, precipitated this round of pit stops by coming in early, looking forward to that 3-hour mark in the race. When it came into the pits, it was leading the number 6 car by 1.5 seconds.
Yeah.
Another 4.3 seconds it was back to number 31 and number 77. Then the number 55 and the 5. The gap between first and second now is 7.9 seconds last time. Seconds between number 10 and number 6. That's stretched out quite a long way, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Also, the gap from second to third is out to 6 seconds, where it was before about 4. So interesting to see how that's panned out.
Yeah, and I'm looking also to see where this bigger difference than I remember has come from. And I've just gone back here, and the number 10 car, even before Ryan's shorter stint, which we think is tactical, was 3 laps shorter on its run than the 6 Acura and the 31 car.
Well, that's because they came in right before the caution period.
Ah, that's so right, of course. That actually isn't 3 full laps, well remembered.
Correct.
And then they did the 24-lap stint, and that's where now we've got this slightly bigger gap then between those two that are chasing. So Ryan Briscoe's been out for 15 laps, whereas the other two, of course, are just recently out of the pit. So we're looking at the sharp end of 8 laps, 9 laps difference between those two, and that's all down to that 3-hour mark. Let's see if they've got their sums right, is all I'm going to say. I hope they have for their 6.
I'm sure they will do. Here's this battle for GTLM, especially for second place. Antonio Garcia has pulled out the better part of 10 seconds, and he's pulling away at 3 or 4 tenths of a second a lap on average from this big battle here for second, third, fourth, fifth position in GTLM. With the 2 BMWs and the 2 Porsches in a train there. Then there's a long gap back, of course, to Oliver Gavin, who is on the lead lap, the tail end of the lead lap of GTLM in car number 4.
Well, coming round to another hour of racing to be completed. 4 hours and 2 minutes still to go. Let's do a bit of an hourly update for you, and we'll run through the categories as most of the cars that are going to stop on the schedules that they're on have stopped, certainly at the front of the field. So Ryan Briscoe, on a slightly different strategy, as we've been explaining, is 6.5 seconds at the head of the field in that number 10 Konica Minolta Cadillac. The Acura Team Penske number 6, Juan Montoya behind the wheel, is in second, and he's got about 6.5 seconds between himself and Albuquerque. Albuquerque's just taken half a second out of him at that time around for the Whelen Engineering number 31. Fourth is the first of the Multimatic Mazdas. He's another 1.5 seconds further back, and he is Ollie Jarvis in the 77. Ryan Hunter-Reay's teammate is 7.5 seconds further back, but 9 seconds ahead of Joao Barbosa. Had a bit of a torrid time recently. That number 5 car, having now picked up the pace with a new set of tyres on that car, was actually over 2 seconds quicker than Hunter-Reay last time around. That was reversed earlier on when the tyre situation was slightly different. And making up the top 7 DPIs at 35 seconds off the lead and 2 seconds away from 6th place is Ricky Taylor in the number 7. That's the car that had to fight to get back on the lead lap after all the issues. And a spin for the number 74 at out of turn 10. It just gets pointing in the right direction. It's Gar Robinson for Riley Motorsports, but he just about got pointing in the right direction without causing anybody any issues. Yeah, Ricky Taylor, Elio Castroneves it was, who didn't do himself any favours early on with a couple of mistakes, speeding in the pit lane and then blowing through the red light. Gar just getting a bit excitable, by the way, on the right-hand pedal. He was under a bit of pressure from that would have been the 14 going through, I think, Michael De Casada. Yes, it was. But I don't think that precipitated the spin. They were side by side the first part of the 10-11 complex, 10A and 10B rather, complex, and it looks like Gar's got away with that without any damage. In LMP2, PR1 Matheson, 8th position overall after early problems for the number 18 Aero Motorsports car. Although that car has just come out of the pits apparently. Okay, good news for that. We've still not yes, that car has just come out of the pits. We've still not seen the return of the Turner Motorsport BMW number 96 with that braking issue as reported earlier on. GT Le Mans, Corvette from BMW by 9.5 seconds. That's 3 from 25. Machiavelli in the 911 Porsche is another 1.5 seconds further back. John Edwards for BMW, 1.2 seconds further back in 4th. That's the 24. 5th for Earl Bamber, just 0.3 further back in 5th for Porsche. And Ollie Gavin still on the comeback trail after that puncture for the number 4 car. And finally, last but not least, Brian Sellers leads for Paul Miller Racing and Lamborghini by 6.3 seconds. The 48 has the point in the GTD category from Shinji Mishimi for MSR with Kurt Agajanian, the Acura number 86 in second. Then 3.2 seconds further back, the first of the AVS Lexus, that's the Monte Calvo driven car. Di Casada is next up, 22 seconds further back. Then Ian James Hart of Racing has worked his way up to 5th after being dead last and having a couple of little mini incidents earlier on in the 23. He's 9 seconds further back, and battling behind him is the GRT Grasser Racing team. The number 11 car sits just 0.2 away. That's how they stand. We've just gone over another racing hour. We've got 4 hours to go, and the next hour of racing from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta starts right now. So, Jeremy, I tell you what, that's a decent run from Ian James, who's kind of stealthed himself and the Aston up to 5th position there through the pit stops. It looked to be a little bit off the pace earlier on that car, but the track seems to have come to it.
Yeah, he certainly made up ground. He's passed a couple of cars, I think, well, certainly since the restart, and running very, very nicely, that Aston Martin. Also, in the GTLM battle, the Porsches, one of the Porsches has split the BMWs, hasn't it? Yeah, the number 11 car has got ahead of the number 24 car, so it was BMW, Porsche. It's now BMW, Porsche.
Yeah, and that's Fred Machiavelli coming back. Fred Machiavelli coming back, the 912, Earl Bamber still in 5th position. And that's a decent little scrap going on there at the moment with Bamber in the 912, sitting in the wheel tracks of the red BMW with the in the wheel tracks of the black BMW with his teammate, and then the red BMW just ahead. And those 4 are pretty much equidistant on the back straight at the moment. 98.1 FM around the track. Hello, if you are just finding us on IMSA Radio, good to have your company. Coming through that little battle, the overall race leader and DPI race leader is Ryan Briscoe, picking his way through. It does seem as though those GTLM and LM cars punch out of the corners pretty quickly. It takes a while for the prototypes to actually overhaul them down the back straight, but they clearly have a lot more. The DPIs have a lot more downforce, so they take a lot more speed through the faster corners like turn 1, and that would make it very easy indeed for our race leader Ryan Briscoe to carve past the leading car in that 4-car battle, which is Bruno Spengler, 2nd place in the category. 63 Scuderia Corsa Ferrari back in the pit lane. Shea Adam.
Ooh, this is going to be fun. That's Tony Villander being strapped into the Ferrari with the gold wheels on it. I do love when they do that. Still waiting on the fuel as the driver change is taking quite a lot of time to get Tony situated. He's been spending quite a bit of time in Florida, has Tony, so the Finnish driver will not be too bothered by the fact that it's quite humid outside. As you guys like to say, the track temp currently registering north of 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Is Tony still messing with the belts as he's leaving the pit lane? He's not happy with the placement on his Hans devices.
Correct.
He's now tightening down the shoulder belts. That's a little bit of a messy situation there. But Cooper McNeil has not yet met the minimum drive time. Neither has Jeff Westphal. So both of those silvers will be needing to get back behind the wheel of the Scuderia Corsa Ferrari. But I do have an update in terms of drivers who are done with their drive time. We already had Misha Goikhberg and John Potter. Add Ryan Hardwick to that list, because the Wright Motorsport driver in the number 16, by my calculations, has reached an hour and a half, which means that it's Jan Halen and Patrick Long into the end. That's a car that's got a very real chance of winning.
Yeah. Don't disagree with that. Shea Adam on the VP Racing Fuels update. Oh, and a problem for the 911. And this is not going to fix itself. The left-hand bonnet catch, the hood catch at the front, has somehow popped. Now, has that been contact, or is it just the air getting underneath it? But that number 911 for Fred Makovecki in third position, he's going to have to come to the pit lane there, because the two catches, now I wouldn't see why they would have that up on the 911, and I haven't seen them had it up at any stage. They don't use the old bonnet pins that Jeremy and I would have been very familiar with back in our early racing days. They're a sort of an aero catch now with an absolute fit on it, but that is moving around a lot. Not sure, Jeremy, how that would have popped up. Can't see any other damage at the front of the 911. But that's a big piece of bodywork, and I would expect him into the pit lane, and indeed he comes into the pit lane. I think that's very sensible by the Porsche North America racing team. Yeah,
I think you're absolutely right. Get that fixed before it causes a bigger problem for that car. So yeah, that's strange for one of those clips to fail. They're pretty high-tech clips.
Yeah, they are. But, and it's pulled. It looks like it's pulled away from something underneath it. The other issue with that, Jeremy, is that depression in the hood itself isn't just there to look good, and it's not there to put your luggage in either. It is actually venting air through the radiators, which are a lot further back than they used to be in the Porsches. They're going to fuel it. They're going to put some Michelin tyres on it as well. Now, this is not necessarily when they were expecting to be in for a pit stop, but they're having a look at that to see how it's fasting on. The clip hasn't come undone, so it is the fixings underneath, Jeremy, I think, that's causing the problems. Now, Shid, you were watching that. Did you see they brought tyres out? Did they actually put them on?
Yes, they did the tires first, and then while the car was being refueled, they put a single piece of tape over the driver's side portion of the hood across the ways of the hood, so not actually in any form to try and keep the air from going underneath. I'm not entirely sure how long that's going to hold, John, but I am wondering if this damage was caused when Misha Goikhberg was circulating around back to the pit lane. His hood actually exploded, and there's video of this on Twitter.
Right,
the car right behind that hit it was the 911 Porsche.
Oh, there you go. Love it. CSI Brazelton strikes again. Yeah, and that was caused by Misha going off at turn 1, if I remember rightly, and going for a bumpy ride across the grass and the Georgia clay. And just a moment or two ago, bit of action between Lexus and Lamborghini, brought to you by the letter L, coming out of turn number 7, and that was a change of position with Shinji Machini getting ahead of Michael De Caseta, but then coming straight into the pit lane, I think. Interesting. Was that the Brian Sellers car coming into the pit lane as well? Shit, you watching as well, the red and white cars in there.
Paul Miller Racing, another one of those teams looking to try and earn that Michelin Endurance Cup, doing a pit stop now. Corey Lewis installed into that Lamborghini. Brian Sellers is out after doing a short stint after Madison Snow started. They're doing fuel and tires for the 48. Also into the pit lane, you rightly said it, Shinji Mashimi, his drive time is well met, having done almost 2 hours and 10 minutes of the race for the MSR Acura crew. Now, it should be, by my guesstimate, Mario Farnbacher taking over the pink and black Acura, as also into the pit lane, Richard Heistand in the number 11 GRT. Magnus, GRT Lamborghini, not the Magnus variety. That should be Richard Westbrook getting installed behind the wheel of that car. And we welcome Westy back to the paddock. We missed him very, very much. Well, according to the time, Craig, Machini is still aboard the 86. I'm not entirely sure I believe that, so I'll do a little bit of investigating and let you know.
Shea Adam with that VP Racing Fuel update, getting busy towards the front of the field with Ryan Briscoe trying to work his way through traffic. We've also got the number 31 in there as well, and a bit further back down the field, Joao Barbosa has Ricky Taylor for close company. They're battling Jeremy Shaw for 6th and 7th through traffic, and this is the joy of Road Atlanta, even with a 28 car field that we started with. You're going to have to deal with traffic once you get into the body of the race, and the kind of concentration levels that we're seeing here, that's why these guys at the sharp end of the field get the big bucks. They are the best of the best of the best. Love watching it. So Jeremy, this GT Le Mans battle continues as well. Now Earl Bamber having taken up the cudgels on the back of the two BMWs. So Corvette, then a bit of a gap, then BMW, Porsche, and Porsche with Nick Tandy in the 911 again now. Right, okay. Yeah, Nick Tandy's just got back in that car. So when that car was in the pit lane, did they take Fred out then? They must have.
Yes.
For the bonnet change, yeah?
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, they did the driver change back to Nick.
Right. Yeah, I have to say I was too busy looking at the helicopter tape they were putting on the front. Porsche's got a bit of a run here behind the darker of the two BMWs. Down the back straight, but the BMW, which cuts a pretty big hole in the air, that M8, manages to hold on despite the aerodynamic effect of the tour for the Porsche 911 19, as it's called, down the hill to the final corner. And I'm going to risk everything here. We have had just under an hour of green flag racing. But I heard you in the background, Shay. You can have the hashtag blame Hindy.
Don't do it.
Traffic going through past the...
About 6-7 minutes yet to reach the hour mark. We're about to green at 12:55.
Correct, yeah.
Now 13:40. Now 1:49.
Yeah. Ooh. Now, in the pit lane, Shay, you've got another pit caller. This is the number 14 AVS M. Vassar Sullivan Lexus RCF.
And this is kind of an awesome story as far as Canadians are concerned. AVS, Canadian team, they're based just outside of Wonderland, if you know where that is, north of Toronto. Daniel Morad, Canadian driver. Michael de Quesada, Canadian driver. Teamed together to share this car. Michael started it. He drove for the first 2 hours and 13 minutes near enough, handing over to Daniel Morad, who now gets to go out there. He's had about 15 laps in the car this weekend. They are sharing with Jack Hawksworth, the championship leader, and it was a beautiful stop by the AVS crew for their Lexus. It is now the 12 that is coming in as well. And, oh, that scared me for a minute. I thought it was the 14 going behind the wall, but nope, the 12 is in. Frankie Montecalvo is done with his drive time, so that will be Aaron Telitz, a guy who's been driving the number 14 for many of the races this year, but not the endurance ones. Important to note that out. So Aaron Telitz now taking back over the number 12, which will feel right to him from Daytona, but wrong for every other race. Frank Montecalvo having done his complete drive time, fuel and tires for Telitz, and waiting on fuel as the car drops off the air jack. Driver change still going on, so a little bit slow there. Also into the pit lane, the number 25 BMW. This is the red one that's missing the right side mirror. Bruno Spengler did the middle stint. Now it's back to Connor DeFilippi. So they're doing closer to single stints to try and keep their two drivers fresh, because everyone in GTLM elected to only drive with two drivers. And by the way, Jeremy, Michael de Quesada is Canadian and American. He claims both on his listing, if you do look into that. So I'll give him that. His dad is and the 25 goes racing back out of the pit lane.
Thank you, Shay, for that VP Racing Field pit lane update. So that was 41 laps for the two Ian Vassar Sullivan Lexus, which was pretty much all green. We just came off the back end of a yellow flag, yellow situation. And as far as the GTEs are concerned, 44 for the BMW. And what's this coming in? This is the Corvette number 3 coming in. Yeah, that's going to be 44. 45 actually when he crosses the start-finish line, which he does now. The 912's done exactly the same. That's 45. A little bit of damage to the left front of the Corvette. Looks like somebody's just taken a little bite out of it, and a driver change there for Shea Adam to describe.
I wonder if Jordan Taylor noticed that little bit of scuffage on the left front of his yellow beast as Antonio Garcia finally gets out of that car. He's driven it since the start. So Garcia with a serious Ironman stint. Now just waiting on the fuel because Corvette Racing are probably safe to say the best in the business at doing pit stops. They used to win the pit stop competition all the time. And Jordan goes out for his first taste of this 6-hour race.
Right, and that's pretty much, Jeremy, a full stint there that we've had under green for those two sets of GTs, both the GTLMs and the GT Daytonas. Here comes the number 4 Corvette, trying to get round its teammate on cold tyres. The number 3 stays out the way, and that is done and done. Ollie Gavin still trying to get back permanently on the lead lap.
Yeah, which is now done again.
Yes.
So those two cars have been running in kind of in lockstep all the way through that last stint. They pulled out on everybody else, but now, in case there was a caution, the number 4 car back ahead, as you say, that made it stop a couple of three laps ago. So it was on fresh tyres, able to get back ahead again. So if there is another full core caution, I'll be onto pit lane. Right on schedule here is another pit stop for our race leader. Off schedule with the other DPI cars, and with 2 hours and 60 minutes to go, it's going to be a bit of a stretch for this car to get to the 3-hour mark.
I was just about to say that, Jeremy. Yes, that was a 30 lap stint, which they have done a 30 lap before. Other cars have done slightly more, but with a tiny bit of safety car help. So it looks to me as though 30 is about the run for the Wayne Taylor Cadillac, and Shea Adam was watching that. I was looking at the timing screen. Full service, Shea?
It was. I've got you, John. I'm always watching what's happening in the pit lane.
You are everywhere.
Tires for Ryan Briscoe, and if this works out perfectly as the Wayne Taylor Racing guys are hoping it does, they will be pitting the lap after the 3-hour mark has lapsed.
Well, they're going to have to bet a much better fuel consumption they did the last stint, because they made their last pit stop at it was 36 minutes ago by my reckoning, and we've got 43 minutes to go until the 3-hour mark, so I reckon it's a little bit early.
Well, maybe they'll have to do... Well, let's keep an eye on his lap times and see if they're going to do a little bit of saving. Now, who does that leave in the lead? Well, that would be Juan Montoya in the number 6, going through turn 6 for Acura Team Penske, as the GT team stops come in and out of the lead. Earl Bamber comes in. He's out wearing that sort of hybrid harness stroke hands device, and that again, Shea Adam, was full pit stop for the number 912 Porsche North America team car.
Fuel and sticker tires will make Lawrence Vantor a very happy boy. And the last thing that they're waiting on for the 912 pit stop is the fuel. So again, the mechanics doing everything that they needed to. Just to follow up really quickly, I did get in contact with the 86 team. It was Matt McMurray who took over, and then the timing screen showed that. So I'm happy that somebody reminded Matt to flip the driver switch in the car.
I would have thought they were on plugs, to be honest, but okay, I'll take that. I thought it was only people like me racing at the level that I was racing that had to remember to put it on to. However many racing drivers are in the car, I'm the last number, because I'm never going to be 1, 2 or 3 if there's 4. But okay, flip the switch over. The system's only good as the human input at the end of it, of course. So what have we got left on the clock? 3 hours and 40 minutes. So if we were doing a standard length IMSA race, we'd have about 10 minutes left. And quite frankly, Jeremy Shaw, if we'd been doing a standard length IMSA race, I think we'd been quite happy with the entertainment that we've had so far. But we're not even halfway through this one.
Yeah, I'll drink to that. I completely agree with you. It has been a tremendous race so far, and still, what, more than twice as much as we've already had still to go, well over that. So here's a replay of that pit stop for number 912 car. That was, interestingly, was the last car in GTLM to make its pit stop, and it's come out at the back of the train, but not by very much. The number 3 car, its lead No, the number 911 car is out of the lead.
Correct.
In the class. That's interesting. How did they manage that?
Yeah,
They pitted first.
I know.
They got the undercut effectively.
He was 10 seconds back. He was before around the pit stops. He only came in 4 laps before number 3 car. That's interesting.
Yeah, they got I think they had a really good in-lot and out-lot, and I do think they might have slightly short-fueled that car. What I don't have, Jeremy, is the pit stop times. I don't know if you've got that on a screen.
What?
For how? Hang on, let me have a look at the pits.
How long the pit stop was?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that might have been.
Go ahead.
I can tell you, John, that the number 911 car has spent 4 seconds less than the next less car in the terms of the GTLM class. So the 4 car, having had that extra stop from the puncture, spent 3 minutes and 43 seconds in the pit lane, and spent 3 minutes and 33 seconds if he had a drive through. In terms of the cars that have served normal times, 3 minutes and 8 seconds and 3 minutes on the nose, the 911 has only spent 2 minutes and 56 seconds.
Yeah. And the last pit stop, they were in for 1 minute and 6 seconds, whereas the Corvette, I've found the right page now, where the Corvette number 3 is what we're talking about, was 1 minute and 10 seconds. So there was 4 seconds in the pit lane itself, plus the advantage of new tyres on the performance for those 4 laps. So that's a second a lap, Jeremy. With new tyres, I think you'd kind of believe that. That's where the 10 seconds went. 6 in the pit stop itself on pit lane, and a second a lap for having new tyres and a bit of clear track. It's believable, isn't it?
Yep, that'll do it.
Yeah.
And it could well have been. It could have been less fuel taken on board by the number 911 car, even though it came in sooner. It's also got enough fuel to get past the 3-hour mark. That will work in their favour in terms of the Michelin Endurance Cup.
Yes, exactly so. Track temperature continues to rise, now over 50 Celsius, 51 degrees Celsius. A little bit of cloud cover, which it doesn't seem to have moved. It's been up by turn 6 all afternoon. It hasn't really moved onto the track and provided any significant amount of shade. So we've had a lot of UV light on the track surface. This track does cool down pretty quickly if the sun isn't directly on it. A lot of the area of the track is quite a light grey colour. Doesn't hold the temperature quite as much as a darker coloured surface would do. Oh, there's a touch there at turn 1 on the last lap around for Philippe Albuquerque, going past the Grasser Lamborghini, and that was a side-by-side touch there. That's the second place car in the overall, and the Grasser Lamborghini, that was Richard Westbrook behind the wheel of the number 11 car. Rather closer than I think they would have hoped. And as we've seen, even slight side-by-side contact can cause problems. Just trying to have a quick look as it comes past the start-finish line. The 31 doesn't appear to have any issues on the right-hand side of that car over the top of turn 2. Hello to you all. Down through the S's, a lot of awnings up there. I know some of you have been camping as well. 98.1 FM around Road Atlanta. Sirius XM as well, for those of you so equipped. Still over 3.5 hours to go, and we're into this. For me, I always love these middle parts of the race, Jeremy. Sometimes it appears that nothing's going on, but there's the tactical brains are ticking away, and the drivers are having to get their laps, and the pace is still pretty high actually at the front of the field. Our best lap still that of the number 6 Acura Team Penske, a 109.7. That's about a second away from last year's race lap record. And just had a tweet, by the way, from, I think it was Dave Alcock, wasn't it? Yes, it was. He tweeted him to radio. He says, in 2008, the Peugeot 908 HDI LMP1, with over 1,000 horsepower, huge tyres and downforce to spare, posted a 1:06.2 by Stefan Sarazan. When you consider the DPIs in race conditions are doing 109s, that's pretty amazing, given the difference in running and development costs. Well, we've said this for some time, last year and this, that these DPIs are proper racing cars. They really are. Bit of damage on the left sill between the wheels of the Acura that's in the pit lane at the moment, which is Juan Montoya's car. Also, in fact, both of the Mazda Motorsports Multimatic DPIs in as well. That looks like there's been a bit of contact to the Acura, and Shea Adam was watching the two Mazdas. Certainly the 55 got a new driver, Shea.
And so did the 77. It is Ollie Pla behind the wheel of the 77 now. Fuel and tires for that car. And for the 55, Ryan Hunter-Reay is out. And that was the blue helmet of Jonathan Bomarito being installed behind this little red Mazda. So fuel and tires for that one, too. The driver door closes, waiting on fuel. Now he's cleared to go. For the number 6, though, the Acura Team Penske, that was an interesting pit stop because there was already white tape on the floorboard of the Acura, and they added more to it behind where the driver's door actually opened. So quite a bit of repairs going on to that car over the course of many pit stops. Into the pits comes our leader after 34 minutes out on track. That's Philippe Albuquerque staying behind the wheel of the red Cadillac. Fuel and tires for him. And next in that driver rotation, just to whet your appetite, will be Pipo Derani. So don't leave just yet. Don't tune out. Don't step away from your television set, as the phrase goes. Ricky Taylor also into the pit lane for the number 7 Acura Team Penske. He also was out on track for about 31 minutes. So these are shorter times than I would hope to be seeing. Barbosa still out on track leading the way. As Albuquerque clears the pit lane, Ricky Taylor clears the 7. It's Elio getting back behind the wheel of that Penske machine with fuel and new tires. So I would expect to see Joao Barbosa coming in here fairly soon. The question will be whether it is Tristan Vautier or Sebastian Bourdais going back out in that one again.
Yeah, he's been out for just on 34 minutes as well. And here's the problem, and Jeremy Shaw flagged this up earlier on. We thought that the Konica Minolta Cadillac, the number 10, the glossy black car, was sort of back timing towards the Michelin Endurance Cup points. The problem is that Ryan Briscoe has already been out for the better part of 10 minutes, and there's still 28 minutes to go. And I think, Jeremy, that's a bit too far for him to get without another pit stop to the 3-hour mark. And everybody who's just stopped will make it to the 3-hour mark because they're doing 33, 34, 35 minutes. I think he's going to be a lap shy of this. I'm not sure he's going to be in the lead at the 3-hour mark, and that's a bit of a miscalculation there. And in fairness, it was you, Jeremy, that pointed that out earlier on. Here comes Barbosa in on schedule. Shea Adam.
He's getting out. Tristan Vautier taking over. So there are 2 other French drivers in that car to choose between, and they've gone with Tristan for this pit stop. You can tell because light blue and white on his helmet. Fuel and tires for Tristan as well. And he has been driving this year the yellow Cadillac for JDC Miller Motorsport, now getting back behind the wheel of the Mustang sampling Cadillac. So just waiting on fuel at this point as they make sure the driver's side door is sealed nice and cleanly. Fuel probe comes out, and Tristan just eases the car back out onto the racetrack. No need to drop the clutch and do a massive burnout. He's all calm and cool.
This from Chris Humphreys. He says, when you say driver plugs, I presume you mean the radio cable. Didn't realise that race cars know who's behind the wheel via the helmet plugs. Some do. There's chips that can be inserted into into the cables. We're not quite at that point yet where we either chip or tattoo a barcode, RFID chip the drivers. The tyres are RFID chipped, so that we actually could RFID chip the drivers, and the same equipment that reads the RFID chip in the Michelin tyres as they go out of the pit lane. You'll see the gantry and the 2 readers either side of the pit lane. We could have the drivers chipped, or they could have a chip in their suit or in their gloves. But yes, you're right, Chris, it tends to be in the driver plug, and it sends the radio plug, and it sends a little note when it crosses one of the timing beams. 3.5 still to go. Half an hour then till we award the interim points for the 3-hour mark. Turner BMW back out, by the way. Fixed their brake issues. Well down for that car. And Stephen Simpson, of course, as Shea just mentioned, has got the JDC Miller Motorsport Cadillac after the suspension rebuild out. Half an hour to go, Jeremy, until that 3-hour mark. And as I was just saying a moment ago, but I'm going to say it again because I think you deserve credit for this. I think Wayne Taylor are going to be short by a lap or two, by about 3 or 4 minutes. Do you think they're going to make it now?
No, a lot more than that. Not even close in my book. I don't think there's any way they can get anywhere near the top of the hour in terms of the race distance. But what is also interesting for me is that number 7 Acura got past Joao Barbosa just a lap before the number 5 car came into the pits, or before the number 7 car came into the pits, excuse me. And now it's gone back out again, and there's more than 10 seconds between number 7 and number 5, the opposite way around. So number 7 car of Castroneves is now more than 10 seconds, actually 14 as they crossed the line last time around, ahead of Tristan Vautier, who's taken over from Joao Barbosa. And meanwhile, in the lead, remember we talked about this before, the gap between the number 10 and the number 6 was almost 10 seconds before the last stop. It's now down to one second between the number 10 and the number 6, so that's kind of interesting. I suppose that's kind of curious to me. I don't think there's any way though that number 10 car can do what it needs to do, which would be I didn't write that down actually.
What were you looking for?
It can't do. It was needing to do, I think, 40 minutes or more than 40 minutes to the top of the hour in order to get in still in the lead race.
5.5 minutes before the hour. 5.5 minutes before the hour.
Well, yes, I did note. I didn't know how far it was before the top of the hour in terms of the race distance, but I think it's too far in any case.
The best.
You might try and save fuel now, but I don't think.
No, I think they've just realised the best they've done is 42 minutes, but that had safety car help. Off for Albuquerque. Now, was that self-inflicted, or did he have some help? Looked like turn 7 to me. He's on the back straight now as he heads back down towards turn 10. It just looked like he's hurt the car.
Lost some ground though.
Yeah.
That's quite a long way. A lot of ground.
Yeah.
About 10 seconds.
Yeah, he was a long way off, Jeremy. He was a long way off into the grass, and he may have even had to turn it round as well. Yes, spun it going through turn 6 actually, and then didn't rejoin till much further down. Having a battle at the time, and I think there's been contact here at turn 6. Yeah,
that was number 77 car that went around the outside of him, wasn't it?
That was Ollie Platt.
That was a battle for the 3rd position. He went round the outside and either clipped the front end of the car, or the number 31 car there, Philippe Albuquerque, he kind of pinched the car to the inside to avoid contact, and in doing so lost control.
Yeah, back to the scene of the crime next time around, and as Jeremy has mentioned, that's a lot of time that has been dropped there. 10 seconds for, not halfway through the race. How hard do you want to fight for the same bit of real estate that someone else wants? Well, nowadays in endurance sports car racing, we keep getting told, Jeremy, don't we, by all of the drivers in all of the classes, it's effectively a 6-hour race is a series of 34 for the DPIs, 35-minute sprint races that are linked together by pit stops for tyres, fuel, and sometimes a driver change. And that is the mentality nowadays. 35 minutes, drive flat out. Change tyres, change fuel, or top of fuel, get another driver. 35 minutes, drive flat out. That's not like it used to be back in the olden days, is it?
No, it certainly isn't. I think I've talked about this before. I think the victory margin, I think when I first went to the Rolex 24 at Daytona back in 1980, I think it was 30 laps or something between first and second. And that was kind of the norm back then, because everybody would have some sort of a problem.
Correct.
During the 24-hour race, or maybe all but one perhaps. But certainly the vast majority of cars had some sort of a difficulty. That happens so rarely these days that You used to have to look after the car. Nowadays, you're absolutely right. You don't have to look after the car. The cars are super reliable and they're super fast. And that's why the drivers have to be even fitter than they were back in the day. Well, some of them arguably weren't terribly fit back in the day, but you certainly have to be now because it is flat out all the way. And there's a lot of effort into driving these cars, both mental and physical.
Just looking at the stint for the Koenigsegg Minolta car, and the times being done at the moment by Ryan Briscoe. He's averaging, since he came out of the pits, around about a 1:11.7, and he turned in 1:11.7 last time around. Did a 10.041. Now, was that on this stint, Carl?
Who's that?
Briscoe. Did he do that 10?
Yes, he did. He did a lap 110.
Right, so that was the car's
taking the lead of the race.
Right, so that was that car's fastest lap of the race. Correct. On this stint. He's eased back a good 1.5 to 1.7 a lap. Now, he's not going to race it at the 10 flat all the way through. I accept that, but he is. I think he's trying to stretch, but I reckon he's. Jeremy, I'm with you now. I've looked back at everything that car's done. And I can't see it, and I think it might be as many as 9 minutes out, and that's more than a little bit of a unless they've got more fuel to use than we think they have. I think they've slightly miscalculated here, and if they do have to pit before the hour, everyone who stopped, like Montoya, who only has been out 10 minutes or so, 11 minutes or so, they're easily going to be able to go through the hour. So that's not going to work for them.
No. I mean, all of the other DP cars are doing 34, 35, 36 minutes absolute max on the stint of fuel.
Agreed. With no safety car intervention, the average would be about 35 minutes. I completely agree. Just going through the screens here. Well, with 22 minutes to go then, Ryan Briscoe, 22 minutes to go to the hour. Ryan Briscoe's already been out for 19 minutes. So do the maths yourself. That's too many. It isn't. That doesn't. 19 and 22 doesn't add up to 35. Not in any arithmetical system that I've worked at. Now, it's a good team. It's Wayne Taylor. They don't normally make mistakes. I am absolutely prepared to be proved wrong. But let's flag it up, because that's what our job is to do.
There's a new best lap of the race for car number 77, Olivier Pla, in the third place Mazda. He's just turned a 109.729, just 0.02 of a second outside the fastest lap of the race. He's edging closer now. Actually, well, he's getting a lot closer to the number 6 car, which itself is only within a second of the race leader. So we've got potentially a 3-car battle for the lead very, very soon.
Sarah Rigby talking about chipping drivers a moment or two ago at IMSA Radio. Sarah says, am I right in thinking that chip the driver's glove can give safety workers and marshals essential info like blood group, etc., should the driver be involved in an accident and need help? Yes, and IndyCar, quite some time ago now, did a lot of work with putting measuring devices in the earpieces of drivers to measure the kind of G-forces they got if they were involved in an accident, to help with concussion, to diagnose concussion and things like that. So smart technology helping out in so many different ways, and including in safety in top-end motorsports. It's all very clever stuff. I mean, look at what the RFID chips have done for the tyre companies, and that came, believe it or not, that came from heavy goods vehicles. That came from trucking. They've had RFIDs in some truck tyres for a number of years now, and Michelin, one of the tyre companies who've incorporated that into their race tyre technology. So no longer do you have marked tyres, as it were. You drive out through the pit lane and everybody knows, it comes up on a screen somewhere where the tyres. I first saw that in the FIA WEC, and that was a a tyre formula for the hybrid cars at the front of the field where you always had to double stint at least 2 sets of tyres in the race. And I petitioned for years for the TV commentators, and when I was doing TV for WEC, to have that on a screen, and they wouldn't give it to us. They said it was sensitive information, and the Porsche in those days in particular was not very good on used tyres. And I remember one race at Corta trying to work out whether the Porsche had a problem or whether it was just on used tyres. All the information is available, all available. Good stuff nowadays, and Michelin right at the forefront of all of that. Thanks for that, Sarah, at IMSA Radio. Don't forget, around about 3 hours and 20 minutes time, it is Michelin Post Race Tech, hashtag Michelin PRT, please, to at IMSA Radio for any other questions, points arising or observations that you'd like to bring up at the end of this race, which still has more than half of its distance to go. And Ryan Briscoe, a 1:12 last time around. What's he going to do this time, Jeremy? As he comes across the line past the Gar Robinson number 74 car, a 1:11.6. He's still got 19 minutes to go, and at the line he'd been out for 23 minutes. As you said, nowhere near. Very, very unusual.
No. Yeah, strange that.
And you can't count on a safety car coming out, Jeremy. You just never do that, do you?
No.
Not when you're leading the race.
No. And when you're going for championships, no. Curious. I mean, unless there was some sort of another issue on that number 10 car to cause it to make that stop earlier than we originally had anticipated back on lap, 71?
71, correct.
That's something we should check on. Was there a problem there?
Yeah, they came off the safety. They came off the safety car. Let's not forget. So that previous stint, the third stint, had a whole bunch of safety car laps at the beginning of it, and they only did 24 laps in total, of which 5 were safety car laps for 34 minutes.
Correct. So we'll check if Shay can.
Shay's on it.
Yeah, I'm sure. Whether there was a problem to cause that early stop.
Yes, exactly. If they'd had a puncture or something like that, then fair dues. But if they'd stayed on their regular stints, they'd been 6 laps better off, and 6 laps at 1:10. That would have almost been spot on to get them to the hour. So that is curious. That is curious. But when the question was asked before, the reason for coming in was back timing. So very interesting. Right, we'll leave that one for the time being and watch the gap progression, or lack thereof, because Juan Montoya, who is some 7 laps better off on fuel than our leader at the moment, has now got the gap down to under 2 seconds. In fact, let's call it 1.5 seconds, Jeremy.
Yeah, but watch who's right behind Juan Pablo Montoya. That would be Olivier Pla in the number 77 Mazda. He's closed right in, so his Cadillac, Acura and Mazda, as they cross the line, covered by 1.6 seconds at the completion of lap 123.
Yeah, and what you don't want if you're Ryan Briscoe is to be, trying to soft pedal now to the 3-hour mark when
that's out of the pit.
That's gone now.
In the game.
Yeah, exactly. Because he now can't do that. Even if he somehow could magically, Scott Dixon style create some fuel out of pixie dust, or Dixie dust, which is what Scott tends to do. He's going to lose the lead at the pace he's driving at. Montoya's right there. Pla's got target acquired, and the top 3 now within 9.5 tenths of a second.
Yeah, brilliant. This is going to be fun the next few laps now. They've got the GTLM field. They've got to work their way past yet again. They'll be lapping them for the, I guess, the 9th time in this race. Wow. So getting through this traffic now is going to be not critical at this stage, of course, because there's still a long way to go in the race. But in terms of where we are right now in the battle for the lead, it is going to be.
Yeah. and you never know how this is going to play out. This is another great part of sports car racing that we love. I've described this as reading a book that you can't put down, which is an absolute page turner, but you can't skip to the last chapter or the last few pages to see what happens, because it hasn't been written yet. And what you don't know is which page the plot twist is going to be on, and you've just got to keep reading it and go through it, because that's the way it is in sports car and endurance racing. Tom Welfy says, did the 10 not pit earlier before one of the full course cautions that put them off sequence? Yes, it did, and that does account for some of the difference, Tom, but not the 24 lap stint, of which part of it was under. So they pitted just before that full course caution and the safety car came out. That was the third stint for that number 10 car. They got in and out, followed the safety car round, and then only did 19 green flag laps before coming in again. And that whole stint was only 34 minutes long, including the yellow flag laps. So, Tom, you remember correctly that they did, with Renger coming in when that tyre was on the top of the hill, if you remember, from the number 4 Corvette. Absolutely. That was a good call, and that put them a tiny bit off kilter, but not the type of time that we're talking about now. That was when they came in, as I say, having only spent 19 green flag laps out of the pits after that stop. And that is what has taken them out of the opportunity to do another 13 minutes. Briscoe, in fact, will be in the pit lane in 8 minutes' time. So you're talking about 6, possibly 7 more laps. Maybe a little bit more than that, maybe 8 laps. But that's what we're talking about here. And they're going to, I think they're going to, well, as Jeremy says, we can't tell until we've spoken to the team. But a good point, absolutely. At IMSA Radio, by the way, which is what Tom Welford did. Thank you for that. The other classes, let's talk about that. We haven't talked for a little while about them, so let's run through the GTD category. Corey Lewis leads for Paul Miller Racing by now 15 seconds over Matt McMurray, who's behind the wheel of the 86 Acura from MSR. Aaron Thielitz behind the wheel of Ian Vassar-Sullivan's Lexus. The number 12 car is another 7 seconds further back. Then a 30-second gap back to Tony Vielander for Scuderia Corsa. Remember, they made up a lot of positions by staying out on that full course caution. And it didn't hurt them too much, because they managed to get to the next full course caution before. They did have a long pit stop because they had to fuel up, but they are sitting there in 4th position. And as I say, just another 30 seconds further back. 8 seconds in hand over Daniel Morad, who's behind the 14. The wheel of the 14, and Jan Halen makes up the top 6 for Wright Motorsport. That Porsche has been there or thereabouts for quite some time, and it's only another 3.5 seconds further back.
Yeah, so the 48 car of Corey Lewis, he's extended that margin quite long. Actually, in the last 5 laps, he's pulled out by another 4.5 seconds over Matt McMurray in 2nd place, and Aaron Thielitz is inching closer to Matt McMurray, who is in 2nd place. Tony Vielander a full half minute behind that top trio, and that gap is remaining fairly stable.
It's getting a bit spicy between Juan Montoya and Ollie Pla. Ollie has been pretty close a couple of times, and I think we'll have to keep a close look on that. Good to see the Liqui Moly BMW back out on the circuit. It looked like Pla got a decent run down the front straight. Oh, naughty from JPM. That was a move in response to the 77. Bo Barfield won't like that. And that might actually get him a warning down the front straight, easing the 77 over towards the grass. Yes, they were passing traffic, but he definitely moved another lane or lane and a half over in response to the 77 car, and that is the crucial part of that our race director Bo Barfield always talks about. If you want to defend early and stay on your line.
Yeah.
And I think that was odd
reaction. Yeah.
No, exactly. I think that's right on the ragged edge there, Jeremy. What have just seen there down the front straight. We'll come back to that in a moment. Plas dropped back for the moment with 10 minutes still to go to the 3-hour mark. Shea Adam has got a VP Racing Fuel pit lane update on the Konica Minolta car. We've been speculating, Shea, what's the score?
Many thanks to Liz with WTR getting back to me and letting me know it was a puncture that caused them to dive into the pit lane. So it was a puncture on the same lap for the 4 Corvette and the 10 Minolta car. They managed to make it into the pit lane before the caution came out, but that's what threw their strategy off kilter, and they've been fighting back ever since.
Right, okay. So there we have it, and that's what's taken them out of the battle for the bonus points. Briscoe due in within the next lap or two, I would reckon, from the front of the field, and that means they won't be in the best position for those points for the Michelin Endurance Cup. Still at the front of the GTD field, Corey Lewis.
They'll still hold on to their advantage there, because they came in here, the number 10 car, with a 5-point lead over Joao Barbosa and Sebastian Bourdais, and then 2 points further behind them, Oliver Jarvis and Tristan Nunez and Olivier Pla. So if it's going to be the number 10 car that is going to be, if it's going to be the number 6 car that takes maximum points, that's quite a long way back in the Michelin Endurance Cup standings.
Pla will get the second place points though, so that's interesting, because he's in the 77 at the moment. Say again, Shea?
That boosts the 77 up to 16 points for the Michelin Endurance Cup, so that actually helps them out a lot.
Yeah, it will.
Well, we're not there yet.
No. Jeremy.
No, we're still 10 minutes. No, seriously, we're 10 minutes.
No. Yeah, 8 minutes and 3 seconds away from half distance. And I'm sustaining myself with a cup of tea, a nice cup of tea, to get me through. Never underestimate the restorative properties of a good cup of English tea, British tea. And this is in fact British tea that I'm drinking, grown in Britain on the Tregothlan estate. Yes. Yes.
I had a couple before the start, I must admit.
No, it's I find
despite the fact it's 100 and something degrees here today. It'll amuse all my California friends.
But that's
super
perfect.
Hot, it's really hot.
Perfect thing to do, though, isn't it? That tricks you hippocampus about the outside and inside temperature.
That was the Elder. That was the Formula Ford Elder, John.
Yes, it was. Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, thanks to Tregothlan and my former teammate Peter Kate for the great British tea that I'm drinking at the moment. And apparently the first buds are out there for this year as well, down in the south west of the country. Here comes Ryan Briscoe. He's already dropped from first to third, and as he crosses the line, that will be then 30 laps that he's completed for pretty much spot on 35.5 minutes. So through goes Montoya. Now Montoya's okay. He's got another 27. Well, you know what? That's that. Yeah, all right. Let's see how far he goes. He probably will go to the hour for Montoya. Shea Adam is watching the stop for the glossy black Konica Minolta Cadillac.
All right, I'll give Renger a pass. Clearly he had his helmet on, and that's why he wasn't texting me back. But this is your one and only pass, Renger. Getting back into the number 10 Konica Minolta Cadillac, so that means Ryan Briscoe is out. Fuel and 4 new tires for this car. Just waiting on the fuel. The car's already back on the ground, and as soon as the probe comes out, which should be now. Oh, I love it when they time it perfectly like that.
Don't do the dance. Do not do the dance. Thank you. Hello to Tracy. Shit, I was going to go and walk the dog, but the first, second and third are so close together, you can wait 15, 20 minutes so I can find some headphones and listen to the race while I'm walking. All right, thank you, Tracy. Stay tuned in to IMSA Radio RS2 around the world. Burn yourself a bit of data at the track, 98.1 FM, and of course Sirius XM as well if you're in the US. All of the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship races are there. Now, a moment or two ago, another incident for the number 74, and That was through the S's, and it's Ben Keating behind the wheel of that. Lost the back end of that first, Jeremy, it looked like, and actually did well not to overreact. Let the car settle, didn't put too many inputs into it, and yeah, all right, he's got a bit of dirt on the tyres, but trying to fight that could have put him into the wall.
Yeah, and that's not a place you want to be spinning off,
no.
going down through the S's there. So a good job to keep that car back in the game. 6th, 7th, 8th position he was, and I think still is. In that car number 74.
Yes, correct. He's in 8th position, and he's still got about 4 seconds on Richard Westbrook. So he's dropped back a bit from Roman De Angelis, who is racing in the Aston Martin this weekend for the Heart of Racing team. He was a wee bit closer than that, I think, but has dropped back to 6.5 seconds. Didn't actually lose that much time, but I bet it woke him up. And really, sometimes doing as little as possible is the right thing to do behind the wheel of a car.
Yeah.
And that was one of those times. A panic braking or trying to steer too much would have seen that car spear off at an angle. So Renger van der Zande back in has dropped, by the way, to 7th position, and when he came back out, he was just on about 1 minute and 10 seconds behind the leader. He's pulled a couple of seconds back already, even in the early part of this stint. So 1 minute and 10 seconds was what he gave up in the pit lane, because first, second and third were pretty much together. That was for a full service stop, Jeremy. That's worth knowing, isn't it, for later on?
It is. It is, yeah. I'm just wondering what happened there to the number 3 car, because he's fallen behind Jesse Krohn on that last lap. So it's now the Porsche that still leads. The gap between first and second is actually down to 4 seconds between the number 911 car, Nick Tandy, and Conor Di Filippi at number 25 BMW. Similar margin back, actually it's up to 5 seconds on that lap. Similar margin back to Jesse Krohn in the second. The BMW is now in the 3rd position. Jordan Taylor, number 3 Corvette, back to 4th position.
So a couple of minutes to go before the half distance point. So we'll hold off doing our hourly update until we are a wee bit closer to that. And then we can also work out some points paying positions for the Michelin Endurance Cup in the classes. Nick Tandy still leading in GT Le Mans by about 9.5 seconds now from the 2 BMWs. I'm just carefully watching the sharp end of the field, and 27 laps for Montoya, 32 minutes. I reckon he's due in. That car did 28 laps on its last stint and 33 minutes, so he's not a million miles from coming in. As Jeremy said, they're not really in the hunt for the Endurance Cup, are they?
Next lap will do it.
Yeah, if he can stay out. Same for the Mazda.
Tell you what, who lost ground on that last lap? The leaders. Yeah, the leaders. Okay, they must have been. They were working their way through the traffic again. All of a sudden, the gap back to 3rd position. It was well over 10 seconds back to Philippe Albuquerque. All of a sudden, it was down to under 7.
It's amazing, isn't it? You've got the leaders, a 13.7 and a 14.1, a 1:10.7 from Albuquerque, a 10.5 from Bomarito, and a 10.6 from Castroneves, and a 10.8 from Vautier. As into the pit lane, just before the 3-hour mark for Wright Motorsports, the 16 car is in. Adam?
The good news for them is that they were nowhere near the Michelin Endurance Cup Championship. Porsche is actually one of the manufacturers that's tied for last in terms of that for GTD. But my little bit of ooh was because Patrick Long is finally getting behind the wheel as we approach the 3-hour mark. So that's good news for them. But it's also bad news because if Wrights come in, that means that Scuderia Corse needs to come in too, with Tony Villander behind the wheel. And they are fighting for the Michelin Endurance Cup. They were 4th in points coming in, and they're probably going to need to make it to the pit lane this lap around, so that's going to cost them some points unless time expires first and they can hold on to 4th place.
Hello to Chris Humphreys. Just talking about Ben Keating there. Do we know what he'll race at Le Mans this year? Amazing seeing him in the GTE Ford Performance, the AM car last year. He's been doing the WEC, hasn't he? So he's in a Porsche at Le Mans, isn't he, Ben?
Yes, sir, he is. And he's sharing with Felipe Fraga and one Mr. Jerome Blakemolin.
Yeah, that's a tidy GTE AM lineup, although there's 177 cars in GTM. There's 22 actually in there, of which I reckon probably, honestly, 17, 18 of them have a real chance of a podium, and probably more than half of that could win the race on pure pace.
So we've reached, excuse me, I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
We have just now reached then the 3-hour mark in this race.
Right, so let's do a quick rundown, shall we, Jeremy? And I'll let you work out some points, and then I'll give Tim a Q point as well back in London for the archive. Juan Montoya leads for the number 6, and that is the Acura Team Penske. From 77, Ollie Pla, Mazda Motorsports. From 31, Philippe Albuquerque. And wheeling from Mazda 55, Jonathan Bomarito. Elio's back in the car in 5th for Acura. He's half a minute back. And the top 6 made up by Tristan Fortier. GTLM, 911 Porsche, 25 BMW, 24 BMW, 3 GTLM Corvette is your top 4. In GTD, 48 Paul Miller Racing Lambo, 86 MSR in the that's the Acura, then Telitz in the IMSA Sullivan number 12, then the 63 of Tony Vilander for Ferrari and Scuderia Corsa, Morad for IMSA Sullivan, the second of the Lexus number 14, and Roman De Angelis. And straight after the 3-hour mark, we get a pit stop from the number 6 car. We'll have Jeremy with the points for the Endurance Cup, and Shea Adam to tell us what happened as we start the next hour of racing right now here on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. Shea, what happened in that pit stop?
Fuel tires and Dane Cameron for the 6. Fuel tires and I believe no driver change for the number 7. I think that's still Elio with his black and red helmet behind the wheel. The 7 also into the pit lane. The number 5 Mustang Sampling Cadillac. They were trying to get a few more points. It did not work out by staying out for this pit stop. Is there a driver change? No, there is not. So Tristan Vautier stays behind the wheel of that one.
And after that VP Racing Fuel pit update, we've also got the number 5 Tristan Fortier in, as Shea's just mentioned. Jeremy Shaw can give us the half distance points, the interim points, and what that does to the Michelin Endurance Cup standings, with still, of course, the 12 hours, the Mobile One 12 hours of Sebring to come this year, and before that even, we've got Petit Le Mans, Motul Petit Le Mans.
Yeah, right. So yes, just making some notes there. Where are we? Michelin Endurance Cup. The number 10 team in DPI came in here with a 5-point edge over number 5. That it will maintain. Number 77 car, however, will also move into a tie for second place then, 5 points behind the leaders. Then 2 points behind them is the car that gained maximum points here, the number 6 for Acura Team Penske. In GTLM, the number 24 BMW led the points on 18, one ahead of Porsche. It'll extend that. So now 22 points for Team RLL BMW number 24, 19 points for the number 912 car, and 18 points for number 911. So the Porsches second and third still remain in the same order, but number 911 car a lot closer to the number 912 than before. In GTD, well, it was already a 3-point edge for the number 48 team. So with the maximum points here has got them to extend their lead in the GTD Teams Championship. It'll go from 3 points to 6 points over the number 44 car, of GRT Magnus.
Right, thank you, Jeremy Shaw, giving us the update on the Michelin Endurance Cup points at half distance here. We are into the second hour of the race. 2 hours and 55 to go. Dane Cameron for Acura Team Penske back at the lead of the race. The number 6 car 7.5 seconds ahead of Renger van der Zande, and they have made their pit stop. So that hasn't worked out at all well for the number 10 car. Yes, they were forced into it, but they're now 7.5, that's 6.5 seconds behind, as Renger is putting a bit of a wiggle on as he carves his way through traffic up to turn 6. The leader of the race is going out of turn number 7, and remarkably, and much against what I have to say I felt, so I will put my hands up to this one, the battered front end of the 57 has stayed together. Trent Hinman in the Acura has not shed any more bodywork, which if you'd asked me to put some money on that about an hour and a half ago, I would have put money on that falling apart and getting black flagged. It hasn't. The aero is working better than perhaps we thought it would. So now we've got the charge back by Renger towards Dane Cameron. Jeremy, get the popcorn in. This could be exciting.
It could, couldn't it? This is interesting. 6.2 seconds in between the number 6 and number 10. Before this round of pit stops, you might remember the number 10 was ahead of the number 6 car. So that has switched around, and Dane Cameron now leads by 6 seconds. After taking over the wheel from Juan Pablo Montoya. Really, really good last stint by JPM, and Dane Cameron will be looking to continue that now.
All the time fighting the way through traffic, multi-class racing, absolutely brilliant. Oh, have I jinxed the 57? Looked to be a little bit offline there. Still looking battered around the front end, and the left-hand side door mirror has got all kinds of detritus on it, which I'm not sure is aerodynamically optimised. Nick Tandy in the pit lane, out of the lead of GT Le Mans, and that then was a 45 lap run for, well, let's call it an hour, just a minute under an hour, and Shea Adam has this VP Racing Fuel pit lane update.
Fred McVecchi is getting back into the Porsche. Nice driver change helped out by Nick Tandy as he abandons the car. Car comes off the air jacks, which means that the tire change is done. Fred is cinching down the belts now, waiting for the fuel probe to come out of the right side of the hood of that car. A little bit more tape going on the front, but they need to get that done quickly because the fuel probe should be coming out here very, very soon. And it was a windshield tear up as well for Fred, so he should be able to see nice and clearly everything ahead of him. There he goes. So that's Fred's second stint.
Yeah. Just following him out there as well, Jeremy. That was the number 24 BMW brought in by Jesse Krond, the RLL team BMW, and John Edwards has got into that car. So those teams on a roughly similar strategy, although that was 10 minutes shorter, that stint for the BMW than from the Porsche, or if you prefer, 7 laps. So the Porsche fast and getting very good mileage, certainly in the hands and possibly the feet then of Nick Tandy there. That's very impressive indeed from Tandy, going to pretty much spot on an hour, 59 minutes and change.
Yeah, it is. That's interesting, isn't it? Doing that amount of time. So if that's the case, just 2 more stops then for those cars to get to the end of the race, because they all came in pretty much together just after the 3-hour mark in this race.
Meanwhile, at the rest of the GTLMs continue to battle away, and therefore Conor De Filippi has gone to the front in the number 25.
Yeah, he hasn't yet stopped,
he hasn't made that stop.
Nor has the number 912 car.
That's Lawrence Vanto.
Right, and the number 3 car has leapfrogged all of them, hasn't it?
But that's due a stop as well, Jeremy. That's been at 53 minutes.
You're right, it hasn't come in yet.
Yeah, 40 laps. That's 42.
Oh, sorry. So number 3 car fell behind number 912 car as well during that stint. Okay, that's interesting. I think Jordan Taylor clearly struggling there on the used tyres, and that's something we've seen on a regular basis these last few races, despite the fact they've had so much success.
Shea?
The truth of the matter is, Jeremy, that Jordan had not gone out on this compound of Michelin. It's a different one than he had been on in practice in the heat of the day, and so he was struggling to try and adapt to the feel of the car with those Michelins on it. That's why they lost some pace during that last stint. Right.
Okay. Well, the GT Le Mans category, the only category here that has a choice of Michelin slick compounds, 3 different compounds available to each of the manufacturers, and tyre decisions made in conjunction with the dedicated Michelin tyre technicians with each of the teams. Beautiful afternoon in Georgia near to Brazelton, and looking very much a green and pleasant land at the moment, with just under 2,050 minutes to go, and good to see some spectator cars and RVs in the parking areas for this, the TireRack.com Grand Prix at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. 6-hour race, moved down from Watkins Glen due to the situation with COVID in upstate New York, and well done to IMSA. I know John Doonan will be listening, and I know also John Doonan will say it's an absolute team effort. But John, you and your team have done a great job to salvage the greater part of a season here. Really well done, with still Motul Petit Le Mans to come. Mobile 1 12 hours of Sebring for the 2 longer races, and hopefully holding on as well to the other races planned, including at Mid-Ohio and at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. There is a state of the sport announcement next week, and there'll be details of where you can tune into that on IMSA.com. It's next Wednesday. So I think that's the 9th, isn't it? Next Wednesday, but it's definitely next Wednesday, and it's at 2 o'clock Eastern time through IMSA.tv and IMSA.com. And more details to come on that. John Doonan announcing the dates for next year, and some other housekeeping from the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, and indeed the other IMSA sanctioned series. So just before midweek motorsport, so we'll be rebroadcasting that and having a chat about it in midweek motorsport next Wednesday at 3 o'clock Eastern on RS1. But that is something not to miss if you are a sports car fan. Right, Jeremy. Now everybody is concentrating on the checkered flag and the end of this race, and it seems odd to say that, but we've really got effectively a standard IMSA 2 hours and 40-minute race to go. Here come those pit stops in GT Le Mans. So Taylor in the 3 car. I make that 56, call that 57 minutes that car's been out. That's not bad. And Vanto then takes over. He's done 54 minutes so far. But potentially, if he can go another 3 laps like Tandy did, again, he's going to be butting right up against the hour, and that's going to give the Porsches a real advantage going into the second half of this race.
Yeah, a slight advantage. You've got a couple of 3 laps worth of fuel, certainly, which is certainly going to be beneficial. I've been keeping my eye, though, on at the front of the field. Olivier Pla has just set a new fastest lap of the race. At a 1 minute 9.690, that's kind of a 77. He's in the 3rd position. Dane Cameron leads. That's the car that spun you, right? Remember coming up to the green flag, of course. Dane Cameron leads then by about 7 seconds over Renger van der Zande in 2nd position. Oli Pla, however, is getting closer and closer to the Renger van der Zande car in what is becoming a battle. They're coming down the hill now toward turn 10. Renger van der Zande turns into the corner as Olivier Pla is coming up just behind him.
Yeah, we thought this might get a bit fruity. So Cameron, Pla, Van Zandt rather, and Pla Albuquerque not that far back either, is he? Only a couple of seconds further back, and behind that, Jonathan Bomarito. This only needs a bit of traffic, and all of those guys could be right up there each other's tailpipes, couldn't they?
Yeah, indeed so. But Dane Cameron, though, he's made himself scarce at the front. Since. He's maintaining his gap at the front after the round of pit stops. Before this latest round of pit stops, the number 6 car was leading by only a second or so from number 77. But of course, the number 10 car is slightly off strategy with him. But the number 6 car certainly pulled away from the field over the course of the last, since the round of pit stops.
Yes.
Did you catch that? Sorry about that.
Yes. Yeah. No. I've got that. I'm just keeping an eye on the lap times, and Pla 10.9 last time around, and that Mazda has done a 109.6 now, so that is a new fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago. It's pretty impressive in race trim and with traffic out there. Shea Adam has an update on the Miller Motorsports, the JDC Miller Motorsports, number 85, back in the pits again. It's been an awful day for them, caught up in an accident that was not of their making just at the green flag. Share, what's the situation now for the bright yellow Cadillac?
They've done 54 laps today, and that's how many they're going to do. The team has ultimately parked the car, deciding that it just didn't feel quite right after they got everything changed on it, all the suspension bits that they wanted to. And so rather than go out and tootle round and round and perhaps risk further damage, they parked it and put it in the trailer.
How annoying. How annoying. Absolutely not of their making. But that, I'm afraid, Jeremy, is the joys of motor racing. Caught up in someone else's, or the aftermath of someone else's accident, actually, not even in the original accident. Both those guys and the ERA LMP2 car trying to avoid the spinning number 6 car, actually, with Dane Cameron at the wheel, which is now at the head of the race, and they'll feel that is somewhat unfair that the guy who caused all the consternation effectively is leading the race again now. But them's the breaks, as they say.
Yeah, nothing's predictable, is it,
no.
in this sport, that's for sure. Just looking in GTD, pit stops, pretty much a round of pit stops completed, with the exception of the number 44 car. That pitted off strategy with everybody else much earlier on, when John Potter brought that car right in at the 90-minute mark, just as soon as he'd completed his minimum drive time in this 6-hour race. So Corey Lewis still leads in number 48, Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini, car that won the 24 Hours of Daytona, by about 7.5 seconds now over the Meyershank Racing Acura in second place. Matt McMurray remains at the wheel of that car. Spencer Mapelli is up to third in the GRT Magnus number 44 that owes us a pit stop fairly soon. And then behind him is the best of the Acuras. That would be Aaron Tielitz, who is a similar margin back. This is on schedule.
Spot on.
Number 912.
I did the same thing.
Yeah. I looked up and thought, what's that car doing back in? 59 minutes and 15 seconds and 44 laps. I'm very happy with that, and that's pretty much identical to what we saw for the 911. However, Shea Adam, there's some maintenance going on here on the 912.
Yes, there is. Lawrence Vantor was saying that the brakes were getting a little bit long in the pedal the lap before he came into the pits. So they did this on the scheduled pit stop time. It is a front brake change for the Porsche 912. Now the fuel probe comes out there, just putting the new left front Michelin on, running around to the other side of the car, cleaning out the grille, making sure that everything looks good. But they have lost a substantial amount of time by this point. It looks like the right front gun was maybe giving them a little bit of issue. Car is still up in the air, and this is not good. The 912 is losing a lot of time compared to what they should have done. The brake change is complete on the left front. There goes the wheel.
They're doing something at the back left as well.
They were only supposed to do the fronts, though, John.
Yeah, but this is not a scheduled stop.
No.
I don't think you should be changing brakes in a 6-hour race. 24-hour race these days, maybe, but certainly not in a 6-hour race. This is a problem.
They've got an air tool out as well on the back. There's something catching. And yeah, they're cutting stuff away at the back. Don't like the look of this. And this is it for the 912. You cannot, Jeremy, have a stop like this and hope to be anywhere near. I think what they're doing is, maybe they're doing a caliper change there as well.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's taking this car completely out of contention.
I know what it was. They had some tyre debris wrapped around there, it looked to me, shit.
They took a look at the rear brakes while they were doing the front brake change, and they decided that they needed to be changed too. So they've taken advantage of this time to go ahead and do the rears. But that was not planned. They had only planned on changing the fronts.
Yeah, well, they were cutting something off as well.
They didn't plan to change the fronts, John.
No, I don't. But
not when
not in
it
a
started
6-hour race. Not in a 6-hour race. And they pulled something out from under the back end as well. He may well have been getting a longer pedal, but it was something more sinister than just changing the discs, the rotors and the pads. And interestingly, I think they only did the left-hand side at the front and the rear as well, which you wouldn't do either. So there's something happening there. And what looked to me was there was something wrapped around the rear left that was cut out with a pair of snippers. We'll find out. I'm sure Erin Chechel will be tuned in somewhere, and we'll get
She's been texting me.
Let's see if we can get an answer to what was going on there. Absolutely unusual to do. I mean, you only do one brake change on a GT3 car in a 12-hour race at Bathurst, and I've not seen planned brake changes in GTE cars in a 6-hour race. So something had gone there, something not right there. Maybe they thought that was the fix to the problem. I'll accept that, absolutely. But something more sinister going on there, and that car is out of contention.
Okay, one down. What a shame. But it's still so Fred McAvecchi, the sister Porsche, leads the race then by about 4 seconds over the number 25 BMW. That gap has remained, well, since the last round of pit stops. Before the round of pit stops, it was more than that. It was about 10 seconds actually between the number 911 and the number 24. Excuse me, the number 20. Scratch that. It was a very similar gap between those top 3 cars in GTLM.
Yeah.
So number 911, 25, 24, the gaps between those 3 cars has remained pretty steady around about 4 seconds. We saw Jordan Taylor lose ground in the Corvette relative to his competition in the last stint, and he is now running on the same pace as the leaders, but about 12 seconds behind the third place car, and he remains about 50 odd seconds ahead of Tommy Milner, who is still, I think, on the lead lap in we're on board number 3 car. Correct. But I think the number 4 car is still on the lead lap in the class, but only just.
Yes, I'll agree with that.
Is he?
I agree with that.
Which I can't see out the window, of course.
Yeah, what I will say is at 5 o'clock in the afternoon at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, it looks like the track temperature has peaked and is now just slowly beginning to fall away. I saw 52 Celsius on there. It's now down at 48. Now, the air temperature has come up a little bit and now sits around 30 Celsius. But the track temperature, crucially, that track temperature, which has been punishing the Michelin tyres in the middle part of this race, is just starting to show a little bit of a drop. And it's only 1 or 2 degrees. In fact, as I've been speaking, it's gone down another degree to 47. So it is now 5 degrees cooler on the track Celsius than it was at its very peak. And the tyre engineers and the drivers, I'm sure, will be very, very happy about that as we head into the last 2.5 hours of the race. And just having watched, by the way, and Shea spotted this as well, the number 4, Tom Milner, Corvette Racing C8R, is just ahead of the leader in the class, Fred McAvecchi. Not by that much, but significantly is just so. Your summation, Jeremy, that they were just on the end of the GT Le Mans lead lap. Absolutely correct.
Which, of course, they have been since very early in the race. What happened to, I can't remember what happened to number 4 car early on, but it fell to the back of the pack, didn't it? Can't remember what it was now.
Puncture.
Puncture, yes.
Left rear. Yeah. Brought out the first in-race full course yellow.
Yeah, it actually fell a lap down there. They got the lap back, but they were at the tail end of the lead lap all the way through, so they remain there. So that car's running well. They just need a caution to bring themselves back into the game, let's say, compared to everybody else. Meantime, is this battle for just about everything, actually. The lead for Dane Cameron, super job the Acura Team Penske is doing in that lead car number 6, is about 5 seconds now over the number 10, number 77, number 10 car sweeps past one of the IMSA Sullivan Lexuses, and we can expect number 10 car in the pits, John, in another lap or two.
Yeah. I need to keep scrolling back to the top of my screen for that. Yeah, I mean, if I get the right car, it would help. Yeah, he's been out there 26 laps, 31 minutes. They've been getting about, well, they have been getting 30 laps fairly consistently out of that. And the lap averages are stunningly similar. 1:11.7.
Which is true, 3 or 4 laps, you're right.
Yeah, in the last stint in Renga's second, in Ryan's second of his 2 stints, 1:11.6, 1:11.7. These are averaged over the whole laps, and it's 1:11.8 at the moment for Renga. So absolutely on the money with that car at the moment. And that car coming in is going to give them, 35 minutes, and we've got 120, 150. So they're still going to have 3 pit stops to go, aren't they, after this one? So we're not
more than that.
Yeah, 4 pit stops. Yeah, we're what's that? 170, 35, 35, 140. Yeah. So yes, they won't be able to do it on 4. It's going to be a splash somewhere. So we're still quite a long way, Jeremy. But my point is only 2 hours and 33 minutes to go. But we've still got a lot of racing and quite a bit of strategy to play out here. It's been green for quite a long time now, for over 2 hours and 9 minutes, coming up to 2 hours and 10 minutes. And you and I always like these longer green flag runs, because what we see is the relative performance of the cars, and that in these longer races, as the track temperature goes up and down, the relative performances of the cars do change. It's not just them spreading out on the track over 3 hours, is it? It's working out rather nicely, this. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, very much. I think it's a tremendous race. I mean, we've still got the top 5 cars overall separated by just a fraction over 10 seconds.
Yeah.
So that's pretty stout racing at this stage of the game. As you say, yes, we've had some cautions, but not for quite a long time now. The last caution ended with 53 laps in the books. We've now done 158, 159. As it comes across the line now.
100 laps of green. Shea Adam has more on the drama down at Porsche at GT North America for the 912 with this VP Racing Fuels pit report.
For the defending champs, Larry is reporting a new vibration in the car, and if it doesn't improve, the team wants to bring him in. They're currently in the 6th position, and Lawrence Vantor has never finished better than 5th at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Doesn't look like he's going to get better than that today unless something dramatic happens.
Yeah, I've got a feeling they've got some damage underneath that car. They've picked up some debris or something underneath that car. It's done some damage, and it may have manifested itself in a problem with the brakes, but clearly the brake change wasn't going to help that. They cut off a whole and untangled a whole bunch of some kind of debris, which I'm guessing is tapping. Now that car hasn't had a puncture, so that must have been from someone else's, or it was debris. Was it the 911 or the 912 that had the problem with the hood, Shea? With the bonnet?
The 911 had the problem with the hood of the car, but they both hit debris from that Acura, so it could be something manifesting from that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Got the wrong car, but that was the right scenario. In comes Spencer Pumpelly for GRT Magnus. This looks like a fairly regular stop for the 44. He's been out there for 56 minutes or 44 laps of the 2.5 mile circuit, and Shea Adam will describe the action in the pit lane.
Fairly regular stop, but Spencer quite rarely missed his marks and went a little bit too far forward. So the air gun at the front of the car would not reach all the way around to the front left to change that Michelin. They have rolled the car back and they have changed the tires now. Waiting for the car to come off the air jacks. There it goes. Waiting on fuel and a new drinks bottle for Spencer Pumpelly as he stays aboard for another stint. Also into the pit lane, the number 10, the glossy black Cadillac with the Konica Minolta livery on the side of it is in. That is Renger van der Zande bringing the car into the pits. And since Ryan Briscoe handed it over to him the last time he came in the pits, I would expect no driver change here. Fuel and tires only, and fuel and tires only indeed.
In comes Renger van der Zande. That's another stop for the number 10, and a brand new set of Michelins ready to go on there. And that's 30 laps again, spot on. 36 minutes they got out of the tank that time around, but in terms of the laps they are spot on. So the average a little bit slower that time around, but only a tiny bit. It's added a minute or so to that stint, and the rumble of the Cadillac V8 takes that car back into the race with Renger van der Zande still at the wheel. And news from race control, well, if you're having a bad day today, you're having a very bad day. Remember early on the problems for the number 7 with Helio Castroneves, who picked up 2 pit lane penalties on one visit to the pit lane, speeding on the way in and blowing the red light on the way out. That at the time took him off the lead lap. Well, the 912, adding insult to injury, too many people over the wall for the 912 working on the car. So that will be a penalty for the number 912 Porsche as well. Not that it's going to really affect their position because they are 6th and last in GTLM, having already dropped a couple of laps to the field. All of the top 5, the other cars are on the lead lap in class, which is led by his teammate. That'll make things no better at all, Fred McAfee, by about 1.5 seconds at the moment, Jeremy.
Yeah, as you say, John, pretty much academic, that penalty, because it's a couple of laps down already. Actually, they've done well to lose just 3 laps, I guess. They've done well just to lose that actually. But it's going to take a lot more than that. What is interesting, though, is all of a sudden the number 25 car, Bruno Spengler, is within 1.5 seconds of Fred McAfee. You might remember it was only, I don't know, 7 or 8 minutes ago, I said the gap was about 4 seconds and remained pretty static for quite a long time. All of a sudden it's come down quite a bit, and the gap, and that's because Spengler's sped up relative to the competition, because the gap between the top 3, number 9, 11, number 25, and number 24, was around about 4 seconds equal space. Now it's 1.5 seconds between the first 2 and 7 seconds from 2nd to 3rd. So Bruno Spengler, the Canadian, is really charging along there, number 25 BMW, and making pretty stout inroads into the lead held by the number 911 Porsche.
New fastest lap of the LMP2 race from Era Motorsport. Well off the pace in terms of the laps they dropped rebuilding the car after that coming to the green incident. But Colin Braun has just got into that car recently. Colin's just done in a 1:11.204. New fastest lap then for that car, and indeed for the LMP2s in this race. Now, in fairness, the LMP2s have been slowed down quite a lot in recent years, so that won't be anywhere near the lap record, Jeremy. But Colin still knows how to pedal quite clearly.
Yeah, doesn't he just? Great. Good to see. Welcome back, Colin. Super to have you back in this series. In actual fact, that is a lap record for the LMP2 category, because it was held by Gabriel Aubry last year at a 1:11.867. That was the PR1 and Matheson Motorsport car, number 52 car here. So 11.2 is a very good lap there for Colin Brown. Long way back, of course, from number 52 car, which now has Patrick Kelly back behind the wheel of the number 52 car, the leader in the class, with Scott Huffaker having just done a nice job in his IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship debut for that team this weekend. He's not done an awful lot of racing, but he was, well, I mean, 1 year, less than a year ago, he was taking part in the Formula Ford Festival and the Walter Hayes Trophy in England in the Formula Ford car. So that's a big step, isn't it, for Scott Huffaker to be now driving an LMP2 car at the 6 hours at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, piece of cake that, Jeremy. Only a 2-pedal car, flappy paddles, no heeling and towing. Scott will think he's on his holiday driving that. All that downforce as well, and slick tyres. No, hardly any change at all, except for everything. I met Scott last year, smashing lad, and did a pretty good job in the UK when he came over, and had a cracking time. Had a couple of young Americans, not part of your programme, Jeremy, but I spoke to them on your recommendation, and they had a cracking time in Formula Ford. Talk about that in a moment. So we've got some side-by-side action for the lead of the race. And the Acura is under pressure from Ollie Pla. Ollie's there again. Dane Cameron this time, who will have to try and rebuff the attentions of the number 77. Now remember, last time Ollie Pla got behind an Acura, he was ushered gently to the grass on the start-finish line by Juan Pablo Montoya. This time it's Dane Cameron that he is challenging up over the top of the hill at turn 2. Just a little lock up there from the Mazda, from the left front Michelin. Hasn't cost him too much time. Is to work through the S's and through to Ben Keating in the AMG GT3, the number 74 bright orange and chrome blue car, through turn 5 down towards turn 6. This is high pressure stuff for these leading pair, with Philippe Albuquerque only another 3 seconds. Check that, 2.5 seconds now further back. It's all closing up nicely with Albuquerque in the bright red and white number 31 Cadillac. He'll be able to see these two battling, and he'll be asking what the gap is to the team. He's on the same piece of track now on the back straight, and he's got nothing between him and those two cars, and he's coming 2.2 seconds now. He really is catching them. This is going to be a three-way battle here, Jeremy.
Yep, and we're just a couple of laps away from pit stops, John, and right ahead of these two is the number 10 car, Rega van der Zande, of course, that is off strategy. He's just heading into turn 1 as the first and second place cars are, maybe 100 yards or maybe a little bit more than that behind them. So number 10 car in danger of going a lap down, except for the fact
they're going to pit next time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think they'll pit at the end of this lap, Jeremy. All three of them pretty much on the same strategy. Dane Cameron actually pitted a lap before Platt and Albuquerque and Bomarito, but on the same lap as Helio Castroneves. So the two Acuras are a lap worse off in terms of fuel and tyres than the three cars between them. The Mazda 77, the 31 Whelen Cadillac, and the 55 Mazda. So the two Mazdas and the 31 Cadillac, as I say, with 2.5 miles fewer. The green Lamborghini is missing its door mirror. Oh no, it's dangling its door mirror along the side in a kind of jaunty way. Is it the door mirror? No, it's not the door mirror. It's part of the rear guard, the rear wheel arch. In comes first and second. Looks like a golf club that's sticking out from the back. Looks like he's going to play putt-putt or crazy golf. In they come out of the lead. Ollie Pla stays out and therefore assumes the lead for Mazda. So I reckon he's got one more lap, possibly 2 more laps on that car. I reckon he might do another couple of laps, the two Mazdas there. They've been doing 31 lap stints. So they were, as I say, a lap better off, and they're getting a lap better on fuel, so they could be in the lead for a couple of laps. Shay, describe the pit stops, please.
Dane Cameron stays aboard the number 6 Acura Team Penske machine, but it looks like it might be Pipa Durrani getting aboard the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. So driver change for one, but I mean, it's not going to take Pipo any time to get up to speed. The number 7 is also into the pit lane, the sister Acura, and that too, not getting a driver change. The door is open, new drinks bottle, fuel, and tires for the second Acura. They came in nose to tail, and they are going to be leaving pretty much nose to tail too. And just a quick note, that number 11 Lamborghini that we saw a little bit of damage on the left rear of that car, that was on an outlap when it had damage. That's strange.
Yeah, agreed. It looks like it's just popped off the part of the rear bodywork. While I've got you, Shea, do we have anything definitive on that 912? It's way back now. Obviously, some kind of braking issue that Larry was encountering, but they clearly couldn't fix it easily. What do we know?
It was debris from a tire that broke the rear brake line. Larry felt the pedal going soft. They thought it was the front, but when they took the tires off, they noticed that it was something wrong with the rear. So you were completely spot on with that, John, noticing that it was a problem in the rear of the car. They have come in and served their drive-through penalty, by the way, and there will be another trip to the pit lane, but this time for the 11, when it rains, it pours. They had wheel rotation while on the jack stand, so they will have to do a drive-through penalty as well.
Oh, Porsche keys to the race today. It's all been about the penalties, haven't it? If it's been one penalty, it's been 2 penalties. If it's been problems for cars, they've picked up other issues as well. The Mazda stayed out only one further lap for Ollie Pla, and
same as last time.
Right. I had about 31 laps last time around, and just 30 laps this time.
Well, no, what I'm saying is the number 77 car came in one. Actually,
came one lap after the Acura. Yes, sorry, I see what you mean.
But
yes.
on the same lap last time was number 31 car. So number 31 car has done one less lap on this stint as does the number 77.
Yeah, and Pla has done a lap fewer than he did before, because he did a 31 lap stint, and I'm pretty certain that was only a 30. But what I will say, he was a bit quicker on his average this time, only by a couple of tenths of a second, but that can make the difference. 35 minutes on that stint for 30 laps, whereas his 31 lap stint, well, that was a 37 lap stint, and they were both full green. Maybe just didn't want to chance it. No point in running it out of fuel at this point. Oh, big lock up. Patrick Kelly getting intimidated by the leading bunch coming through, and I don't blame him for that, Jeremy, to be honest. Driving, looking in his mirrors perhaps a little bit much there.
Well, this is tight, isn't it?
It is really tight. You know,
well, new leader, the 77 car didn't lose the lead.
In and out without losing the lead. Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Barely. And remember, it came in from second position, is the point that Jeremy's making there, dear listener and viewer. Came when the 6 car came in, Dane Cameron was leading. The 77 assumed the lead, went one lap further and pitted, did its pit stop and got out without losing the lead that it had gained. So that is in and out lap and a bit quicker in the pit. So maybe they pulled him in to try and put in a tiny bit less fuel. I don't know, but it's
no,
whatever it did. Whatever they did it well, Jeremy. They've got the track position, and that was one of our another Porsche keys to the race. And with 2 hours and 17 to go, this is magnificent. Let's just remind you, we've had 3 hours and 43 minutes, and the top 3 cars are separated by virtually nothing at all. In fact, the top 4 cars, because Bomarito's not that far away, are separated by, what, under 10 seconds, something like that?
Crikey. That's a great outlet from Tristan Nunez. A 10.4 in that number 77 car. He's not hanging about, is he?
Is it Nunez, or is it still Pla?
Tristan.
Okay, copy that. Well, that is very, very good. And that's what it takes, Jeremy, doesn't it? If you are going to make that advantage of a lap or a couple of laps of fuel that you've got, and they seem to have just a tiny advantage, but you've got to have the in lap and the out lap have got to be perfect, and you've got to be picture perfect in the pit lane. And how many times in the past, let's be honest, and let's give some credit to the ladies and gentlemen at Multimatic, how many times have we seen a very fast Mazda lose the chance of a great victory or a good finish by something going wrong in the pits, a wheel sticking, maybe not quite getting the car turned around quick enough? Well, today, so far so good, and, you know, cross fingers, touch wood, etc., knock on wood, etc., then, you know, they've turned that around, and that is about your pit stops. Another one of our Porsche keys to the race. It's fine margins here today, very fine indeed.
Yeah. No, very good point. You're absolutely right there. And look, the last time around there was 8 seconds, or yeah, just around about 8 seconds covering the top 5 cars in this race.
Yeah, and the real loser on all of this, and the tyres, the tyre issue that they had earlier in the race has played into this because they're off kilter on strategy so much. The Konica Minolta Cadillac down in, where are they at the moment? 7th position and 1:08 off the lead, but they are off strategy. But the cars ahead of them have now taken that other pit stop where they were cycling further up. And at the moment, that number 10 car with Renger at the wheel, still sitting down the timing and scoring at the moment, Jeremy. So they have really lost out just a little bit in the space of a stint or a stint and a half, sitting at the moment in 5th position and 10 seconds off the lead.
Correct, John. Yeah, 2 stints, 2 pit stops ago, the number 10 car was leading just from the number 6, then number 77, and then 10 seconds behind that was number 31 car. Now, the 77 car leads by not very much, although Tristan Nunez is stretching his lead at the front here. Fantastic job he's done since taking the wheel of that car from Olivier Pla. 4.4 seconds there. Number 6 car is just ahead of the number 31, so number 31 has made up 10 seconds on the on the number 6 car over the last, 40-odd laps. And the number 10 car is now 11 seconds off the lead. So having been in the lead, it's lost 11 seconds in the last 42 laps.
When you think about that,
10:06. Wow, excuse me. 10:06 for Nunez.
10 flat for Bourdais. Fastest lap of the race for that car. The number 5 car down in 7th position at the moment, although he's 55 seconds off the lead. But Bourdais is finding some pace as well. How much did you say, sorry, there in those laps? How much time lost for the 10 car?
Well, it's not, how far back is it from the lead? 11 seconds. So it was leading by next to nothing from the 77 car. And 11
seconds in
40 odd laps. So it's quite a long way. I mean, you know, that was on lap. It came to the pits on lap 130. We're now competing 173. So 43 laps, 10 seconds. It's not an awful lot, really, is it?
No, exactly. But we're talking about this because over long green flag runs, a 1/10 of a second, 2/10 of a second, certainly half a second a lap is going to make a huge difference. When you've been sitting under green flag conditions, I'll come back to you for that in a second, for 2.5 hours. And, you know, that's what you're talking about. Well over 100 plus laps now. Well, you don't have to have much difference per lap for that to then start making a 10, 11, 12 second lap difference. Shea Adam has more news on the Lamborghini number 11, which was sporting that sort of grumpy penguin look at the back end, flapping its a wing out like some of the Audi TCRs do. It's obviously shared VAG technology for that. Shea, what problems avail them now?
How do you make a bad situation worse? You don't serve your drive-through penalty within the allotted period of time, and you accrue an additional drive-through penalty. So, yeah, they're now P11 in class behind the injured Acura, which, by the way, the 57 MSR car has elected to run the remainder of the race without a hood.
They finally just took it off. What was left of it?
They tweeted that they had made the decision to abandon having a hood. Yep.
Right, so they're taking all the rest of the bits and pieces off. I wonder what aero issues, differences, or even advantages that might cause. Jeremy.
Yeah, Tristan Nunez is absolutely flying. 1:09.893 last time around for the young Floridian. All of a sudden, the gap back to second place. When they came out of the pits, you remember, they were pretty much nose to tail.
Correct.
All of a sudden, it's over 8 seconds. That's in just 5 laps that Nunez has pulled out over fellow Team USA Scholarship former winner, Dane Cameron.
Very good. Pemo Durrani shifted in Hunter mode as well. He's only a second now behind Dane Cameron, but that's 9.5 seconds away from the lead, and he won't like that. The two Porsches are together with the leader right behind them, the two GT Le Mans Porsches, should I say, but obviously big problems for the 912, seeing that down through the field. But what is in there is Fred Mattavecchi and Bruno Spengler. Spengler is battling for the lead with Mattavecchi, 911 Porsche and the 25 BMW. That's the red and grey BMW. Good to see the Turner BMW turning some laps as well after their brake issues earlier on. They're many laps off the pace in GTD, but Bill Auberland's gone out there to pedal it round. There will be no further laps completed by the 85 JDC Miller car after the full suspension rebuild that car had earlier on, after the coming together between that and the Aero Motorsport LMP2 car. Both of them trying to avoid a spinning Dane Cameron, remember, at the start of the race as the field came to green. 85 and JDC Miller Motorsports have decided that that car will not go any further.
See what traffic once again, Tristan Nunez clearly hit traffic on that last lap, but 1 minute 13.2.
So just the 4 seconds difference between the last two laps, which normally you would look at that in 2.5 miles and go, oh, he's had a problem, he's fallen off, no, it's just traffic, sorry, I got overexcited.
Yeah. but now Dane Cameron has got Pipo Derani right with him, and not far behind both of those two are both Jonathan Von Marita and Renger van der Zande in at number 10 car as well. So it's all pretty tight there for second, third, fourth and fifth again.
But the gap to the lead is still going out over 10 seconds now, so even with the traffic, it's still over 10 seconds. And of course, the cars following have still got to hit that same traffic. That's the thing.
No, they've just hit it, John. You're absolutely right. Tristan Nunez hit it on the last lap, and on this lap, it was Dane Cameron and the rest of that group that caught that traffic. So you're right, it's gone out to over 10 seconds.
This is
1 minute 10.2 for Tristan Nunez. He is flying.
Magnificent at the front of the field. Let's check the other classes. Let's mention GT Daytona. 7 seconds is the lead that Corey Lewis for Paul Miller Racing's number 48 Lamborghini has over Chris McMurray in the Mershank Racing Acura NSX.
That was Daddy.
Yeah. Matt McMurray.
Matt McMurray, sorry. Did I say Chris?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hi, Chris.
Hello, Chris. Nice to mention your name again. Yes, I saw the C of C. Lewis above the McMurray as I was scanning down, you see. That's what I did there. Matt McMurray. Sorry, Matthew. Matt McMurray in second. Then Aaron Thielitz in third. Ian Vassar-Sullivan. It's not my day for names today. I'm having one of those days, aren't I? I'm having a bit of a dizzy day. 4.1 seconds further back. Then 25 seconds back to Pat Long. Or Paul Long, or Peter Long, whoever he is, the number 16 car in the Wright Motorsport Porsche. Then 28 seconds back to Cooper McNeil in the 63 Scuderia Corsa. That's the WeatherTech Racing car. And rounding up the top 6, Daniel Morad for Ian Vassar-Sullivan in the second of the Lexus RCF GT3s, the 14 car. It's just another half a second further back, so that's a decent battle. Really good battle going on at the front of GT Le Mans, where Fred Mattavecchi is holding off Bruno Spengler by just getting through the traffic, I think, a little bit quicker. I'm just watching a huge lock-up a moment or two ago by the 5th place Renger van der Zande in the Konica Minolta at turn 7. Mattavecchi by 1.3 seconds now. It was under half a second just a lap ago, so Mattavecchi finding some clear air and bringing his lap times down. John Edwards is in third, another 4.5 seconds behind his BMW teammate, so 9-11, 24 and 25, and closing on the leaders. Then it's the two Corvettes, but they are another 16 seconds further back for John Edwards. Jordan Taylor in the number 3, and Tom Milner is 53 seconds further back from his teammate. But remember that car did have issues and fell off the lead lap earlier on with a left rear puncture. Vantura is the one that's well out of it after picking up that debris that caused brake damage on that car and cost them a couple of laps. And at the sharp end of the field, Mazda Motorsports leads by just under 10 seconds now, and a cracking battle behind them. Tristan Nunez in the 77 out front, then Dane Cameron in the 6 Acura Team Penske, Pipo Derani in the bright red Whelen Engineering Cadillac, and just a couple of seconds further back, Jonathan Bomarito in the 55, the dark red number 55 Mazda. As they work their way through traffic, he's nowhere near 2 seconds back there. No, 1.063 as I get the update from the split. And then Renger van der Zande is right in that battle as well, another half a second further back. So basically second, third, fourth and fifth, Jeremy, are all together, let's say it.
Yeah, they are. It's fantastic, isn't it? Really, really tight.
After 4 hours, near enough.
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Great race this is. But what a job Tristan Nunez is doing out front. I mean, he's just extending that lead. It's all of a sudden now over 12 seconds from first to second, and that was 10 laps ago. It was just a couple of car lengths. That's pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
Of course, the Mazda they were looking really good in the Moto Petit Le Mans, were they not, the end of last year. And Cheryl remember what the problem was in the closing stages, because she doesn't forget anything at all.
What was that, Jeremy? Sorry.
The problem for number 77 car at the end of last year, they had electrical problems, didn't they, in the late stages last year, when they were looking really, really good with the potential to win that race.
Brian Smith, thank you. Great Saturday night viewing, sound and vision, IMSA Radio, in the company of Jeremy Shaw, Shea Adam. Good stuff. Thank you, Brian. Not sure where you are, but if you're watching or listening, I'm suspecting, and he said Saturday night, I'm suspecting you're somewhere in the UK or Europe. And welcome along to our... welcome along to our uninterrupted race coverage, which we do for all of the IMSA. Is it now afternoon for you, Jeremy?
Yes,
okay, yes, just by half an hour. Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. The Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre has us all perfectly socially distanced. Nobody within 6 feet of each other. I'll promise you that. Let's...
1,000 miles probably, isn't it?
Well, indeed. Yeah, indeed. And welcome to the world, everybody who is tuned in. Ian McCarthy makes this point. He said, I know BOP has its haters and causes the odd controversy in various championships, but it doesn't seem to in IMSA. It certainly doesn't cause predictable racing. Can we have another decade of this, please? What I will say about it, I'm still not sure about BOP in its various forms, and in different series it is applied in different ways, Ian, and that is a fair point. What I'll say about IMSA, and Jeremy, I know you'll back me up about this, the amount of data that IMSA collect from every class and every car is extraordinary, and that any changes that they do make isn't the last person shouting or the person shouting the loudest in the meetings. It's done for a reason, and almost every time, I would say 95% of the time, when we're at trackside and we talk to either Simon or Jeff or any of the technical team, they'll come and find us and tell us not just what they've done. What they've done is printed. What they'll tell us is what they're trying to achieve by doing that, and why they've felt the need to do it, and the data that they collected that led them to that solution at that point in the season. So it really is like seeing somebody's applied mathematics paper and seeing all the workings out in the margin. And that kind of transparency, which, by the way, is exactly what they do for the teams, Jeremy, that I think is why it works as well as it does here. Is it always perfect? No, they'll be the first people to admit that, but I think they get it right more times than they get it wrong.
Completely agree with you. Not only that, I can't think of another race series in the world that is so transparent with I'm sure they are with their teams, well, mainly with their teams, but certainly with us who are trying to tell the story of the sport. It's that very rarely happens to this extent. I think it's absolutely tremendous.
Yeah, it's the gold standard.
We are grateful for that. It is absolutely right. They're doing a phenomenal job. But just look how close all the classes are here right now. We've got a Mazda, an Acura, and a Cadillac, and another Mazda and another Cadillac, all within. They were within 10 seconds until Tristan Nunez pulled a pin with the number 77 car and pulled away. In GTLM, there's 5 seconds between the top three. The Corvettes, they're struggling a little bit perhaps on tyre wear. Again, perhaps, but still running there very much in contention with number 3 car. In GTD, Corey Lewis's lead in that Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini is around about 5 seconds. So in second place, Matt McMurray's brought that down from around about 8 seconds down to about 5 over the course of the last 20 odd laps. And in third position, Aaron Tielitz, he's definitely closing in, I think, on both of them. Well, until that last lap, actually, where he all of a sudden lost a couple of seconds. But he's still running there in the third place. So it's Lamborghini, Acura and Lexus all within 10 seconds of each other. Then a fairly lengthy gap back to the number 16 car's just come into the pit. So Jan Halen was running fourth in number 16 car for the Porsche, that is, of Wright Motorsports. He just brought that car into the pits.
And Jeremy times that perfectly as we finish another race hour. We're now into the last third and the last couple of hours of racing at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta starts right now. Shea Adam noticing that at the front of the GT Daytona field, Corey Lewis has caught up to, I think that's Ben Keating he was behind there. Shane, Ben is desperately trying to stay on the lead lap.
It is, and Corey's actually been stuck behind the 74 Mercedes for quite a few laps now. It's been at least 10, maybe 15 minutes. Their due pit stops, though, are the leaders, the 48 and the 86 of the Lamborghini and the Acura, both approaching their pit window. Keating as well has been out there 51 minutes. So all three of those cars should be coming in very soon. But yes, I noticed when one of our leaders went missing on the tracker, John, and that was because he was so close to the car in front of him.
Are you watching the Dancing Ants, are you? Brian Till's favourite.
I'm watching Dancing Ants, timing, Twitter, Skype, everything.
Good, excellent stuff. Brian Till back with us tomorrow on IMSA Radio. He's on NBC duty at the moment for television for the US TV audience on NBCSN. He'll be back with Jeremy for the Lamborghini race. Jeremy and I will call the second of the IMSA Porsche GT3 Cup Challenge USA Porsche races. And then, of course, we've got the Michelin Pilot Challenge, a 4-hour encounter tomorrow, because this is the Michelin Endurance Challenge weekend. The race that should have been at Watkins Glen couldn't go there for COVID reasons. Oh, side by side, and was there a touch there for the second and third places down into turn 10? The Acura of Dane Cameron has the place for the moment, but through goes the 31 as they come underneath the Fox Factory Bridge, and Pimo Durrani's gone through, but my goodness, they were on the dusty side of the track, Jeremy, coming down the hill to turn 10, which is where I picked it up. And people clearly had a good run and been pushed further and further over to the left-hand side, but he has made the pass now and is up into second position.
Yeah, he's been trying to do that for a long, long time. Dane Cameron, just wondering whether he perhaps used a set of used tyres during his round.
Oh.
So is that the...
that is
the
in the S's, and it's the Magnus 44 car that's gone off. Oh, what a shame. Spencer Pumpelly was in a decent position. Full course caution. Oh, what a shame. And the 2 hours and 45 minutes, 2 hours 44 and 53 seconds actually, comes to an end. Now, there was traffic and Petemore's in there as well as he's coming down through the S's. Oh, Petemore went down the inside. Great piece of placement of an interim tyre barrier on the way to the outside wall, which undoubtedly slowed the Magnus car down before the impact with the wall. I have a suspicion, Jeremy, that race control might be looking at that. I couldn't tell from here whether there was a touch or whether Spencer just had to avoid the prototype coming through.
Yeah, let's have another look here. And yeah, we've talked about it before. I mean, he's certainly keeping well to the left-hand side of the racetrack. There is Spencer Pumpelly, and certainly the gap was wide open for number 31 car. So that certainly will be the case he will be pleading.
Yes, absolutely. And just by the way, we were talking earlier on about the excellence of the balance of performance. I should pay tribute to Matt Curdock, who's the technical director for IMSA now. Jeff Carter has stepped up to being senior director sales series platforms, and therefore doesn't oversee the technical side of things anymore. But certainly the processes put in place over the last few years have worked very, very well indeed. And Matt Curdock continues the excellent work that has been done, as I say, in the last few years. Safety team are there, the door is open, and we are under our 4th full course caution, one right at the start, of course. Then we had the debris from the tyre of the number 4 Corvette. Then we had
wing mirror, wasn't it? It was debris again.
Debris again at the top of the turn 2 from the BMW, and then we've gone, as I say, 2 hours and 45 minutes pretty much even. And just to let everybody know who are listening on the PA 98.1, we've had confirmation for the team that Spencer is all right. Looked pretty scary accident, particularly as he careered through the first set of barriers, or first set of tyres. But I know, Lindsay, that you're listening there. Confirmation from the team that Spencer has been talking and he's all right. As you know, everybody knows, he's not going to be dragged out of the car until everything is confirmed by the medics on site. But he has been talking and everything appears at the moment to be all right. Just to put your minds at rest, those of Spencer's family who I know are at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. We'll give you an update when we have it. Pit stops have started. Shea Adam.
Prototype pits are open, so all the prototypes decided to come down and visit. And I saw Ryan Brisk go up on the wall for the glossy black 10 Koenig Minolta Cadillac. Although, yeah, there he goes. It was just taking a little while to see Ranger's bright yellow helmet jumping out of that car. It was fuel only by the looks of it for the Mazda. They got in and out super fast. For Nunez, fuel only, I would guess, for Durrani, and the 31 Cadillac as well. Looked like a more substantial service for Dane Cameron in the number 6, although we are still trying to figure out. He will have to do at least one stint with not brand new tires over the course of the race for Dane Cameron because of the spin at the start of the race, which resulted in them using a new set of tires when they weren't planning on it. Ricky Taylor is in the number 7, and he has left the pit lane in his Acura. Ryan Hunter-Reay back in number 55. Just that would have some new tires on it. And Sebastian Bourdais stays aboard the number 5 Mustang sampling Cadillac, although that one's still back in 7th place. So I would guess that the time it took them in the pit lane, that would be fuel tires as well.
Well, only 2/3 of a stint for the Mazda, of course. So if you are going to reuse a set of tyres, a few safety car laps, what was it, 19, 20 laps for Nunez? He was the last one in, wasn't he? So yeah. Nunez and Bomarito were the last 2 cars in on the same lap, about a lap behind, at least a lap behind everybody else. Van der Zander's the one who's got the benefit out of that because he was closest to his normal pit stop window. Correct. Jeremy.
Correct, that's right. And the other beneficiaries, of course, number 7 and a number 5 that have fallen quite a long way back from the lead pack. So when we go back to green, we're going to have all 7 of the remaining DPI cars together on the racetrack. So that's going to be fun for the final one. It's going to be just less than 2 hours of this race. That's going to be pretty interesting. That was a pretty nasty impact. Have another look at it here, and I'm sure as he turned into the corner that Spencer Papelli probably wouldn't even have seen number 31 car.
He's on the other side of the car, isn't he? That's the thing.
Because that also, plus the 31 car came also past one of the Acuras from Meyer Shank Racing as well. So when he last looked into the mirrors, he probably saw just the Acura rather than the DPI car. So unfortunate there very much for Spencer Papelli.
Hello to Bryn Smith in Nottingham, who's watching and listening on. In comes the GT field, and it's GT Daytona we're focusing on. Shea Adam.
The leader comes in. Corey Lewis will be staying in the pit lane after doing a double stint. So I think that's Corey done for the day. That's Madison Snow getting back into the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini. Also into the pit lane, the 86 Acura. Shinny Mashimi was the one, it was Matt McMurray who brought it in. See, I'm doing the same thing as you, John. And I believe it is Super Mario's turn finally to get to drive that car. They've done 2-hour stints basically for all of their drivers. For the Lexuses, it is Daniel Morad who brought in the 14 and Aaron Thielitz who brought in the 12. It should be Townsend Bell taking over the 12 and Jack Hawksworth taking over the 14. Cooper McNeil serving his drive time, doing a really good job, I have to say, for somebody who hadn't driven the car at all before the race began. It might be Jeff Westphal actually getting back into that car to do a bit more driving time and save Tony Valander for the end of that race. That is Jack Hawksworth's helmet as he watches for the fuel probe to be removed to be able to leave the track. Farnbacher jumped ahead of Townsend Bell and then was Madison Snow on the pit stop sequence. And in GTLM, just to round everything out nicely, fuel and tires for every car that came into the pit lane, which was all 5 of them aside from the 912. Fred McAvecchi stayed aboard, Bruno Spengler stayed aboard, Jordan Taylor stayed aboard, Don Edwards stayed aboard, and Tommy Milner stayed aboard. So there was no change throughout the GTLM field.
Excellent stuff.
So what this caution period also does is bring the Corvettes back into play, particularly, of course, number 4 car that had been at the very tail end of the lead lap in GTLM. So again, we'll have all 5 GTLM cars back together again. Number 912 car still a couple of laps down.
Well, they're going to get 1 lap back, I think, because they stayed out. They stayed out, Jeremy, so they're going to play that game, which is absolutely the right thing to do, because you frankly just don't know. Yellows do breed yellows. That's what they say. And now, with under 2 hours to go, it's starting to get a bit more frantic, and people are getting a little less patient. Our Porsche keys to the race: track position, a bit of patience. We can forget the middle part of the Michelin Endurance Cup points now. That's well behind. We've still got an hour and 48 minutes to go, and being clean from here to the end is going to be super important, because all of those guys who had problems earlier on, including the front runners, let's not forget both the Acuras. Well, the 6 car was facing the wrong direction before it got to the green flag. The 7 car dropped off the lead lap within the first 25-30 minutes with 2 penalties, and now they're sitting 3rd and 4th and right back in it again. That's the benefit of time in a 6-hour race, which we don't have now, Jeremy. So any mistakes now are going to be doubly difficult to get back from.
Indeed so. You're right. And look, the number 74 car, Ben Keating, we talked about him just before the yellow. Did he go? I think he must have gone a lap down to the leaders, because he's just got the pass round, because when the caution period came out, he was picked up by the safety car. That's right. So he's now got the wave around and able to get back onto the lead lap. He's now making his pit stop, as are the number 23 car and the number 16. So I think we'll have those 3 cars back onto the lead. Yeah, the Aston Martin and the Porsche. Correct. Number 16 that had made a pit stop just about 3 laps before the caution period. So we'll have all of those 3 cars back onto the lead lap in GTD. Also in GTD, there's been a fair shuffling during that round of pit stops. Number 48 car has come out of the pits, I believe, now in 3rd position. The Mario Farnbacher now leads in number 86. Great. Enters in number 12 of Townsend Bell. So both of those 2 have leapfrogged the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini. Jack Hawksworth remains in 4th. Actually, he's got ahead of the Ferrari. So Hawksworth is now ahead of Jeff Westphal in the Scuderia Corsa Ferrari. Those are the top 5 cars that were on the lead lap. When we get back to green, however, because they got the wave around when the other guys made their pit stops, 16, 74 and 23 will be back on the lead lap in GTD. In GTLM, there was one change, and potentially a significant one, during that pit stops. The number 3 car got out ahead of the number 24. So it's number 911 Porsche leads, 25 BMW second. Number 3 Corvette is now in third place ahead of John Edwards in a 24 BMW, and then Tommy Milner is back in that train now in 5th position in GTLM. And the only other real significant change, in DPI, the number 31 car got past as number 6 right before the pit stops, and the loser there was the number 55. Correct. That fell back behind both the number 7 and the number 10 car. Yeah. I'm not surprised about falling behind number 10, because that would have needed, number 10 car would have needed more fuel, wouldn't it? So yeah,
correct. They were spot on. Yeah.
So I'm not sure what happened to the 55 car on that round of pit stops.
And just to finish off on...
Change drivers, maybe that was it. Ryan Hunter-Reay back at the wheel of that car.
Yeah. And just to finish off that, the Paul Miller number 48 Lamborghini was 6 seconds longer in the pits than either the number 86 Acura or the number 12 Lexus. So that's going to do it.
Yep.
And all that hard work, again, as we mentioned in the Porsche Keys to the Race pit stops, you work all that time. Green, people always say, oh, you've got to be clean on green flag pit stops. That's when it's going to cost you. No, you have to be clean on every pit stop, because if it's a yellow flag pit stop, everybody's in at the same time. So yes, I understand what the people are saying, that they want to focus on a green flag pit stop, but just because it's yellow, if it's full course yellow and everybody's in, then you're still being judged against everybody else, Jeremy, and any time lost is still time lost.
No, it's much more crucial under yellow, because for exactly that reason, John, that the yellow flag pit stops are much more important than the green flag pit stops, because the cars are absolutely nose to tail as they come in. Generally, if they're out on a racetrack, they'll probably be separated by maybe a second or 2 or 3 or something. But when they come in nose to tail, then any microscopic time lost during a pit stop is going to be way, way more costly.
Chris Humphrey saying, great to see how the interim tyre barrier worked, which certainly saved the driver and car from further damage. Surely we'd be looking at arm core barrier damage, which could be a long, long delay to pull back and secure. Chris Humphries, one of the Orange Army in the UK, and I don't mean a supporter of Max Verstappen, although he might well be, but he is one of the great team of ladies and gentlemen who go out and give up their time as flag marshals and corner workers, as you would call them here at Road Atlanta. And thank you to all of our volunteers, again, those who are doing the track work here. Busy weekend of motorsports around the world at the moment, and many people are giving up their free time to ensure that motorsport, whether it's the Virgin Australia supercars that I've been watching this weekend, it's Superbikes, British Superbikes at Silverstone, it's Formula One and the attendant races in Italy at Monza, of course, or here at Road Atlanta, and all of the other meetings that perhaps aren't getting big coverage. I know there's a classic meeting at Brands Hatch as well in the south of England this weekend. Thank you so much for those of you who are volunteers but are in every other way apart from getting paid a very, very professional set of essential workers at racing venues. Thank you. So from all of us who watch or indeed compete, not as much as I'd like to, but we simply couldn't go racing without you all. Thank you so much. Now, by the way, we have got incident responsibility. The 31, Pipo Durrani, with the 44. That will be a drive-through when we go back to green. That's awful. That is, it's when I say it's awful, I don't mean that's a bad decision, but coming after a full course yellow, of course, it means that he's going to get a lot of cars between himself and the leader, fought his way up into a challenging position at the front of the field, but now will drop all the way down, probably going to drop, what did we say, it was to transit the pit lane. It's about 30 seconds, isn't it, that you lose? So that is going to be a lot of time lost for people to run
behind.
Yeah, I'd think so. And that's the sort of mistake and penalties pressure. That's what it does. We talked in the keys to the race, Jeremy, didn't we, about the areas of the tracks where sometimes you have to play follow my leader.
Well done, John. It's exactly the point I was going to make. Yes, and through the S's there, it's a really difficult place to overtake. You've got to know that the guy that you're passing, it knows you're there. And like I said before, I'm sure the Spencer Papelli wouldn't even have seen the number 31 car, because he whistled past the number, I think it was the number 86 Acura, out of turn 3. And you can do that if you're on that short little straight. There's a minute little straight between the right and the left, or the left and the right. Yes, you can dive down there, but he tried to make 2 there, and that's the tricky bit. If you just pass 1, but I think people should have been a little bit more circumspect there, and he's going to lose a lot of time. But as we've seen during this, that's what happens at this racetrack.
And big consequences at any part of this circuit, but particularly at the S's. It is so quick. You've raced here, Jeremy, a number of times in a variety of different cars, and you are absolutely on the ragged edge of adhesion. Doesn't matter what you're driving through there, you're barely in control of the car on a good lap, and if something goes wrong, there's so little time to react and get it back. That's why I thought Ben Keating did such a good job earlier on when he had that wiggle in the 74 AMG GT3, and although he was all 4 Michelins on the track, he actually didn't have the big accident that it could have been. There's so little time to react down there.
There is. I mean, that's total commitment through this sequence of corners there. You're right. And I talked about it when we first saw the incident from the helicopter above. Spencer Papelli was way over to the left-hand side of the racetrack, which looks very inviting for Pipo Derani. But of course, the GT car has to get all the way across to the left-hand side of the track there for that right-hander. Otherwise, he's not going to make the corner. And that's the problem that Pipo Derani probably should have anticipated. Green flag.
And people will want to get out in front if he can, and then come in for the pit stop. He's got 3 laps to serve that, otherwise he'll get a further penalty. An hour and 40 minutes, just under. So what's that, 100 minutes to go. Great work by Robbie Foley in the Turner Motorsports BMW to stay out the way. They're many laps down, they're not in a fight, there's no need for them to be in with anybody that is. So on the restart, got all the way over to driver's right. Absolutely brilliant. And that is you know, really respectful driving from cars that are down laps. Right, let's pick up some battles in GT Le Mans. Fred Makovecki has speared away actually to a 1.3 second lead from Bruno Spengler. Bruno's got the Corvette of Jordan Taylor behind him, then John Edwards, then Tom Milner's another couple of seconds further back, so he's got his hands full. At the front of the field, Tristan Nunez leads from Pipo Derani, who will have to come down pit lane for a drive-through. Then Cameron, and in fact Derani's in the pit lane now, then Cameron and Taylor then will go through in second and third as Pipo does this drive-through. Let's see, he's already dropped the 7th position, so he's dropped to the back of the cars on the lead prototype lap. He's only halfway down the pit lane on the pit lane speed limiter. A fired up Pipo Derani is going to be box office for the last 97 minutes of this race, Jeremy. But he's going to be coming out right into the GT and GTD battles, and that's going to make life very difficult for him.
Well, yeah, and that's the second incident responsibility call on that car in this race, isn't it? Of course, because Felipe Nasser was called for that incident at the very start with Dane Cameron. So it's been a very difficult day for that Whelen engineering team. They've got some work to do to catch back up, and really, well, not really, yes, really, they are going to need a full course caution to get back into contention.
People's good. He's very good. He's, let's say, 32 seconds behind. So that wasn't a bad guess by me, actually, when I was working out the loss of time. 32 seconds behind the leader. And I'll keep an eye on that split, because I do get the micro splits here as well. That's just gone out to 32, so let's see how he's doing and where he's more to the point share. You've got the dancing ants. Where has people dropped into traffic? What's he got around him? And the answer is the head of the GTD field and the whole GT Le Mans field is right in front of him at the moment. And of course, they're having their own scraps in the late evening or early evening sunshine here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. Mind, he's hit them in not the worst place, because he's got through the battle at the sharp end of the GT Daytona field on the front straight and carves his way through at the top of the hill at turns 2 and 3. And now a bit of a gap before he's got, I think Madison Snow is his next target ahead of him. Yes, it is. So that's third in GT Daytona. So actually not as bad as I thought it was, but he is losing time to the leaders. It was 31 seconds, it's now 35, Jeremy. And that's the issue. He's got to fight through all of these before he can start claiming time back on the leaders.
Yeah, correct. It's going to take another few laps before they catch the tail end of the field. The race leaders, till they catch GTD contenders. Two great laps there from our race leader, Tristan Nunez, to a 10.5 and a 10.4 his last 2 laps, again taking advantage of that clear air out in front.
Battle for second in GTD, coming down to 10A and B. The 2 Lexus either side of Madison Snow. T-Bell is in second, Jack Hawksworth is in 4th, and the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini driver is in the middle of them through turn 1. This is just allowing Super Mario Farnbacher in the 86 MSR Acura to just get away. It's 2.5 seconds. That'll take some getting back. These cars in GTD are very evenly matched. An hour and a half to go, so that's going to be one more pit stop for these guys. They've been getting just under an hour, about 55, 56 minutes, depending on the car manufacturer, but they're very evenly matched both in performance and fuel mileage. So there will be one more pit stop for the GTD leaders, and it will not be a quote-unquote full pit stop. So the choice will be, Jeremy, come in about 35, 40 minutes time and go to the end there, or run all the way to the end of the fuel that you've just put in and have round about 40 minutes to go at the end. Went back to green at 1 hour and 40 to go, didn't we? Yeah.
Yeah, so very marginal for the DPI cars to get to the end on just 2 stops. They may well need a splash.
Yes.
But they probably will need a splash.
We've been saying
they definitely will need a splash.
35.
This is a yellow.
Yeah, 35, 36 minutes for those guys. Now, everybody on the same pit stop strategy, of course, and let's remember when we look at this in the future that Pipo Derani had the drive-through, so that short stint isn't an issue. So everybody's been out for about 20 minutes, but the first 5 laps of those 11 that have been completed were yellow flags. Now that's going to take them, the last time we had yellows was a long way back. That's going to add a couple or 3 laps to their stint, but I'm not sure. I think you're right, Jeremy. I still think it's going to be too tight. Even if they can get 32, 33 laps instead of the 30, that doesn't divide up nicely.
No one's done. Yeah, no, it doesn't. You're right. No one's done the 2 laps.
With the yellow, you might get 32. The Masters will get yellow.
If it's a yellow, then the problem will go away. But if there isn't a yellow, it is a problem.
The Mazdas have done a 31 lap stint in full green, and they've had the first 5 laps of this stint was under yellow. BMW versus Corvette, a couple of moments ago, down to turn 10. I think there was a bit of paint traded there in the braking area. And through from 4th position has gone then John Edwards over Jordan Taylor. So it's now Porsche, BMW, Corvette. But still plenty of time. That was forceful from the BMW driver, who went round the outside of the first part of 10A, which put him on the inside for the left-handed exit part, and that's where he made it stick. 69.
Yeah, meanwhile in GTD, Super Mario Farnbacher has pulled out 3.5 seconds over Townsend Bell in 2nd position. Townsend Bell still struggling to hold off Jack Hawksworth now.
Who's now got past Madison Snow. A little bit too much curb on the exit of 5 last time around is how he lost that to Hawksworth.
Yeah, and also Jan Halen in the number 16 Porsche has got past Jeff Westphal in number 63 Ferrari as well.
Right, now I'm very confused because it looks to me as though Madison's got back through there. Yes, he has. Hawksworth dropped 2 places in the shuffle with the leading cars coming through. So it's Farnbacher, Bell, Snow, or if you prefer, Acura, Lexus, Lamborghini, and Jan Halen's gone through. Hawksworth then down from 3rd to 5th in one fell swoop. So that's how quickly things can change, dear listener and viewer. At RSL_studio, use the hashtag Michelin PRT. Excuse me, at IMSA Radio with the hashtag Michelin PRT for our post-race tech wrap-up of what's been going on. And my goodness, have we got stuff to talk about today. Really have.
I tell you, we have, don't we? It's just been tremendous stuff. And there's a pass there for 5th position. Sebastian Bourdais has got past Ryan Hunter-Ray. So the 2 IndyCar veterans battling over 5th position. But it's now that Bourdais has got that position from Ryan Hunter-Ray.
That's Jeremy Shaw with me, John Hindhaugh in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Shea Adam is now I'm just pausing for a moment. I think there's a problem for Hawksworth. Yes, there is. He's lost the right front tyre and it's done damage. It looks like he's been off as well. Car sitting down on the right-hand side and part of the guard's gone as well. And I think there might be even be suspension damage there. But there's no rubber on the rim. And that car will head into the pit lane. So that is a disaster for a car that's been running so well. Shea Adam is our VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock reporter. Go ahead, Shea.
This is a huge moment because Jack Hawksworth, coming into the race today, was tied with Matt McMurray and Super Mario Farnbacher for the points lead in GTD. He has driven with Aaron Telitz since the 2nd round of the championship this year, and he has maintained a 3-point lead over his co-driver. That's about to evaporate with this pit stop because Aaron Telitz sharing the 12. That car is currently in 2nd place. But yes, Hawksworth into the pit lane. The crew goes to work. They're going to change the tires first, doing all 4 of them. And those are sticker tires going on for Hawks. So they need to make sure there's no damage to the front right of that car when the tire gave out. But there is damage because we can see part of the tire where we should see bodywork. So the crew just now getting the front right off, actually, and going to work in the wheel well, trying to look a little bit more closely into.
Well, what happened to Hawksworth? He'd already been shuffled back to 5th position. He lost the tyre going up to 5, I would say, and went off in 5 and hit the wall. He looked to be, Jeremy, I would say, on the right kind of line there going into 5. He turned in and then the car wouldn't turn. I think that might have been... Oh, and now a spin for the number 11 Lamborghini. Richard Highstand behind the wheel for GRT Grasser Racing. And amazingly, he's managed to spin and not hit anything or be hit by anybody. And that's at turn 5 as well. And Pipo Durrani's there as well, but I don't think he was involved. Oh, that was close. Very close indeed. Just going back to the Jack Hawksworth incident for a moment. I'll get back to Shane for an update on that, but I think that tyre went as he turned into 5, and that might have been a result of the shenanigans that saw him shuffled back from 3rd to 5th a lap or so before.
Yeah, could well have been, couldn't it? That's a big blow to their championship aspirations, of course, for number 12 car. They, as Shay was saying, they came in here tied on points with the Mario Farnbacher's car, Mario Farnbacher and Murray, and they're tied, by the way, primarily as a result of the fact that Farnbacher and Murray should have been, or thought they were, 2 points ahead, but with the not exclusion, but put to the back of the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini, that cost them. They finished 3rd, didn't they? That put them all the way to the back. That elevated Jack Hawkesworth. They got 2 more points, so they came in the lead. Here's a pit stop for number 77 car. That's not right.
No, that isn't right. That isn't right at all. With what, just under 90 minutes to go, Tristan Nunez has only been out there for 6 laps. Shea Adam can update us on the Lexus, while we also keep an eye on what's going on down at Multimatic.
Are we sure that Nunez hasn't been out there for 27.5 minutes? Because that's what I'm showing for everybody else in terms of the time. But this is fuel and tires for Tristan. He's staying aboard for the time being. Not seeing any damage or anything particularly out of place on the car.
No, he has been out for that amount of time, but it's only 16 laps, of which 5 were under the safety car. He pitted with everybody else. He should be doing another 16 laps.
No, and Oliver Jarvis just jumped over the wall, putting his gloves on as he was coming around to the far side of the car. So this is too soon. I will send a message to the team and find out what's going on.
Stop the engine now. Yeah. So that, I'm afraid, is their challenge over as well, as the front cover comes off. And they're looking at the reservoirs on the front. There'll be brake and, well, there'll be brake reservoirs. I was going to say in clutch reservoirs, but nowadays, of course, there aren't. And is that an overflow there as well that I can see? Yes, it is. Power steering, I reckon. I think that's the power steering that is boiling, the power steering fluid that's boiling. Well, if that is the case, no wonder they got it in. They're trying to top something up further back as well under pressure. That'll be something engine related. That might have just been then a water radiator at the front, but they certainly were looking at the reservoirs. In goes fluid under pressure in a bright red bottle with a blue bottom to it. And this is Mazda out with the 77. 1 bullet gone for them as well, Jeremy. And then there was, well, there was 6. I was going to say there were 5, but Durrani has stopped the rot and got it back to 32 seconds, the lead. And he's just done the fastest first sector of the race at an 8-second first sector. So he's riled up, but he's still half a minute behind, but he's not out of it. So all of a sudden, we're down to 6 DPIs, still in with a chance.
That's right, yeah, but he's only back in it if there's another full course caution. If there isn't, unless really bizarre happens, there's no way he's going to claw that back that sort of deficit with just an hour and 20 minutes remaining in the race. So now we're an Acura Team Penske 1-2 then. Just a second and a half or so separating Dane Cameron from Ricky Taylor, and they've edged away a little bit since this restart from Ryan Briscoe in 3rd place. Ryan Briscoe, meanwhile, is doing all he can to keep Sebastian Bourdais behind him in that kind of a 5. Then Ryan Hunter-Reay in the now remaining Mazda he's fallen back a little bit as well, a couple of seconds behind that battle for 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, look at the lap times, Jeremy. 109 last time around, 109.7 for Durrani. That's his fastest lap of the race. Everybody else in the mid to high 110s. We've picked the pace right back up again now. People realising that this is effectively, when we went back to green, it was a 100-minute sprint to the checkered flag. There'll be nothing saved now. There'll be nothing left on the table. It is full fast all of the time.
It is. This for the other categories, it's still game on. I mean, look at the GTLM Fred McAvey leads by 0.7 of a second over Spengler. So it's number 9-11, 25, 24, 3. Number 4 car he's within a couple of seconds as well, so he's actually made up a little bit of that ground. So game very much on in GTLM.
Yeah, that's cracking. Absolutely cracking. And fair play as well to Simon Trummer, who's just put the fastest LMP2 lap of the race in. Remember, we told you Colin Brown had stolen that away a little while ago. Well, it's back now in the hands of PR1 Matheson Motorsport, and Simon Trummer, who's just put in a 1:10. No, he hasn't, has he? He has. He's put in a 1:10.8.
Yeah.
That is mighty. That is absolutely outstanding.
Yeah. It is, isn't it? I mean, the lap record set last year by Gabriel Aubry in that same car was 1:11.8. The record, to be fair, was the car on the Son last year, the 1:10.7. So he's just eclipsed. So he's got another 10th of a second to beat the qualifying lap record as well as Simon Trummer.
That's remarkable. That is remarkable. What's he just clipped off the 18 car? What did Colin did? Colin did an 11.2. So he did an 11.2. He's just done a 10.8. He's just taken 4/10 out of Colin Brown. I mean, I've got to tell you, Simon Trummer, he's taken 4/10 out of Colin Brown in a race, in race trim. That's a red letter day for anybody. That in the same machinery, that is a red letter day. A little golf clap here in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre for Simon Trummer. All right, I know that they're not in the heat of a battle or anything like that, and he's got relatively new tyres on, having just come out the pit. But I'm sorry, that's very impressive. Take that one home and stick it on your wall, Simon. Excellent stuff. And welcome back to the US racing as well. He's been very careful and very considerate about his travel as Simon. A lot of drivers have been bouncing backwards and forwards to Europe and in and out of even hot zones in Europe. Simon's been very respectful to all of the requirements and protocols, and has been having to make some difficult decisions about where he does and indeed where he doesn't race, and rewarded with a very good lap there. Well done, that man.
Yeah, well done, that man.
Rob Chalmers has just tweeted at IMSA Radio. I know it's Saturday, but can somebody tell Simon Trummer this isn't the qualifying session? Yes.
Look, he hasn't got anybody to race against now because, of course, number 18 car is many laps behind.
True that.
But he's a racing driver, so he's going to still race as hard as he possibly can. Hats off to him. And it's a shame he's not back on the lead lap because he might have somebody to handle for the DPI cars. It's been a tremendous performance by PR1 Matheson Motorsports. It started off, of course, by Patrick Kelly, who put the car on the pole position, as he has done in 2 of his 3 starts. Actually, he's only qualified the car twice. Well, make that 3 of his 4 starts. He's only qualified. Every time he's qualified, he's put it on the pole position. Scott Huffaker, the youngster newcomer from Menlo Park in California, 21-year-old, did an excellent stint as well. And now Simon Trummer from Switzerland is carrying on that great work.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff indeed.
Game on in the front of the field between the two teammates.
Absolutely is. I'm just looking at that. That's absolutely extraordinary. Look at the lap times, Jeremy. Last time around for the leader, 1:10.6, 1:10.5 for second place, and half a second just over between the two Acuras, who all of a sudden have found is it a second or a third wind? I mean, they both had their problems in this race, and if they pull a race victory, and particularly a first and second out of here, they'll think they've won the lottery this weekend, because this could have been a disastrous race for them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Quite extraordinary. Just a bad few minutes as well for the Lexus team, the Ian Vassar-Sullivan team. Hawksworth still in the pits with that damage to the right front, having been shuffled back from 3rd to 5th. And Townsend Bell's dropped a couple of places as well. Both Madison Snow and Jan Helen have gone through. Now he's still there, but he's dropped 3 seconds now to those two. And now the gap is, the battle is between the Acura of Mario Farnbacher for MSR, the 86 car, and 5.5 seconds behind, and closing in gently is...
No, it's about the same.
It's about the same, 5.5.
Yeah,
5.5. It went from 5.5 something to 5.493 as I was watching, and I thought, oh, is that...
Wait a minute, this is an early pit stop.
Very early, Jeremy, for...
Oh, sorry, no, wait a minute. That was the car that that had a penalty, didn't it? So
Yes.
I still think it's a little bit early.
No, it is. They've come in after 25 laps, and you know, everybody's been doing pretty much 30 laps. So if I just scroll back through the two Acuras, yeah, they've done 30 laps, Dids.
This is going to put him off the lead lap.
Well, they're putting... it looks like they were putting Felipe Nasser back in as well to the 31. Juan Montoya sitting impassively at the back of the Acura pit. The only thing I can think of for the 31, are they splitting the race from here, Jeremy? That's the only thing I can think of, that they are splitting the race into 2 parts from here, because that is about spot on. Just over 70 minutes. So there'll be one more pit stop from here.
Just about, with an hour and 15 to go. That's right. But I think they're going to drop off the lead lap, I think, with this pit stop. So yeah, they're going to have to need a caution to get back on the lead lap with everybody else.
Okay.
But hey, look, when you're that far back, anything's worth a bit of a gamble, because if there isn't a full course caution, then they're not going to catch him in any case. So by making this stop now, it potentially could put them in a better position in half an hour's time or so.
It's got to share, Adam, for VP Racing Fuels pit update. We were worried that Townsend Bell might have some kind of issue with the car. He's dropped back a couple of places and is now, in fact, 4 seconds behind the Snow Halen battle for second position, which is closing up nicely. What do we know about the remaining in Vassar Sullivan Lexus ship?
Yes, and that is important because the 14 has gone behind the wall now, so that is a very bad day for the 14. As far as the 12 is concerned, though, John, there is no issue with the car. Townsend Bell reporting that he's having difficulty hearing over the radio, and that distracted him while the 2 cars got around him a little bit earlier on. But the 12 is mechanically okay, just the driver is the one having a slight issue. You think not being able to hear would help you go faster?
Jeremy Shaw, the exclamation there at the final corner as the leading Acuras carved their way through the GT Le Mans battle, and specifically the 2 Corvettes in 4th and 5th.
Yeah, and they changed position there, the 2 Acuras, so it's now Ricky Taylor ahead of Dane Cameron as they work their way through that. And all the GTLM leaders are pretty much nose to tail here, so they've got to work their way through all of them, and really great job there by Ricky Taylor. Look, he's already put a couple of GTLM cars between himself and Dane Cameron. That was a really excellent move. He timed that absolutely to perfection, and he's now got a pretty handy margin over his teammate.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually, because Spengler has more than halved the lead that Makowiecki had. It's just got out for a moment as the leaders weaved their way through the traffic. It was over 1.5 seconds, and then it went down to, well, it's gone down to 4/10 now. Marvellous bit of driving by Ricky Taylor, coming down through 10. The gaggle of GT Le Mans cars.
That was
His teammate gets slightly caught up behind the Corvette in 5th position, and he dives to the right-hand side under the Fox Factory Bridge, squares off the corner and says, "I'll have the lead, thanks very much indeed. I'll see you at the checkered flag." Pulled out 2 seconds as well, by the way. Only another 2 seconds further back, Ryan Briscoe in that number 10 Konica Minolta Cadillac, with Bourdais right up his tailpipes, and Ryan Hunter-Reay another half a second further back. 3 cars for 3rd, 4th and 5th, Jeremy, in absolutely no space on the track at all.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's a tremendous battle now. So now for second place, but don't count out any of these guys. But what a great that was by Ricky Taylor, who just took full advantage of that traffic and was able to side on through. That lap for Dane Cameron at 1:15.9, so he lost more than 5 seconds on that one lap.
So we've got that phenomenon that we here at IMSA Radio and Radio Show Limited called clumping out on the track. You can have the biggest track in the world and the smallest number of cars, but ultimately they will attract themselves to each other, and everybody will be in the same piece of track who's fighting for position at the same time. And that is the essence of mixed class, multi-class endurance racing. And it's been a feature of IMSA racing ever since I can remember as well. Still that GT Le Mans battle, which is absolutely raging, going under the hill now, under the bridge now, at the top of the hill. Thank you, Shane. The two Acuras, well, Ricky Taylor has pressed the afterburners. He's found some pace through the traffic, Jeremy. I mean, the lap times are out at 1:12s at the moment, but he's taken 4 seconds out of Dane Cameron, who was the class of the field earlier on. This is not somebody who's turned up for an arrive and drive. This is Dane Cameron, who was one of the fastest cars on the circuit earlier on today. And since going by, Taylor has pulled out over 4 seconds.
Yeah, and of course, defending series champion as well, isn't he? It's a long time ago last year.
Hunter rated the 55.
Pit stops now beginning for the leaders.
Tiny bit early because there was a bit of yellow at the start of that. That's only 29 laps when that car's been doing 30 or 31, the Masters. But again, what they're looking to do is just square up how far they're going to go in there next. They'll get home with one more pit stop after that one, Jeremy.
Yes, John, they certainly can. I don't think the number 31 car can, actually. I think that was definitely an unscheduled stop for number 31. I think when they came in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 laps ago, that's too long to be able to get to the end of the race with just one more pit stop. But certainly, I believe number 55 car can make it from here.
Now, who did the 55 go out in the hands of? Oh, Ryan Hunter-Reay stayed in. So that was it. Was that a full? Was that a set of tyres as well as some fuel there, Shay? Because there are going to have to be some reused tyres for one or two of the teams. Or was that a brand new shiny set of Michelins that went on for Ryan?
I believe they had already done their double stint, gotten that out of the way, and they were saving the new tires for the end. By the way, just got an answer from Tristan Nunez, literally as you were throwing that to me. It was a brake issue for the 77. That's what caused them to stop.
Right, okay. Oh. So
same as the well, not same as, but
actually
similar problem to the Porsche.
Well, actually, somebody tweeted to me and said that smoke you could see was coming out of the brake, backing up out of the brake ducts. And I'm sorry, I can't find that at the moment. So whoever tweeted that at IMSA Radio, thank you very much. You were spot on. And I was going to mention that, but oddly enough, something else happened on the track, which is seemed to have been the story of the day today. Both of the Acuras in. Now, this is sort of covering people off here. They don't want to get the wrong side of a safety car, and they know that they can go with one more stop after this one. Let me have a look at their... Actually, they've done pretty much a full stint there.
Sure.
A little bit short. With the 5 laps of safety car, it's a 31-lap stint, but 5 laps of safety car. I reckon they probably could have done a lap, maybe one more, maybe 2 more, but that's pretty much a full stint there, Jeremy. And just one more stint from those guys. They should just about be able to make it with, 68 minutes to go. They can do 35 minutes. It's tight, but it's doable, I reckon.
No, yeah, definitely no problem at all there for those two cars. That's why they came in then, because from here they can run flat out, make one more pit stop, and good to go to the finish. Number 31 car won't be able to do that, I'm pretty sure. And the Cadillacs now, they're going to try and take advantage of some clean air. All of a sudden, those two Penske cars have pulled out a fair margin. All of a sudden, it went from next to nothing to 10 seconds back to the third place car, with the two Acuras pretty evenly split. But now he's got to put the hammer down here. Ryan Briscoe's back in the lead of this race for the first time since lap 130. We're now just completed lap 221. 221 completed just now. So that number 10 car back in the lead of this race.
He'll pit next time around, or at the latest the one after that. Even with the run at the start of this stint being under the Corvette safety car, they have already got 32 laps under their belt in this stint. And I would be surprised if they could do more than 34, even with those laps in the safety car. Yeah.
Oh, with the caution, sorry.
Yeah. Remember, 5 laps of caution right at the start of this. So they've got 32 now. I would expect them to come in at the end of this lap. But you're right, Jeremy. They've got to get the hammer down. 1:10.6 for Briscoe last time around, and Bourdais. So Briscoe has gone around again, so he will do a 34 lap stint. Bourdais comes in with a 1:10.4 and then a 1:19 as he comes in. So that's 2 pretty good laps on the in lap for Bourdais. Now, they're not going to put pressure in terms of getting out in front of the Acuras, I'm fairly certain, but they've got to try and keep them honest here, and that's what Jeremy was saying. The Acuras had pulled out a good, 9-10 seconds before this penultimate pit stop, with 66 minutes still to go. And by the way, GT Le Mans races on. Makovic, Spengler half a second behind, and then it's John Edwards, Jordan Taylor and Tom Milner, and they are separated by nothing. There's barely half a second between any of those. Extraordinary stuff.
Yeah, you're right. I tell you what, super consistent at the front here by Ryan Briscoe. His last three laps, 1 minute 10.61, 1 minute 10.63, 1 minute 10.67 last time around. Really tremendous. He now brings that car into the pits with a 22-23 laps in the books. Well, tell you what, the gainer in that last round was Harry Ticknell in the Mazda.
Yes.
He came in a couple of laps before the Penske cars, and he's come out right on the tail of the number 6 car.
Yeah, and they will need slightly less fuel than the Acuras at the end. The Mazdas have been doing good mileage with the 2-litre 4-cylinder turbocharged engine. Here's the leader into the pit lane. Shea Adam is watching the pit stop for Ryan Briscoe,
who is staying aboard the glossy black Cadillac, because Renger van der Zande has been texting me. So I do know that there is no driver change for this one. Fuel and shiny new tires for this Cadillac, and Ryan going to be staying in for at least one more stint, trying to chase down the Acuras out front, just waiting on fuel. Another perfect stop. This team thrives in the long distance races. That is when Konica Minolta Racing comes to the front, fuel probe comes out, away goes Ryan Briscoe, not a second lost.
Thank you, Shea. There goes the Acuras. So I think he's gained a bit of time as well, to be honest. It's certainly not going to be 10 seconds when he comes back out. Well, maybe it is, actually. 10 seconds spot on to the leader, but perhaps not quite as much to Tinknell. And it's actually Ricky Taylor who's pulled out on Juan Montoya. To be honest, Shea, just before I let you go, I know you've been looking how we're doing on drive times for those that need drive times in the Pro-Am classes.
Well, by my calculations,
unofficially, you should say, yeah.
Yeah, by my calculations, and everybody who knows me knows how good I am at math, so I'll just put that out there. The only car right now that has not yet met the minimum drive time would be the 23 Heart of Racing. I believe that Roman DeAngelis still owes us 30 minutes worth of driving, and Darren Turner's been in the car now for a little while, so the next time they pit, they could put Roman back in.
Right, I've got Ian James with 2 hours and 16, Darren Turner with 1:40, Roman DeAngelis with an hour. So does that back up what you've got?
Yes, he needs 1 hour and 30 minutes, so he needs 30 minutes more.
Okay, spot on. And that was done, by the way, with a notebook and the hourly results that Shea worked that out. I have the advantage of having some strategy software on one of the 2,752 computer screens that I've got around me at the moment. Paul Trustwell, I am invoking your skills, but I don't do it as well. I know that. Paul, if you listen, I bet you are listening, Paul. I bet you are. Trusses down in Woking. Hope you're feeling better, mate. And speak to you soon. Get you on Haggerty Radio Le Mans at some stage over the week as well. Can't wait to have a chat with Trusses. So, ladies and gentlemen in our broadcast team and the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, we are coming down to the last 1 hour of racing. And we'll run through then how it stands with Acura Team Penske first and second, 10 seconds between Ricky Taylor in the 7 and Juan Montoya in the 6, who is all of a sudden a second ahead of Harry Tincknell, having been a 10th ahead not so very long ago, but they're carving their way through traffic at the moment. So Acura, Mazda, then Ryan Briscoe, another second and a half further back. So the top 4 within 13 seconds. The top 5, which is Tristan Vautier in the Mustang sampling Cadillac, the number 5 car, he's only 21 seconds away from the lead, and still that 30 seconds further back, or 30 seconds from the lead after the drive-through penalty served by Pipo Derani after the collision with Spencer Pumpelly. Felipe Nasser still has it all to do and is hoping and praying, I'm sure, for a full course yellow in the last hour. In GT Le Mans, what entertainment we've had. And Fred McAvecchi flies the Porsche GT team flag high with the 911 RSR at 19. The number 911 ahead by nearly 2 seconds now in the context of that battle. That's actually a bit of a cushion, to be quite honest. From the 2 BMWs, Bruno Spengler in the 25, John Edwards in the 24. They're about a second apart. A second further back are the 2 Corvettes. And I do mean the 2 Corvettes are a second further back, because there's barely a half a second between them. So that is Jordan Taylor and Tom Miller. So that's 3 from 4. And still off the lead lap by just a lap now, but still obviously running in 6th position, the 912 Earl Bamber, after all that issue with the tyre debris wrapping itself around the left rear and causing braking problems. GTD farm back by 6.9 now from Madison Snow, Acura from Lamborghini, MSR from PMR, 86 from 43. That's the equation at the front of the field. And Madison Snow having to defend from Jan Halen, as he has been since effectively they came out the pits on their last stop. Just about half a second, the two-tone blue Wright Motorsport Porsche, the number 16. Then 5 seconds further back, Jeff Westphal, the Scuderia Corsa Ferrari. Do you know what? They've really made that early strategy when they didn't stop when everybody else did at the full course yellow, and with a bit of fuel saving, they got to the next safety car. That bounced them up from the bottom end of the top 10. Actually, they might have even been outside the top 10 at that point, but that's bounced them up, and they've held that top 6 position ever since, ahead of Lawson Aschenbach, who's now behind the wheel of the 74 Mercedes. He's another 6 seconds further back. He's got a bit of pressure from Townsend Bell. Actually, I think he might have just passed Townsend, and Townsend trying to hang on to the back of him at the moment. 11 seconds further back in 7th is Heart of Racing with Darren Turner. Then it's Alvaro Parent in 8th for Acura and Heinrich Racing with MSR, and then GRT Grasser, and in fact Parent and Highstand I think are off the lead lap, so it's only the top 7 in GTD on the lead lap. That's how they stand. 1 hour to go. Don't go anywhere, because you know what these races are like. It's not over yet. There's still plenty of action to go, and we'll start the final hour of racing here at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, right now. So, Jeremy, where's your money then? The Acuras look strong, but they've got a gap first to second of 14 seconds again now, and Ricky Taylor has really got the hammer down. Juan Montoya sits in second with 2 seconds over Harry Tincknell. But it's not done here. Anything can still happen, and a bit of traffic, as we've seen, can trim 4 seconds off that very easily indeed.
Yeah, true, but he's certainly in imperious form at the moment as Ricky Taylor. He was inspired, I think, yesterday by Elio Castroneves' his magnificent run to pole position, and Ricky Taylor, having taken the lead from his teammate, has now pulled away pretty rapidly, and Pablo Montoya's got nothing to hold to Ricky Taylor. He's extending that lead. It's going out by now, a second a lap actually, each of the last 3 laps. So it's out to over 14 seconds between first and second. This is looking very, very good for that Acura Team Penske team. Here, though, is a leader in GTD onto the pit lane for who will be his final pit stop.
Yeah, and this is a stop that is putting them in the window. The window is now open for the final stops for GTD, Shea, and the 86 Acura taking full advantage of that. What's going on at the pit stop?
New tires and 108 liters. Well, that's the max capacity. I'm not going to say 108 liters of fuel going in because I don't actually know. But it was a stop that was timed to exactly how long they needed to make it to the end. Further back, the Ferrari was in, getting a possible 100 liters of fuel. I guess I'll say it that way with an asterisk. And oh yeah, that Finnish driver, Tony Valander, is going to take it to the end. So that's not too bad there. We are still waiting for the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini, where it should be Brian Sellers getting in. For the 16 Wright Motorsports Porsche, which it should be Patrick Long getting in. And yeah, doesn't that just whet your appetite for some amazing drivers? Okay, here's Paul Miller coming in. So this is the Lamborghini. Is he followed in by Jan Halen? No, he's not. Yeah. No, he was in the lead, John. He came in and Halen didn't.
Second before the pit stops is what I should have said. So Jan Halen stayed out and takes the lead of GTD. And the choice for him now is, does he go another 5, 6, 7 laps, which is probably what he can do because we started under safety car on this stint, or does he have to cover off the guys that have already stopped? Meantime, at Paul Miller Racing, the red, white and black car gets the following service. Shea.
Waiting on the driver change to finish. The door goes closed, but they are still not losing time because the fuel probe is still attached. So the Lamborghini taking full service. Also into the pit lane, the number 12 Lexus from Aim Vassar Sullivan. Townsend Bell should not be getting out of that car, but he is getting a new drinks bottle, so he has earned that. They might be checking the radio plug while he's in too, just to try and see if they can help him hear any better. Fuel and tires for the Lexus, and those are sticker tires. As also into the pit lane, the 25 BMW, the 3 Corvette, both in. And
really?
What did you see, John?
No.
Yeah, they both came in. It's a little bit early, but Connor DeFelipe takes back over the BMW. No surprise about that. He has been super fast here all weekend. The winner of this race in 2017 in the GTD category, as a matter of fact. And Jordan Taylor in for the 3 Corvette. I would expect that to be Antonio Garcia taking over. And there was a new set of Michelins up on the wall for Antonio, too. They saved one for him. When the Porsche comes in from the lead of the race, that will be the 911. And Fred Makovecki will hand over to Nick Tandy, who has been en fuego this weekend as far as driving around Road Atlanta is concerned. And it is Antonio Garcia going in the 3. Glad to see that my reasoning was validated. Tommy Milner still out on track, as is John Edwards. Not sure I'd pull either of them out of the cars, to be perfectly honest. Jan Halen owes us a pit stop, but as they cycle back out on the track, the Acura did get back ahead of the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini. This is going to be a fun finish.
Yeah, I said earlier on, get the popcorn. I think we've gone beyond that, Jeremy, at the moment. Those GT Le Mans stops, 55 minutes to go. That's interesting. The 911, I reckon they've got probably 43 or 44 laps to go under full green conditions. The only one of the GT Le Mans cars who've gone that far is the Porsche under full green. So this is interesting. Very interesting indeed. It might be a bit touch and go for some of those stoppers. The 911 has got to come in now to cover off those cars that have stopped, Jeremy, but they're well in their window at the moment. They're the only ones who've been anywhere close to an hour in GTLM under full green conditions. And we mentioned that earlier on. That's Tandy getting back in the 911. BMW number 24 is in as well. John Edwards brought that car in. Good couple of stints from Fred Makovecki, Jeremy, in that 911. Pulled out a little bit of a gap there before they've all pitted.
Yeah, but we'll have to see when he gets back out on the racetrack, because the number 4 car has not yet pitted. So Tommy Milner has stayed out a lap longer than everybody else. So he's certainly going to be in good shape towards the end of this race. And he was on the back end of that train of cars before this round of pit stops. Number 16 car just made its pit stop for Wright Motorsports, or is making its pit stops right now. For the GTD leader. And Jan Halen, the lap before coming into the pits, he just turned a 121.2, I think it was, which is about 0.3 slower than his fastest lap of the race on old tyres. Good job by Jan Halen. We'll have to see where he comes out after this round of pit stops.
I'll be honest with you, I think the Corvette needs that extra lap, Jeremy. They've done a 41 lap stint, but there was a lap of yellow flag in that, and that's going to be right where they are. The Corvette that stopped a wee bit earlier the number 3 car for Garcia. This could be Daytona all over again. There was a couple of laps difference at that race, if you remember the sprint race on the 4th of July weekend. Couple of laps difference in fuel, and that made a huge difference at the last yawning moments of the race. If we go full green from here, I reckon it's advantage Porsche, because the 911 of Nick Tandy. Tandy was massively quick and still did 44 laps on a full green flag stint, and that'll easily take him to the end, so he can turn the wick right up and go for it. This is still, again, it's split up for the moment, but this is still by no means over. These cars are going to come back together at the front of the field. They're all gathering, and there's a new second place, by the way, as Tinkel's now got by Juan Montoya, and he's not closing down on Ricky Taylor, who's literally set off at a cracking pace, but he's dropped Montoya by 1.7 seconds. And Ryan Briscoe will be the next car to try and drag up to the back. A very slow lap last time around by Montoya, a 1:13.8, whilst those around him did a 10.7 and an 11.7. Here comes the leader then in GT Le Mans. This will be the last pit stop for the Tommy Milner car. Jeremy.
Yeah, and the last of the GTLM cars to come onto the pit lane, so a good job of saving fuel, a little bit of fuel there for Tommy Milner, and they'll take a tear off the windscreen as well to make sure he has perfect vision for the remaining 51 minutes of this race. That's no problem at all for him to get to the finish from there. This is going to be a flat-out battle, isn't it? Once again in GTLM. In fact, after that round of pit stops, the number 25 BMW has come out ahead of the number 911 Porsche, which is in second place. Right behind him is number 24 BMW as well.
Yeah, by 3 seconds, Jeremy. That's not even close in the terms that we've been looking at and the differentials that we've been talking about in GTLM today. Just a note from race control, Townsend Bell warned for blocking in the number 12 in Vassar Sullivan Lexus. So he's going to have to be a little bit careful. He has been fighting a bit of a rear guard action with that car. The remaining Lexus, as we said, remember, Richard Westbrook has taken out the number 11 Lamborghini Huracan for its run to the flag, although he's a couple of laps away from the leaders in class. So it's Farnbacher versus Sellers, and at the moment that's a bit of an unequal task, as well, actually last time around Brian took a few tenths out of him, but it's now 13 seconds the lead in GTD, and from second to third it's Sellers versus Long versus Vielander. That's another one you'd pay money to see. Meantime, BMW going past the 911. That was Jesse Krohn just dragging past Nick Tandy as if he was chained to a post. What's
no, Connor?
Was that Connor? That was Connor. Sorry,
that
go
was
ahead,
when
Jen.
Nick was leaving the pit lane and Connor was already on his flying lap. That was the pass that was made.
Yes, of course it was.
Yeah, number 25 comes in a lap earlier. That's
correct.
Right.
Yes, exactly right. And that's why Tandy's come out in what is now third position.
Yeah.
So it's BMW, Chevrolet, and Porsche. Corvette not out of the running for another victory on this amazing Corvette roll. So at the front of the field then, Ricky Taylor with one pit stop to go, and he can come to the pit lane, I would say, any time in the next 12 minutes to get him home.
No, after 12 minutes.
Sorry, yes, after the 12 minutes. Yes, Jeremy, absolutely right. I misspoke there.
Yeah. But I tell you what, the guy who's really flying at the moment is Harry Tinkler, number 55 Mazda.
Yes, he
finally
is.
got past Juan Pablo Montoya, left him for dead. He's pulled away 7 seconds in 3 laps, has Harry Tinkler. So number 55 car up to second place. The deficit to the leader is down to 12 seconds.
It was 14 the last time I mentioned it.
Yes, it was.
And just to note as well that Ryan Briscoe is not hanging about either, and he's just underlying the maybe there's a problem with that number 6 car because Montoya's not getting the pace out of it. He's back down to a 10.7 this time around, but that lap time is up and down a lot more than the cars around him, and it's now under 2 seconds for the 3rd place on the podium. And Ryan Briscoe for Wayne Taylor Racing, the Konica Minolta Cadillac, is right there with him now, under 2 seconds. The gap. Meantime, the leader, a second or two ago, making a mistake. There was a mistake down at 10B that allowed a couple of GT Le Mans cars to go through. That was Nick Tandy back and Jesse Kron, who are having the battle. So just a little bit too deep on the brakes then for Ricky Taylor. And now, wow, that means that they've brought the lead down another four seconds near enough. It's under 8 seconds now, Jeremy. This is on.
Yeah, absolutely it is, yeah. Yeah, that was a big mistake there from Ricky Taylor with potentially big consequences, because Harry Tickler is absolutely flying in that car. He's going to get that same traffic, of course, that Ricky Taylor had, but we'll see how he can get through it. But the gap now down to less than 8 seconds. It was 14, almost 15 by the time he finally got past Juan Pablo Montoya into 2nd position.
Nick Tandy's lost 3rd position. Kron has gone through. So that's down to 4th for Tandy. That car was in the lead before the final pit stops, but are they playing a longer game, saving some tyres for the end? There's not big gaps there, and we have seen what can happen, but he can't afford to drop much further back now. He was half a second slower than the BMW. Yeah, that's what I've just said, Jeremy. Yeah, absolutely. He's down to 4th now. And as I say, when Bakavecki brought that car in for its last pit stop, that was the lead car in class. But Tandy's a canny driver. He's played the long game in the past. And I just wonder if they're bringing their Michelin tyres up to temperature and pressure in a slightly different way. We mention it always in qualifying, Jeremy. It's just as important in the early laps of the race as well.
It is, and we talked about, just going back to the leader for a moment, John, we talked about the traffic. It has just been hit by Harry Tickler, because all of a sudden his last lap was a 1 minute 15.0.
Wow.
That gap is right back out again to over 12 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. So that's even worse from Tinks. Meantime, the battle.
2nd place.
Yes, in GT Daytona. Mid-engined Lamborghini against rear-engined Porsche. Brian Sellers against Jan Halen. 2 really experienced drivers at the absolute peak of their powers, still having been around the sport for a very long time. And in terms of how competitive they are, how far do you want to turn the button up to? Because if there's something more than 11, these two are that competitive. It's Pat Long, who took over from Jan Halen. However, everything that I've just said applies just as much to Pat. These two have known each other for a long time. They've raced against each other for a very long time indeed. Farnbacher leads in the 86 pink and black Acura, the Auto Nation car, and he's got a handy lead now. Although it has been trimmed back just a little bit. It was over at 12 seconds. It's down to 9.5 now, but I'm pretty certain that's Mario just reining himself back in. He did a 22.1 last time against a 21.4 for the 2 chasing cars, who are spurring each other's on. And they are catching him as they're battling. They're not at the moment slowing each other down at all.
No, you're right, John. The gap before the pit stops was about 7 seconds from Farnbacher back to that battle for 2nd between the number 48 and number 16. So, as you said last time around, it was just over 9 seconds. So, a second or so. Well, you can easily lose or gain that by going through traffic. So, once again, 3 cars now running pretty similar pace through into the final 45 minutes now of this 6-hour race.
Yeah, what was interesting was Mario Farnbacher took a huge amount of time out of both the Lamborghini and the 16 Wright Motorsport Porsche in the pit stops. He took 6 and 7 seconds out of them in the pit stops, and that's why the lead straight after the pit stops went up to nearly 14 seconds. It's down to 9.5 now. I wonder, remember back, dear listener and viewer, well, Porsche keys the race, we talked about track position, and I just wonder if they've traded a little bit of track position for Mario Farnbacher against putting too much fuel in the car, and he might just have to be having a tiny bit of fuel saving now to get the numbers down. He's still got 42 minutes to go. There's no point in trying to fuel save when you've only got 4-5 laps left in the race. Maybe they're just reining him back a little bit now. This is speculation here, but Michelin Racing, very, very experienced crew, and they wouldn't have wanted to lose any positions in the pit lane. So maybe just a couple of laps where he's going to have to take it easy until the fuel number gets down. What will be interesting to see is just how close those guys get to him before he has to pick up his pace again. They've taken another nearly a second out of him that last lap. It's down to 8 seconds, nearly 8 seconds exactly now, Jeremy.
Yeah, but again, you know, that 1 second or so here and there, you're going to lose and gain that through traffic. So, like I said, before they ran the pit stops, the gap between them was 7 seconds. So it hasn't really changed that much. But this battle for second is certainly ongoing, and closing in on them, I think, is actually Tony Vilander. Well, he's about 2 seconds back.
Oh, that is, he has closed in.
He's closer. Yeah. He's closer than he was before the pit stop. About 4 laps ago, the gap was 1.7 back to Vilander. Again, that's pretty constant there. I mean, look, the pace of these GTD cars is so close. It's just incredible to have all these different manufacturers. The order at the moment is Acura, Lamborghini, Porsche, Ferrari, Mercedes, Lexus, Aston Martin. What's that? 7 different manufacturers, isn't it? In the top 7 positions in that class, and all on the lead lap.
Roman De Angelis has got into the 23 Heart of Racing team. He needed 30 minutes of track time, as Shea Adam, our VP Racing Fuel pit reporter, told us. So Roman, the latest recruit to the Heart of Racing team. Well, I suppose you could say him and the Aston Martin are the 2 latest recruits. He's in to finish the end of the race. A nice tie-up as well with the New Zealand Drift champion Darren Kelly as well, and the awesome R32 GTR for a bit more spectacular motor racing for Heart of Racing. I noticed that as well recently.
How about this, John? Tommy Milner in the second place Corvette in GTLM. He's just set the fastest lap of the race at GTLM, a 1:17.3. Conor De Phillippi had a little bit of traffic on that last lap. He was a 1:18.2, so he pulled up a whole second on him on that last lap, and now 2.5 seconds between first and second in GTLM.
Getting down to the muddy lap, seeing Jeremy at the front of the field now.
And what I was going to say, I would expect number 31 car to make its well, it won't be its final stop actually, but any moment now, unless he can stretch it out somehow. But I would expect number 31 car onto the pit lane this time. Yeah,
I agree. He's done 30 laps, and I don't think that any Cadillac has done more than 30 laps of full grain running. It's only really the Mazdas who've got over that in full grain running in the DPI spec. That's going to leave him maybe a couple of laps short without any green for Felipe Nasser.
Look at that lap time for our race leader. Ricky Taylor has just had his best lap of the race. Conor De Phillippi has just responded his best lap of the race in the leading BMW in the GTLM, a 1:17.6 for car number 25.
Don't forget, hashtag Michelin PRT to @IMSA Radio. Well, we've got plenty of things to talk about here. I hope it's all going to be positive. We've seen a little bit of questionable driving from some of the DPI drivers. They've been a little impatient. I'd agree with that if somebody brings that up. But this has been tremendous entertainment from start to finish. And that big, long green flag run in the middle, where we had 2 hours and 45 minutes of racing that was unencumbered by full course yellows. And as much as I love the C8 safety car, it was nice to have it parked in the pit lane for the sharp end of 3 hours. And my goodness, wasn't that interesting to see how the relative pace of drivers and teams and the tactics and the double stinting of the tyres for those who needed to do it. Meantime, at the front of GT Le Mans, Tommy Milner is trying to get somewhere close to Connor De Philippi, and Shea Adam, there's a good reason for Tommy Milner wanting to win. A, because he's a racing driver and he always wants to win, but here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta,
there are only 2 tracks on the schedule where Tommy Milner and Ollie Gavin have not won as a duo, and this is one of them. So knocking that off the list today would be a huge accomplishment for both drivers. Into the pit lane comes the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. Felipe Nasser staying aboard, and why would you take him out? They are doing 4 new Michelin tires. I mean, they do have Pipo Derani and Felipe Albuquerque to choose between, but still. And a windshield tear off. That is nice for Felipe. He'll be able to see well out there. Car comes off the air jacks now, waiting on the fuel, and that is the determining factor. They want to get every single drop in. 29, 30, 31, go. Perfect.
Need every drop of that VP Racing fuel. 38 minutes and 6 seconds was his last stint, and he needs to do pretty much that exactly again. If the leader goes across the line at the wrong time, there could be a bit of a cough and a splutter there, but that was the first 32 lap stint, yes, as he crossed the line. That's 2 laps longer than that car's gone at any other time in the race, so that was a good effort from Nasser, but that's going to cost him pace, Jeremy.
Well, it did cost him a little bit of pace, but he didn't lose any ground to anybody, so he's done an absolute magnificent job. I reckon he's got a little bit less time to go to the end of the race from here to the event on that last stint. So you know, he's doing absolutely everything he can. He went to 39 minutes on that last stint. He's got about 37 to go. So he's done a really fantastic job to keep that car in contention. He's down now, but we're now seeing the other leaders making their final pit stops.
This is interesting. This is Tinknell trying to go for what they call in Formula One the undercut. He's going to put a brand new set of tyres on here. He could have gone a couple or 3 more laps in the 55 Mazda, but what he's trying to do here is get the performance potential of those new Michelin tyres on that car, and I don't think they'll need quite a full tank of fuel here for the number 55 either.
Oh yes they will. Oh yes they will, John. 35 minutes to go. There's absolutely a brim full on that number 55 car to get to the end.
Waiting for the fuel to come out. Starts to rev. There he goes. Right, 35 minutes to go. And the best that they have run in full green conditions is about 36 minutes. So yeah, you're not far wrong there, Jeremy.
Laps.
Yeah.
31 laps the most that car has done. So he's going to here now is our race 7 car into the pits, number 6 and number 10. Will they follow him in? The number 10 car might be able to settle a little bit longer if he wants to.
Driver change on the 6 car, on the 7 car rather. Ricky Taylor getting out of that. That's interesting. And computers predicting 27 laps to go, so that's no issue at all then for the Mazda, if that is correct. Out goes the Acura.
Well, it's a full stint, that's for sure.
Yeah. And the question will be, what was the outlap for Tinks? The in-lap and the outlap. Has he taken any time, any more time? Montoya has stayed out. Shea Adam with an interesting statistic about the DPI class in the races we've had this year.
We've had 4 races for the DPI category so far in 2019. It's 2020. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I was starting to time travel there, willing myself back in time. The 10 was the victor at Daytona. It was the 55 that won the 2nd race at Daytona in the summer. The 31 that won the race at Sebring in July. And then the 7 that won the race at Road America a few weeks ago. No repeat winner. Well, all 4 of those cars right now stand in good contention to break the streak, whereas the 6 car looks pretty good to keep it going.
Yeah, very good.
Or did.
Uh-oh.
Major damage coming into the pit lane for Juan Pablo Montoya. The left rear bodywork is actually wedged up into the tire. I wonder if he got rear-ended by someone else coming into the pit lane, or if that was contact. No, that looks like somebody else's nose wedged up under there.
Because the number 10 was right behind him, Shay.
It was, Jeremy. It was very good call. The glossy black Cadillac now has
and it's got damage on the nose. It's got damage. I would say that was a clue. I'm not sure we could totally convict him from that, but the evidence looks strong. Hang on. There's a piece of Acura in the nose of the number 10 Cadillac. That's the conviction right there.
Oops.
Oh my goodness. It was probably perhaps GPM coming down into the pit lane. I would guess, as they were on the brakes coming down to come in to get down to the pit lane speed limit. That would be my guess.
So Tinknell, I reckon Tinknell leads the race at the moment.
No, I think number 7 car does.
Sorry, yes, no, absolutely right. Oh my goodness, that was a big hit.
Lead change, 250 laps it will be completed next time around. That will be our 21st official lead change. Yes, it was. There you go. Coming down into the pit lane, and that's a big mistake for car number 10. That's a very costly mistake because he's going to get a penalty for that.
So
I would imagine.
On the brakes, Montoya. Well, Montoya started braking a long way out and then was still braking after the pylons, which was odd. So not sure of that, and we're only seeing some of what race control will be able to see. It's very unusual that the person behind isn't the one that's given incident responsibility for running up the back. Think of, driving into someone at a traffic light or a roundabout. It's normally your fault. However, if race control thinks there are extenuating circumstances, I wonder if they had the speed gun on him when he came through there and he was speeding and then jammed the anchors on a second time. It was a bit odd at how he braked for that, but still in all, he was the guy in front and the guy behind still got to avoid him. And bit of a mistake there for Ryan Briscoe. But I mean, we're talking two very, very experienced drivers, Jeremy, but we're also talking the last 30 minutes of a motor race where they're in contention and strange things happen.
No question about it, you're right. But it was a heavy hit, wasn't it? For goodness gracious me, it wasn't even close. There was 3 or 4 car lengths between them coming down the hill to the speed zone. Then all of a sudden, slam in the back, gets hit Montoya. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see if you've got some sort of explanation for that.
Castroneves versus Tinknell at the front of the field. It's down under 7.5 seconds as Harry took 1.6 seconds out of the leader on the last time around. The pit stops are done. We are under half an hour to go here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. John Hindhaugh and Jeremy Shaw in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Shea Adam, our VP Racing Fuels pit lane reporter. Drive through for the number 10. And that is a big issue for that car, Shea Adam, in Michelin Endurance Cup points.
They lead the way after the first hour mark, the third hour. They had a 5-point gap maintained over the 5 car, but doing a drive-through when the 5 car is 1 position behind you means that they're going to be finishing 1 point better than you, and the gap's going to start to come down with 2 endurance races to go. That's not what they wanted.
It's way more costly in the overall championship because they came in here with a 6-point lead over Joao Barbosa and Sebastian Bourdais, and the number 10 car was ahead of the number 5 coming into this final round of pit stops. Now they're going to fall several places behind them with this extra pit stop. They might still lead potentially, but the advantages are going to be very much reduced with that error.
Point being made by John Mayer. Hello, John. He says, hang on a minute. If the 10 hit the 7 after the cones, surely the 10 must have been speeding. If it was beforehand, different matter. That's a very good point there, but it's been decided the number 10 Cadillac is going to take the drive-through, and it's going to be costly. Simon Trummer makes his final pit stop en route to what should be the victory, will be the victory now for PR1 Matheson Motorsport, having put the fastest lap of the race in for LMP2 at a cracking 1 minute 10.870. And bear in mind, by the way, that the fastest DPI lap is a 1:09.6, so just over a second quicker, and the P2's been slowed down quite measurably in the last season or so. It's down to 5.6 seconds, Jeremy. Play the Jaws music here. There's a certain sense of inevitability about this, but what sort of tyre quality is Tinks going to have when he catches Castroneves? Castroneves might be playing the long game. We mentioned that with Tandy earlier on. Castroneves might be doing the same thing.
Each of the last 4 laps, the deficit from first to second has come down by 3/4 of a second, or 0.8 of a second. So if you can keep that trend going, this is far from over, isn't it? What, 27 minutes remaining, so still a long way to go in this race. The number 7 car made its final pit stop a lap after the number 55, so should be a little bit better off in terms of fuel consumption, but we don't believe either of them should have any difficulty in getting to the end. Although it's certainly, like I say, it'll be more difficult for number 55 than the number 7.
They've generally in green flag running got an extra lap, and they're only 1 lap behind, so I think it's pretty much even Stevens for those two. I think the tyre wear is going to be the bigger issue for both of those guys in terms of what they've got left. Briscoe is going to be out of the fight as he comes in, which will promote Tristan Vautier and the number 5 Mustang sampling Cadillac up into 3rd position, and that is about to has happened now. Through goes Montoya into 4th, and Ryan Briscoe comes out behind Felipe Nasser, who makes up another position in the 31.
Yeah, and he's charging along now and trying to catch up with Pablo Montoya's car. Surprisingly, Montoya's still turning pretty good lap times. I think they changed the tail section presumably on that number 6 car. Yeah. So he's still running some pretty good laps and really not losing out to Tristan Vautier, who is now at the back of the wheel, number 5 car, which will also say a bit of a coup, isn't it, for Tristan Vautier to be asked to do the final stint in that number 5 car.
And he's doing a very good job indeed, a 1:10.7 last time around. He's really, really good. He's been sensible in traffic, Jeremy, and when he's got open roads, he's been able to lap pretty much as quick. I mean, that's less than 3/4 of a second away from that car's fastest lap on of the race that Tristan did last time around. And that's what you're looking for. You're looking for the deviation between the fastest time and what you can regularly do. That's the key to being good in endurance racing. And Vautier, I think, has put a pretty good shift in today. Really do.
Yes, he has, and he and Sebastian Bourdais have been charged on Bordeaux. He's got the fastest lap in that car at a 1 minute 10.0. But Tristan Vautier is he's falling back certainly from Harry Ticknell in the second position, but not by very much. Actually, the gap's remaining fairly constant between those two, around about half a minute. The gap between first and second, though, is down now to 5.1 seconds.
Yeah. Harry has been slapped around. Bad things have been said about his family, and he's been fed raw meat before this final stint. And he is off in hot pursuit. Pretty even Stevens last time around between Castroneves and Tinknell. Castroneves picking up his pace just a wee bit. But again, you know, look at the fastest time that Harry's car's put in the race, a 1:10 flat, and he's turning 1:10.7s, 6s and 5s, 9 last time around, 1:09.7 for the Castroneves car. He's on a 1:10.9. So they're not hanging about here, Jeremy. I think they know that the race is on here. Both of them must know that. Very, very good indeed at the front of the field. And Nasser is gaining. He didn't last time around. Back out to 3.9 seconds on Montoya for 4th position. But Vautier comfortably at the moment holding his own against Tristan Vautier. Generally speaking, Tristan Vautier about 4 seconds ahead of Juan Montoya at the moment. Now, we haven't spoken about GTD for a while. Farm back its lead to Sellers and Pat Long still just under 10 seconds, and still Pat Long and Sellers third and second in respective terms there are separated by under half a second as they come through the final corner. In GT Le Mans, BMW by 2.6 seconds. Connor De Phillippi, what a race they've run quietly. Lost the right-hand rear view mirror, of course, from the door early on with a bit of a side swipe from, I think it was Harry Tincknell, actually, if I remember rightly. Then Jesse Kroon's only another 8 seconds further back. Nick Tandy starting to pick up his pace a little bit, but he's dropped, I think, a little bit too far back. They had the pace earlier on, but with the track temperature dropping, that Porsche has not been as good in the final stint as it was earlier on. 2.7 seconds the gap, and Garcia is only 1.8 seconds behind Tandy at the moment. So that one still interesting. Oh, Tommy Miller turns up the wick, puts in the fastest first sector of any GT Le Mans car. He is not letting Connor De Phillippi have any rest at all. What a great race that's been. What a great qualifying it was. And Jeremy Shaw, that's translated into a great race for GTLM.
Yeah, hasn't it just? Just a tremendous battle. We anticipated it, of course, having seen qualifying yesterday, where the top 5 cars were covered by less than a tenth of a second. And that's exactly what we're seeing now in Team RLL. They hope call the strategy just right. They've got De Phillippi out in the lead of this race, and it's up to him to hold on to it. You can see, though, the gap back to Tommy Milner is not very far. 2.8 seconds it was last time around. That's pretty much stayed pretty much constant since the final round of pit stops. It's 2.5, 2.8. You went as much as 3 seconds, but De Phillippi is doing a super job to maintain that gap, even though Tommy Milner has turned the fastest lap of the race in the class.
Final pit stop, which I'm not sure was actually needed. No, it might have been just about for PR1 Matheson. Shea Adam was watching the stop, and a nice gesture from PR1 Matheson Motorsport.
They put their starting driver back in the car, so Mr. Kelly getting another opportunity to drive and bring it home to the checker to get a win, because right now the car in second is 32 laps back, and we do not have time for 32 more laps, which means that not only will he get the win, he'll also get the LMP2 points lead. Very cool gesture.
Phil Wayne listening and watching.
There as well, by the way.
Oh, yes, it was. Yes, well remembered.
Patrick Kelly's birthday yesterday, so good birthday present for him all around.
Hello to Phil Wayne, who's absolutely on the edge of his seat at the moment, and Emma and Ewan watching IMSA from the sofa in Nottingham instead of what should have been, of course, the WC and ELMS weekend at Silverstone this weekend, shouldn't it? Yes, it should have been. So apologies for those of you who didn't get to see sports car racing in the UK, particularly if you were going to be there. I hope this has been an adequate substitute. I think it has, really. 6 hours where we've pretty much been on the edge of our seat. I think I sat down once, and that was by accident when I stepped into the chair and fell into it, to be honest. Still here, still watching, still waiting for something to happen, and still only 5.6 seconds. Now 6.3 seconds at the head of the field. Castroneves to Tincknell. Nothing in this, Jeremy. A gaggle of cars, a little miss, a drop of a Michelin tyre onto the grass, and this could be all on again.
Yeah, and it's very much on for third position, because all of a sudden Tristan Vautier has been caught by Pablo Montoya, and also Felipe Nasser is right there as well. So third, fourth and fifth are pretty much nose to tail on the track as we speak.
Yeah, a 1:13.0 last time from Vautier. Now, I'm sure he can't have any worries about fuel. He's been out there 12 laps, 14 minutes, and he's got 28. Ooh, I don't know. That's going to take him to 35, 36 minutes if we have to go. And he doesn't get lapped again. So maybe there is an element of fuel saving there by Vautier. And what does that mean for everybody else? Now, He was
they're all in trouble in that case, because I think they're all good to go, John. I really do. I think the number 31 car is the only guy that's really stretched it. I think everybody else should be fine, and it's just the pace now that Montoya has found in that number 6 car to be able to track down Tristan Vautier.
36.
There they go, 1, 2, 3 across the line. 3, 4, 5.
The 25 BMW that leads GTLM is going to be on fumes when it crosses the line. It really is. He's 3 laps worse off than the Corvette behind him, 1 lap worse off than his teammate, and 1 lap worse off than the best and most fuel efficient car in terms of the stats in this race, which is the Porsche 911 of Nick Tandy. So they are absolutely on fumes, that 25 car leading Connor De Phillippi. He's going to have to do almost exactly an hour. It's all going to be where the leader is at the end of the race, and whether they've got to do an extra lap. As Jeremy said, in the race at the front of the field, we have the 5 dark grey Mustang sampling Tristan Vautier Cadillac, Juan Montoya in the Acura Team Penske number 6, and Felipe Nasr in the red and white Whelen Engineering Cadillac, together through 10B under the Fox Factory Bridge and around to complete another lap. And they are absolutely together, tied together with an invisible but fairly short bungee cord between the 3 of them down towards turn 1, with traffic ahead of them that could tilt this either way at any of the 3 ways. Porsche ahead of them is, I think, Nick Tandy has just crossed the line, and Nick will be trying to run his own race. Sure, they've got their numbers right. Here they come through the S's, through turn 5, excuse me, as they managed to get past him on the run down to turn 6. And now this is interesting, Jeremy, coming through turn 7. The car at the back's going to get a heck of a draft, and that's Felipe Nasr. Will he get the draft? They're trying it. The Cadillacs are quick. Nasr waits till the very last minute before going to the right of the BMW, and that was indeed Nick Tandy closing in on Jesse Krohn all of a sudden, under 2 seconds there.
Did number 3 car just make a pit stop?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, they had a tire that was going down, Jeremy, and they had to make an emergency pit stop. But they will leave this race no matter where they finish, still in the points lead of GTLM.
Yeah, okay. Because all of a sudden he was only a second or so behind the number 911 car, which is now pretty much caught up with number 24 BMW. All of a sudden that gap has ballooned out, so an extra pit stop for number 3. So today, unlike the previous few races, nothing seems to have gone their way.
It's a podium on for Tandy here, I reckon. We were saying we were just speculating on whether at the start of this stint Tandy was taking it easy on the final set of new Michelins and what tyre performance he might have in the closing stages of the race. Well, looking at what, 10, 11 or 12 laps left for those guys in the last 15 minutes, and Tandy all of a sudden is finding pace, and he's right with now Jesse Krohn, under 2 seconds now. Still at the head of the field though, Connor De Phillippi by nearly 3 seconds. Did a 79. He is the quickest GT Le Mans car. He's already done 30 laps. 10 more laps for him. If that gets him to the end, that's going to be about as much as he can do, I reckon. Still tight. I still think this is tighter than people are working out. Meantime in GT Daytona, 7.5 seconds, 7.6 seconds between Farnbacher, Sellers, and then Long, still half a second. Patrick Long will know the part number on the rear wing of that Lamborghini by now. He'll know it off by heart.
Well, he could compare notes with Jan Halen because he did exactly the same in the previous stint as well. Look at this side by side.
Battle for the 3rd position. And this is a bit of a rearguard action now from Vautier, from Montoya, and Felipe Nasr has just dropped back a little bit, got caught out in the traffic. They're on the back straight again. Oh, man. Do you know, Jeremy and I remember endurance racing when 5 laps was a close race after a 1,000-kilometre or 6-hour race, which is effectively what we're looking at now, isn't it? A 6-hour race here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. And we are looking at the moment under a minute between the top 6, all on the same lap.
Yeah, it's great. Really cool. This little valve just went past the GTLM leader, Conor De Filippi. Again, making sure he didn't lose any ground to Tommy Milner in the process. Actually, he's extended his lead a little bit over the last couple of laps. Now 4 seconds between first and second in GTLM. It's about as much as been all the way through race. There's an off course.
Whoa! Oh, right in front of the leaders, and he's hit the Acura. Oh my goodness! That's the WeatherTech car. This is a full course caution. Out goes Montoya. That car is done. And the Tony Vilander, a very unusual mistake from the Finnish driver in 5th position in his class. Montoya has hit the wall. He's moving around. Full course yellow. That's going to take some clearing up. And we might finish under yellow here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. Oh, Tony, what happened? Just went off through the S's, and on trying to hold on to it, didn't want to put too many control inputs in, as we saw earlier on. Had to rejoin, couldn't do much else, couldn't slam the brakes on, and it was side by side between Vautier and Montoya. By the way, Nasser got through in all of that. It was 3 cars into a space where really there wasn't room for 2. And Vautier went wide at turn 5. Although he wasn't involved in that, he'd been offline the corner before, trying to defend. And, well, maybe there was just a little touch on the back of Vautier's car as the Acura spun, and Nasser's gone through into 3rd position for Whelen Engineering.
Just ran off the road, didn't he? That's curious. He must have had some sort of a problem.
They're all very unlucky there. Very unlucky indeed. Tony finishes up at turn 5 in the middle of the road and pulls away. And that lightest of touches on the left rear quarter panel that spun that Acura around. But what we were talking about earlier on, Jeremy, down through the S's, you are on the ragged edge. And frankly, it takes nothing at all to unsettle the car, because the car's already floating through there. It wasn't as if the Ferrari really nailed the back of that car. It was a bit of a rub, yes. It was a hit, certainly. But my goodness, you see how much they're on the ragged edge when you see the consequence of that little bit of rubbing. And that was a bit of unprotected wall that was hit by the Acura. And the 74 actually did a good job. Aschenbach did a good job of missing a completely helpless at that stage Tony Vilander at turn 5.
Yeah, true.
I will tell you, by the way, that I can see Juan Montoya has opened the door himself. He's unfastened the belts himself, and now he's getting out himself as well. So again, good news there. Now, safety 5 is down there. I wonder if they might be able to drag that into the gap at turn 5 and get us underway. We've still got 10 minutes to go. They're taking up the slack on the strap at the moment. Well, if we can get going again, Jeremy, all bets are off in all classes, because Tinknell's already right up behind Castroneves, of course, under the safety car, as Juan Montoya walks away, arms akimbo, saying, "What happened?" Very unlucky on his part.
Yeah, and all the replays seem to be just after the incident kind of took place, really, didn't they? Which was unfortunate. The initial incident that caused Vilander to run off the road.
Yeah, as you said, it looked like from the onboard that Vilander just drove off.
Yeah, which doesn't sound very likely, does it? So maybe he got some assistance.
Not at all. So either he got some assistance or he had a problem.
Because, I mean, where he ran off the road there, you know, the really tricky part of the S is already done at that stage. So I'm wondering whether number 63 car got an assist to push it off track in the first place, and then after that, you know, he was completely out of control. But again, that's conjecture, because I don't think we saw that part of the incident.
Well, we're not now going to tow the Acura off, so I think they're waiting for a rollback, which is going to, I think that will that makes it very unlikely we're going back to green, I'm afraid. Right Turn Lover asking, and I don't know the answer to this, RTL, but thank you for tweeting from Central Europe to @IMSA Radio. Did the 5 car, Vautier, actually touch the 63 in the first place and set off the chain of events?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's exactly the question.
Yeah. Can't tell you there, RTL, because we, like you, have not seen any other pictures to suggest that, but it was a very odd one. I was rather hoping they were just going to tow that Acura off to the cutout on the right-hand side there and get it out of the way. Let's have another go at trying to decipher what happened here. No, again, it's the end of the incident we're seeing on replay, and thanks to our colleagues at NASCAR for doing a grand job, by the way, on a very busy weekend for them.
Ah, here we go. Here's the one. Oh, it was the one before. It was the instant before that.
I think there was a tap. I think there was a tap on the back of the 63. I really do. Montoya seeing the and Montoya, from Montoya's point of view, he sees Vautier getting held up by the 63 and sees an opportunity to gain the 63. Yeah, there was definitely a touch because there was a little dab of the brakes as well. I think there was a touch there. It's going to be hard to convict Vautier on the evidence we've seen, but my goodness me, you can't fault Montoya there. He saw an opportunity to take that position and tried for the gap, and in going for the gap was hit by the rejoining 63. But I'm pretty certain that Vilander had been helped off the circuit there, Jeremy. I'm going to go with that. And it almost looked like that Vautier as well was just trying to survive at that point and keep the Acura, which had loads more momentum behind him, because he couldn't know that the Ferrari was coming back on.
No, you wouldn't have seen that. You're right.
No, the more I've seen that now, particularly from the forward-facing onboard, with the there was a little stutter in the camera. I think Tony Vilander got a little touch, minor touch from Vautier, but that's all it needs to unsettle the car down there. Not sure that that'll get called, because it's fairly difficult to be certain on that. Although there are observers and marshals around the track as well. It doesn't have to be video evidence. So out again. DPI class split is happening.
And the lights are out on the safety car.
Split, so what that means, the class split for those non-regular fans, is that all the cars will be able to, in DPI, all the cars that are on the lead lap will be able to move ahead of all the GT cars back into the train behind the race leaders. So number 7, 55, 31, 5 and 10 will be nose to tail for the restart. Stand back. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen with the other categories, which is a bit of a shame.
I know. Stand by.
Apart from Corvette.
We're going to have about a 4-minute dash to the end, which that's probably 3 or 4 laps to get underway. They're going to have to get a wiggle on with that Ferrari if we're going back to green. Now the lights have come back on again. There'll be one more. Well, fair play to Race Control trying to get that one going. Hello to Marino Franchitti, who's watching and listening on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. Hello, Mino. Hope you're well. At you and the family. Lights are back on the Corvette safety car. The last lap was 2:43. We might still get it. It's the Ferrari that's taking the time to get cleared, apparently. So we might still get a green-white checker. This could end badly. Where's the first GT car in line?
Kind of hope we don't, to be honest.
Well, Harry Tincknell's not going to hold back, is he? Neither is Philippe Nasser, neither is Tristan Vautier, who at the moment must have a bit of a question mark hanging over him. Well, I've not seen anything to say that that's being looked at the moment, but it must be being questioned at the moment. I'm sure they're spooling backwards and forwards on all the replays. Felipe, Conor de Felipe, Milner, Krohn, Nick Tandy with better tyres. I mean, it's taken all the worries out about fuel consumption that we had at the front of the GT Le Mans field. Sellers, Farnbacher, Long, Aschenbach.
And in DPI as well. Remember, number 31 car was struggling to make it to the end, and it was running in 6th position, pretty much a distant 6th position. All of a sudden, though, the number 31 car is in 3rd position with last year's Motul Petit Le Mans winner Felipe Nasser at the wheel. Pole sitter, fastest lap, a full sweep 1 year ago, or almost 1 year ago.
A lot of people on Twitter pointing the finger at the number 5 car. In the court of public opinion, I'm afraid Vautier has been convicted and sentenced as well. 2 minutes to go. Safety car lights are out again, so we're going to give it a go. Pits are closed, so we are, I think, going back to green for... It'll be 2 laps if we can get this off within the next 20 seconds. We might get 1 more lap after we've gone green. The safety car's taken off. Yeah, we will. I don't think we're going to see the white flag this time around, so it'll be a 2-lap dash. Keep an eye on the starter stand, but at 109s we shouldn't have the white flag this time around. Castroneves is on the power, so is Tincknell, and in there as well, but off the pace, of course. There's another Mazda that it pulls out. I didn't see the white flag, no, just the green, so it will be white flag next time around. 5 miles of racing to decide the TireRack.com Grand Prix at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. Not a bad start by Harry Tincknell, but a good one by Castroneves, down through, a little wiggle down through the first part of the S's by the leading Acura, and Harry Tincknell's seen that. He'll be slightly excited, I'm sure, if there's problems with the rear tyres coming up to temp and pressure on the Acura. Halfway around the lap. White flag next time around, turn 7.
Really good run onto the back straight there for our race leader Helio Castroneves. That was a great run. He got off there, got a big launch, and he's let clear now of Harry Tincknell. There's no way Harry Tincknell is going to get close enough to make a move into the turn 10 chicane.
No mistakes at the braking area for turn 10 for Castroneves, and I reckon he's just about home and dry here. 3rd place for the number 31 Felipe Nasser. Ryan Briscoe still trying to make a position as well after his drive through late on as well. Don't forget, in that strange incident at the pit lane speed pylon. 2.5 miles to go at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, for the 6-hour race. What a contest this has been in all classes. De Felipe, Milner, Krohn, Tandy, as quick as you like. A great restart by Conor de Felipe has taken him clear in GT Le Mans. Farnbacher has got Sellers where he wants him, a couple of seconds behind, and Sellers ahead of Long in GTD. So it's the front of the field we've got to look at. Onto the back straight again. No mistakes from Helio Castro. Isn't he the perfect person that you want in the car for a 2-lap, 5-mile dash for the top step of the podium? Mazda are going to come up a tiny bit short on this one, but Tincknell is giving it his all. 2 corners to go through turn 10B under the Fox Factory Bridge, and it will be Acura Team Penske who take the 6 hours at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. Mazda in 2nd, Cadillac 3rd, 3 manufacturers. Well, what a race that was, even without it being closed up at the end. And after desperation early on from Helio with 2 penalties that took him a lap off the lead, he was distraught behind the wheel. He's ecstatic now. BMW break Corvette stranglehold since we came back after the COVID break. And it's the 25 Team RLL car that win it. What a last few weeks it's been for Team RLL. Milner for Corvette number 4 comes home in second. And the second BMW Team RLL M8 GTE, Jesse Cron finishes that up and pushes that car into third position. Tandy will be disappointed again. He and Fred McAvecchi looked like they had that race going into the final pit stops, but in the event they end up fourth. In GTD, Acura and Meyer Shank Racing, the 86 car from Paul Miller Racing's Lamborghini in second. And then Pat Long did close to within half a second again for Wright Motorsport. 3 different manufacturers on the podium in GTD, with Mercedes-Benz in 4th position and 5th for, where's that just gone? 5th for Lexus, 6th for Heart of Racing and Aston Martin. So 6 different manufacturers in the top half dozen. And congratulations to Patrick Kelly and the PR1 Matheson Motorsport team. Fastest lap of the race as well for Simon Trummer in that race car for LMP2. But a 10.8 for a P2 car, strangled P2 car at that. That's quick. 7th overall for that car. Problems early on for the 85 Stephen Simpson JDC Miller Motorsports car. Got tangled up with the Era Motorsport car after the number 6 Acura had been spun around early on. Eventually that car had to stop, the 85 that is. The Magnus car had problems as well, did not make the trip. And Turner Motorsport with braking problems. Those are the 3 non-finishers from that part. Tony Vielander did not finish, of course, although still scored 9th at the moment in GTD. And Montoya, with that accident at the end, scored in 6th in DPI. Jeremy Shaw, you imagine you're doing your report for a well-known weekly magazine. You've got 500 words, except you haven't. Yeah. Give me that in a couple of sentences. I mean, that was brilliant.
I haven't heard from him lately. It was a fantastic motor race, absolutely superb. Well done, Elio Castroneves and Ricky Taylor. They started on pole position, second win in succession, of course, for this pairing. Nothing seemed to have gone right for Acura Team Penske at the beginning of the season. Then we hear that the program is falling away. Since then, won 2 races in succession. That was a great performance by both of these two. Hats off also to Mazda Motorsports and a good run for Harry Ticknell in that number 55 car. Bring it home in second place with Jonathan Bomarito and Ryan Hunter-Ray. And the other 2 classes, just tremendous racing.
And an extraordinary double for Acura, winning both the top class and GTD. Shea Adam, I think that's a first, isn't it?
It's the first time that's ever happened, yes, and that is a huge accomplishment for everyone involved with HPD and the Acura program.
Well, that's a very happy Elio Castroneves there. Oh, dear me. What a race. What a race. Can't even begin to think about putting that into context. Let's have your thoughts, please. Hashtag Michelin PRT at IMSA Radio. Thanks for staying with us into late in a Saturday evening in Europe. 11:45 in the UK. Hour after that in the US. Thanks, by the way, before we lose you on the PA. Thanks, Dave Miller and the rest of the team at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. To all the IMSA team, thank you. A big thank you down through the years for all his hard work, particularly helping us out on the radio, to Ron Parker, for whom this is his last IMSA race weekend. Ron, best of luck in whatever you do in the future. And to our colleagues at NASCAR Productions over in Charlotte for brilliant pictures today. Loved the heli shots, and we saw every part of the track. Thank you. We'll be back to do it again tomorrow with 2 challenge races and, of course, the 4-hour Michelin Pilot Challenge. Let's just take a breath for a moment and take in what we've seen. But it is a win for Elio Castroneves. Jeremy will be working out the points even as we speak. How are you doing there, Jeremy? Can we do some unofficial points for DPI?
Yeah, overall in DPI, 150 points now for Ryan Briscoe and Renger van der Zende. They will continue to lead then, now by 4 points over Joao Barbosa and Sebastian Bourdais on 146. 145 for Pipa Derani, not to Felipe Nasr, of course, because he missed a race due to having COVID-19. And then 1 point behind them are Bomarito and Tinknell on 144, so super tight in DPI. In LMP2, of course, Patrick Kelly will now take a clear lead in the championship. In GTLM, the number 3 Corvette will still lead pretty handily, but it's certainly tightening up behind them. Haven't got to GTD yet, but in the if we've got time for the Michelin Endurance Cup,
yes, please. In
the overall category, the Konica Minolta team stretches its lead, maintains its lead, 23 points now to the 18 of the Mustang Sampling Racing car number 5. And the Mazda Team Yost also moves equal with them on 18 points as well, 5 points behind. In GTLM, the BMW Team RLL came in with a 1 point lead. Now we'll have a 4 point lead, 25 points for number 24 car, 21 for the number 912 Porsche, and 20 for the number 911 Porsche. In GTD, once again, Paul Miller Racing will extend its lead. Came in with a 3 point edge over GRT Magnus. He now has, 8 points lead for the number 48 team ahead of the number 19 team, which will remain in second place halfway through the 4 races of the Michelin Endurance Cup.
Few and few again. What a Saturday race here for the TireRack.com Grand Prix at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. And it's not the end of the weekend. For those of you at the track, it's not even the end of the action today, with Pilot Challenge qualifying coming up and a 4-hour pilot race tomorrow, along with another Lamborghini and another Porsche race. We'll have all the racing from tomorrow for you. For the moment, we'll release the PA back to our colleagues at the Victory Circle area with our great thanks. And we'll continue on IMSA Radio RS2 with Michelin Post Race Tech, which starts right now.